Uh-oh, an error occurred. I think it actually went live. Okay, and I'm seeing it on the YouTube channel. Let me give a quick check. Looks good. Okay, I think we can go ahead and start. So welcome back, day 2, EMWCon. Our first remote speaker is Marin, talking about MVC and MediaWiki and how to utilize semantic MediaWiki array functions in Scribuntu to make your wiki parsoid compatible. So I will pass it over to Marin and let you take it off. Thanks, Marin.
All right, hi everyone. My name is Marijn. I work for Wikibase Solutions, and I'm going to talk about how we at Wikibase Solutions utilize our new extension array functions and the existing extensions Scribuntu and Semantic MediaWiki, together with Semantic Scribuntu, to make our wikis parsoid compatible. So I'm gonna turn off my camera now because otherwise you'll only see part of the screen will be the slides, and there's quite a lot of text on the slides. So and I'm gonna share my screen now. So can everyone see my screen?
Yeah, looks good. They're on a bit of a delay.
Okay. So model viewer controller in MediaWiki. How to utilize semantic MediaWiki array functions Scribuntu to make your wiki parsoid compatible. So for starters, what is the problem with our current approaches? So most of our wikis, at least at Wikibase, but I've also seen a lot of other people use this approach. Often you just mix logic and calculations within your wiki text. So maybe you create a variable, then you do some lookup from semantic MediaWiki, and then you display some results, update the variable, etc. But that doesn't work with parsoid because parsoid doesn't support sequential processing. So if you assign a variable at the top of your page and then use it later on your page, currently that will work because parsing is done top to bottom, and the definition is parsed before you're using it. But when parsoid is introduced, this no longer holds. I will show an example in a bit. So parsoid does not support sequential processing of wiki text. This is a problem for extensions that have side effects like the variables extension, the arrays extension, the hash tables extension, WS arrays, etc. So any variable that basically relies on your page being processed in order will no longer work. So because the order in which things are parsed is non-deterministic, you can no longer rely on the things being parsed before you use them, like I said. So let's look at a concrete example. Suppose you do a var define and you assign it hello world, and then you use it. Currently, it will work. And if it's parsed like this, so first the definition is parsed, you assign hello world to foobar, then the lookup is parsed, then foobar will return hello world. That works fine. But in the case it's parsed the other way around, it will no longer work because you first do the lookup before you define any variable named foobar, so things will break. So how do we keep using these technologies after parsoid is introduced? Because these technologies are really powerful, and you kind of want to use variables in your wiki text if you want to display something more complex than just some simple text. So we're gonna lend some ideas from functional programming, and our idea is that parser functions shouldn't have side effects at all. So we shouldn't create parser functions that change some kind of global state. Parser functions should only take some arguments, do some computation, and then return the result of that computation. I don't know if anyone has ever worked with functional programming, but that's basically the core idea of functional programming. Functions do not have side effects, so you don't have any global state, you don't have any variables, you don't have any things that can change. You only have functions that take some arguments and do some stuff and then return a result. And if you give it the same arguments, you get the same result. Then we use function composition, so chaining functions together, composing functions, putting one function in another function to create more complicated functions. And that's the array functions uses to be parsoid compatible alternative to the arrays extension. So here's a concrete example. In regular arrays extension, you might define an array, then print it. With array functions instead, so this syntax is a bit ugly, but that's just how parser syntax works. But let's step through it step by step. So first we create a plain list with the variables or with the values red, green, and blue. This will return a list or a reference to a list. Then we do a map, and we map over the first argument, so that is that list. We call the variable that we introduce color, and then we use that variable using the normal template parameter syntax to map it. So now after this AF map, this will return an array where each element is this wiki text. So the first element of that array would be star red is my favorite. The second element, star green is my favorite, etc. And then we do a join. So we put all those values together, separated by a break, and then we get this beautiful list. Okay. So that works great for making arrays parsoid compatible. But what about the variables extension? Okay, so an observation we made is that the variables, or at least the variable extension and variables in general, are mostly only used to store intermediate values during some computation. So like I said at the beginning, maybe you have some kind of loop over an array and then you assign stuff to a variable and change it along the way. That doesn't really work anymore because of parsoid. So an idea we had is to separate the computation entirely from the wiki text. We use wiki text only for what wiki text should be used for, and that is displaying things. And we move all the computation to Scribuntu or Lua. We use Semantic Media Wiki, or if you want to, you can also use Cargo for our data model, for our data storage, which will be our model. We use wiki text only for presentation, which is our view. And we use Scribuntu only for computation. This is our controller in the model view controller framework or design pattern. So this is what that will look like visually. We have our view here, which is MediaWiki wiki text that invokes a controller, which is Scribuntu. So it invokes a Lua module, a Scribuntu module. This controller interacts with the model by updating the model and reading things from the model. And finally, the controller returns some data, which is then presented in your view using array functions. So that's all kind of complex and maybe hard to understand. So let's look at a more concrete example. So suppose we have this page. Currently, this works, but this will no longer work in parsoid because we use variables and we change variables and we do all kinds of stuff that relies on sequential parsing. So let's look at it. First, we define a variable NL, which contains the population of the Netherlands. Then we define a variable BE that contains the population of Belgium. Then we define a variable LU, which contains the population of Luxembourg. And then we define a variable BX, which sums also all those values together and contains the population of the Benelux. So we show those populations using these variables. This works, but like I said, this will no longer work when parsoid comes out. Okay, so how would we change this to a model view controller approach? Well, if you look at this page, you can see that basically the display is only this part. The rest is all computation. Oh, sorry, I clicked. So this is the computation. Sorry, this is the display. This is the computation, and we want to separate those. So first we create a page, population, or that's basically we replace the content of this page with this piece of wiki text here. So this calls a template population presentation, which is the view, and gives it as an argument the result of the population controller. So this is what that template looks like. The population controller basically returns an array, which we can use in our population presentation. And then we just show the value. So we retrieve the key NL from the array, we retrieve the key BE from the array, and we retrieve the key LU, etc. And then we show those in our template. Finally, for the computation, we create a Lua module, population controller, that does all the asks and does the computation. So basically, these are now our variables, these Lua variables, and then we return it as an array, which can then be displayed in your presentation. And the population page is basically just plumbing these things together. Okay. In short, to make any page parsoid compatible is you need to identify which parts are related to the computation and which parts are related to presentation. You move all the computation and queries to a Scribunto module. This module should build an array that contains all the data that is used for presenting the array. So like we saw in our example right here, this just builds an array that would contain all variables you used previously with the variables extension. You invoke the module once, so you only compute once. You don't want to invoke the module anytime you need to use some kind of data from it. But because you can't use variables, you need to use something that is parsoid compatible, and you pass it to a template. And in that entire template, the result of the invocation will be available. So if we go back to this example again, the variable 1 just contains all the data that is necessary to display the entire page. We then use array functions, which is parsoid compatible, to read and present this data to the user. Okay, let's now look at a concrete demo for this. So I've set up an example wiki with the example I showed in my slides. And let's just look at it real quick. So we have our population page here, which invokes the population presentation template. Sorry, which just shows the population presentation templates and invokes the population controller. But let's look at what kind of results the population controller gives back on its own. Comment this out. We do this invocation, and now we're going to see some quite ugly strings. So this is basically entire data that is necessary to display the template. This is unreadable, but it's basically just base64 encoded JSON. We are working on some things to improve this. So instead of using base64 encoded JSON, which may run into some limitations with the MediaWiki parser, we instead pass a reference, but that's not finished yet, and it's not something you should worry about. I mean, when we roll that change out, it shouldn't really matter for anything if you've already used it, it shouldn't really matter. we can do a lot of operations on this array. So we can print it, for instance. Then we should see all the content of the array. So we see that BE has 12 million, Benelux has 29.6 million, etc. So let's also look at the population controller. So as I had shown previously, this is the population controller, and the magic really happens in the mw.af.export, which basically encodes this Lua array as an array that array functions can understand, so that it can be used in other parts of the so that it can be used by array functions to do operations on it. So there are many. I'll just quickly go to the documentation. Okay. There are many functions you can do on such an array, and if you are missing some kind of function, you can just create an issue on the fabricator to ask for it to be added. And all these functions are, like I said, these are pure functions, so they have no side effects. They only take some argument, do some computation, and return the result. So if we, for instance, look at sorting, instead of sorting in place, it basically just takes an entire array and then sorts that array internally and then returns the result. So if we look at that on the population example, we would give this the entire array directly, and then it just sorts and would return a new array. So if we look at the preview, we can see still a weird looking array, but it's a different one. And if we now print this, you will see that it is in fact sorted. By the way, sort removes the keys. That's just how PHP sort works. Well, okay. So that was basically the demo, and I left quite some room for questions. So I hope there are some questions.
Let's give the audience a couple seconds here to catch up, and then I'll check in there. Actually, the local audience is maybe a good 45 seconds behind right now, so let's hold on just a bit.
Okay, I see that Jeroen also has a question in the hop-in, but maybe we should wait for the local audience as well. I'm not sure. Sorry?
Is this Marin?
Yes.
Yeah. So this is Richard Evans. I just, not a question, but I just wanted to say that this concern about not being able to use arrays and variables in the future has been a source of great concern, and that you guys have solved it. And I just don't want to let the talk pass without recognizing that you guys have really saved the day. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so I see there are some questions in the hop-in chat, so I'll answer those first, if that's okay.
Yeah, that sounds good. Thank you.
So Jeroen had a question about what about the case of using variables extension to display an SMW/cargo query result more than once? So that's a good question. So let's look. I'll just show an example of how you would do that. So let's create a new module. Let's just copy the contents of the population controller. Let's create a new module which you call Jeroen. And then we do some kind of query. So let's just repeat this query that we have here that just retrieves the population of the Netherlands. But if it were a really complicated, really expensive query, it would still hold.
Hey, Marin, you're not sharing your screen if you're intending to show something.
Sorry. Yeah, I was intending to show something. Okay. So I was just, I created a new module on the local wiki. So suppose this was a really expensive, really complicated query, this would still hold. If you were to, some kind of query that you wanted to cache. Okay. So we basically just do the query in Ubuntu and then return the result. This result can contain also many other things, but suppose we wanted to cache the results of this specific query. We could then invoke this query. So let's create a different page. This array now contains the result of that query that we just did. And you wouldn't want to do many invokes because that would indeed be repeating this query many times, which would be really expensive. But instead of doing that, you just pass this query to some kind of template. So let's call it your own as well. And now throughout this entire template, that result is still available. So you can basically just print it as many times as you want. So let's just print the entire array a couple of times. This won't show anything right here, but if we go to the page we just had and resave it, we see that the result is repeated many times, but the query is only executed once because we only do one invoke and then pass the result of that invoke to a template. And in that template, the invoke would be available. Sorry, the result of all the queries that you did will be available throughout the entire template. Does that answer your question, Jeroen?
Maybe a bit of a delay, but yeah, I think so.
So Greg Runtold has a similar question, but I'm hoping it's already answered for this with this as well. I see he sends a clap emoji, so I'm thinking it's answered.
Okay. It doesn't look like there's any more audience questions, but I'd like to mirror Rich's sentiments. But yeah, this is a bit of a lifesaver for those that rely on, you know, the function that's going to be going away here, the extension that's going away, or stop working when the new parser works out. So this is really exciting. Thank you very much for working on this.
Yeah, thank you for letting me show it.
Cool, awesome. Okay, well, up next we're going to have an in-person presentation. We're going to do a little catching up on the live stream in the room here, and then we'll switch over and be back on in about 4 minutes.
All right.
Thank you, Marin.
Bye, everyone.
And then
you can go back to your
slide deck.
That's fine.
You can go back. I don't know why it's doing that. That is annoying. Okay, can you check and see? Look good? Cheers.
So, good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining me today. This morning's presentation is about a software platform that's an extension to MediaWiki called Wikibase. And it's not Semantic MediaWiki, and it's not Cargo, and it's not Wikibase Solutions, it's Wikibase. So first, as an introduction to myself, I am James Hare. I've been a Wikipedia editor since 2004, and I've been contributing to Wikidata since 2014. And And what I found over the years is that Wikidata is just a very interesting project for expressing types of data relationships that you can't really do on Wikipedia, because Wikipedia is just a little too narrow. And I found that Wikidata really allows you to look at the world in a way you really couldn't before. And it got me really excited, involved, and it got excited enough that I went professional and now do Wikibases for a living. So what I can help with is if you have a lot of data, a lot of reliable information that you want to share with the world and in a structured and organized way that people can build on top of, I can help you with that. But yes, I've been experimenting with this software since 2015, back before there were standardized deployment environments for Wikibase. You had to download the PHP extensions, and you had to go change the hard-coded values in the code, and then you just hoped it worked. And even then, that didn't actually give you everything you needed. You still had to do more work. So I'm just saying that I've been doing this for a little while now. So first of all, I talked about Wikibase, and it's a pretty generically named product. So what is it? So in the most technical sense, it's a MediaWiki extension, or rather it is several MediaWiki extensions. You have your Wikibase client, which is the well, first you have the Wikibase repo, which is the provider of the data, and then you have the clients, which are the other wikis using that information. So in the Wikipedia context, Wikidata is a Wikibase provider and Wikipedia is a Wikibase consumer, but there are also a whole bunch of other extensions. And then once you have the extensions, you then need to add additional database services that take up plenty of RAM all on their own. But that's getting into the deployment details. You don't have to think about that right now. We're just thinking about what is this thing, and is this even suitable for what I want to do? So the main thing you'd use Wikibase for is to build a data model, a structured data model, and specifically an RDF data model that you can then put into a graph database and query. And Wikibase is used, as I mentioned earlier, to run Wikidata, which is like Wikipedia. It is run by the same organization as Wikipedia, but it's more in the domain of like very structured facts, while Wikipedia will give you, it'll give you facts, but more in a narrative format. It gives you more of the background and details, where this is very cut and dry and meant to be very machine readable. And one of the really appealing things about Wikibase as a piece of database software is that while other solutions try to box you into a schema, you know, your world has to fit the schema. This is a little more accommodating. It's designed for the real world. It's designed to capture a lot of the nuances you might find on Wikipedia. So you can have a simple factual statement, but you can also have qualifiers, and then you could have references. And so the example Wikidata people like to trot out a lot is that if you have a town and they have a cat for a mayor, you can express that. Wikidata won't stop you, and Wikibase won't stop you, because it understands that things don't always make sense. And so Wikibase is really great for those real world nuanced data set representations. And so I'm sure you hear me talk about MediaWiki and RDF graph, and your ears might have gone off thinking, wait, this is just Semantic MediaWiki. And now I personally have never worked with Semantic MediaWiki. I couldn't really tell you much about it because that's just not what I do. What I do know about Semantic MediaWiki is that it seems to be more general purpose and application. Like it doesn't try to build a data model for you and then tell you how to present that data. It just mainly gives you options for structuring data, and then you can embed that structured data into your wiki pages however you wish. SMW people, do I have that right? I see thumbs up in the audience, excellent. And so, yes, if Semantic Media Wiki is more along the angles of regular Wikipedia style content, but with some more structure to it, Wikibase is a little more opinionated in terms of the user interface, and it's a bit more also. It gives you a very baseline data model to work with called the Wikibase ontology. And I couldn't exactly recite it off the top of my head, but basically you have entities, and entities are things, and they are people and places, and those are called items. To other items through properties. And using this example here this is from the Wikidata item on the Beatles. On the left here is the director property. So basically, the director property for the Beatles item, that's called the property. The value is Brian Epstein. And so what we did is we took an item and a property and linked it to another item. And once we did that, we now have added qualifiers. Okay, so Brian Epstein was the director for the Beatles during which period? Well, from 1960 to 1967. And then we have a reference. All these little things are properties built in, that are properties that Wikidata community members have created. So first they had to create the properties and then the items. And once they did so, they can relate them to each other through a nice user interface. And as for why this was developed and they did not just use Semantic Media Wiki, I could not tell you. Other than that, this probably fit their specific use case better. And so you could think of Wikibase as something really built for this project. And so you might be thinking, okay, this lets you do RDF graphs and structured data in MediaWiki. So what? Well, I think what started off this hype train that some people are on is that they see Wikidata, and Wikidata itself is very cool. What's really cool about Wikidata is that it doesn't really work like any other knowledge sharing project you've seen. People aren't writing words and sentences that then have to be translated into other languages. You're instead dealing with just the straight facts. The facts are stored using numeric identifiers, and they're related to each other in basically JSON code. And so I don't know if you could see at this small print here, but I just added a URL parameter here, uselang equals ZH. So now I can translate the Wikidata item into Chinese, and this is all the same facts you'd get on that Wikidata entry, but now it's just automatically translated to Chinese because the relationships between the things are recorded in an abstract way, and then people add translations for those abstract identifiers. So it's like, okay, now present me all the same information, but replace the English labels with Chinese ones, and it works. And the even more amazing thing about it is what Wikidata offers in terms of connecting the web together. So as you can see here, the Beatles has its own Wikidata identifier. For the purposes of Wikidata, the Beatles are known as Q1299, which is one of the easier numbers to memorize. So 1299, Q1299 is the Beatles, but you can see here links to other websites as well. You see Know Your Meme. In Know Your Meme, the Beatles are 12616. And in Klexicon, which I think is like a Wikipedia offshoot project of some kind, it's Beatles, just very simply. But because we have this database of all the identifiers, we can basically connect all the databases across the internet together and then use Wikidata as the central clearinghouse to say, okay, we call it this, but we know that in these databases, it's called by this and that. And this basically makes Wikidata the bridge between all of these separate databases. And not only does it allow you to connect databases together, but it's also an app backend in its own right, because it's a source of data, structured data, like you might need to use to develop an app. And so you can use Wikidata as a backend for apps. This of Scalia, scalia.toolforge.org. It is basically an explorer for journal articles, people who've been published in journals, universities. Basically, you get profiles about individual academic figures and about journal articles. And all of the records, all of the views of this content are generated automatically based on queries to Wikidata. And so the particular benefit of this, and also the risk, is that by contributing to a broader data corpus, you are not just locking your data away in your database inaccessible to the rest of the world. You are contributing it to a part of a broader data set, so it's valuable to more people, and other people can contribute their own work on top of it. And so you are getting more than what you put in. And so I'm talking about Wikidata, how cool it is, and how Wikibase, which is what Wikidata is made from. And so what's the relationship between these two things? So you have Wikidata, which the largest and most well-known user of the Wikibase software. And Wikibase was basically purpose-built for Wikidata. It was purpose-built to build a structured data set off of unstructured Wikipedia content, and for community members and volunteers to do this, and to have that whatever they do can also be queried as an expressive RDF data set. You know, it's very purpose-built, and at the same time, it's kind of struggling with kind of how it wants to view itself. Like, is Wikidata mostly human contributed? Is it mostly bot contributed? Like, and if you have a bunch of bots showing up with content, like, for example, there was a big movement to get journal articles into Wikidata, and now they are like 40% of all of Wikidata. And the community is mad at us because we have ruined the search bar with all of our journal articles. So you can't look anything up anymore without getting journal articles. And they're just kind of everywhere. And you kind of come to the realization that the user interface and software was designed for a written encyclopedia 20 years ago may not be the best solution for having a database of 100 million plus entities, perhaps in the future over 1 billion. And so people are like, okay, where do we want to draw the boundaries on this thing? And what they sought to avoid to do is be like Wikipedia. Wikipedia will find any excuse to get rid of you or your article. But Wikidata is a little more accommodating. They recognize that perhaps some stuff is worth recording because it might be useful in other contexts, right? It's kind of the design of the site. You have to have those individual granular things in order to connect it to other things. But the problem there is, where do you draw the line? What is too much? Like, if I imported 100 million journal articles into Wikidata tomorrow and literally doubled the size of the site, that's theoretically allowed, but it would also alienate me to a lot of people who think I am overrunning their site and causing them to run into massive scaling issues. So one way I've started thinking about this is, okay, how do we get out of this? How do we get out of Wikidata as a sort of overloaded central point? How can we federate and decentralize out to more Wikibases so that you have Wikidata, which is sort of the general connecting point to everything, but then other databases that are more specialized and go farther and deeper than Wikidata ever could. And because they all use the Wikibase ontology, you can then figure out how to connect them together. So a property in one Wikibase can be connected to another property in another Wikibase. You can map them together and then query both data sets in a common database. But all of this raises the question, right? You like Wikidata, you like the opportunity it has to make information available in more languages, to connect databases together, to be a common data repository for the world. The question is it right for you? Is it right for the project you are trying to do? If you want to board this Wikibase hype train, this Wikidata hype train, should you? What is the best way to do so? And honestly, it's kind of a mixed answer, because if you get very excited about Wikibase, and I personally am extremely excited about Wikibase, you eventually come running headfirst into the reality that it's not perfect, and that Wikibase was very engineered to solve a very specific problem for a specific technical organization and social organization, and it may not make sense for other uses. And so whether you should use Wikibase or literally anything else, the answer is maybe. So here are the reasons why you shouldn't use Wikibase. Number one is that you just have a small amount of data, right? Wikibase is pretty heavy, right? You have to install MediaWiki, and I'm sure you all know how much work that is. And then once you do that, you have to have this whole other set of extensions, and then BlazeGraph, which is an obsolete graph database software that takes up lots and lots and lots of memory. And so if you don't have to do it yourself and you can get someone else to host it for you and like run the site, why not? So Wikidata is generally pretty broad in what they allow, right? Which is part of the problem I was talking about earlier, where it's maybe gotten overgrown, but because it's generally loose. Basically what they're looking to see is that the entity you are describing is interesting enough to have been described somewhere before, like it's, or the item is needed to connect to other items somehow. Like it's very loose, and and generally if you're providing something of value, they will be happy to work with you. And so to give you the idea of scale here, what can you mass import into Wikidata and get away with? For reference, the current size of Wikidata is about 100 million items. By reference, the English Wikipedia has about 6 million articles. So Wikidata is very, very big. And because it's so big, what you might think of as a large import would be kind of unnoticeable to them. And so is that if you have fewer than 100,000 new items you need to create, you can probably get away with doing it directly in Wikidata. And if you need new properties to express those relationships because you want to express a kind of relationship that hasn't been expressed before, then you go to the property request page, the community take care of that. Either they create the new property for you or they tell you another way to do it with the existing properties. And if you can contribute directly to Wikidata, you should. And let the community improve on it and translate it and do all sorts of wonderful things to it. So, don't run a database if you don't have to. And another reason why you might not want to use Wikibase is that you have a more simple data model, right? Think of your traditional database where you have a table, and the table has columns, and then each record is a row. It's very straightforward. Wikibase can be used for that, but it's not really the right fit. It's sort of if your goal is simply to have basic table-like data, then Wikibase is a very over-engineered solution for that. And the cost for doing so is that you're going to have to run a bigger, more expensive database, and you're going to do a lot more work for something that's not nearly as complicated. And so I think if you're looking in the realm of MediaWiki extensions, I understand the best fit for this kind of use case is Cargo. I will disclaim that I personally haven't worked with Cargo, so I'm not sure, but it's my understanding that Cargo is like the best fit for this kind of use case. We have the developer of Cargo right here. Would you agree?
Yes.
All right, Yaron says yes. There's also stuff like Airtable, but Airtable is expensive. It's not MediaWiki, it's not open source. Another reason not to use Wikibase is because your data is already cleanly structured. And this is not necessarily intuitive, because you'd think, well, my data is already organized, so it should be extremely easy to dump into Wikibase. And you'd be correct. The problem is that in order to construct this database, you are ultimately going through MediaWiki, and you are going through a PHP script. And so if you're expecting to load like millions and millions of facts and entities into the database in a matter of like hours, think more like days, weeks, months, because you can only edit a Wikibase as fast as your MediaWiki install will allow, as fast as your bot can hit the database, as much as many database replicas as you have up. Like ultimately, you are going to run into that bottleneck of MediaWiki. And if your data is already clean up, you don't have to. You can just take the data that's already clean. You can transform it into a Wikibase RDF type set with like a script, and then import that directly into a database. BlazeGraph is what Wikidata uses. You could also use something like Virtuoso, which is more graph database on top of MySQL, or Neo4j, which is an entirely different thing that uses another language called GraphQL. But basically, if Wikibase was designed for turning Wikidata or turning Wikipedia into structured data, if your data is already structured, you don't really need Wikibase. You just need an RDF backend. I also don't recommend using Wikibase to visualize data. It just isn't a visualization tool. You saw my slides earlier. You saw how boxy everything looked. And if you want to visualize data, you will need another thing. You just will. So So then, okay, so that's why you shouldn't use Wikibase. So you want to get involved with Wikidata, and you know the reasons why you shouldn't have Wikibase. But you're still think, okay, maybe Wikibase is a good fit for me. And it would be if you have, for example, another print reference work that you were trying to create structured data out of, or if you wanted to like make complex annotated factual statements, like you have an item and has this property, but under these situations and attested through these sources. Wikibase is really good at describing those kind of nuanced realities in a way that is compatible with an RDF backend. So it's good for adding structure to complexity. It's also good if you have like thousands of different attributes, right? Like if you're doing a traditional SQL table, you would have to create a column for all of those attributes, or you'd have to have some kind of multi-table model that deals with that. Or you could just use Wikibase, and Wikidata, for example, has over 10,000 properties now. So you can imagine having an SQL table with 10,000 columns, right? So good for that as well, or any graph database really. Wikibase is good if things have like different relationships to each other, right? Like if it's not just you have an employee database and each employee has a name and an address and so on, but if also those employees were related to each other and other things, and you wanted to like create this web highlighting how all these things were interconnected together, and you didn't already have a structured data set to do that, then Wikibase is great to do that. And crucially, the proposition of Wikibase is that you can basically blend automated data and human curation of the data, because you can have a bot post stuff to Wikibase, and then you can have a human look at it and say, okay, I don't like how this one fact is expressed here. I can change that. And then and it just, and it's friendly for the bot too. And so if it's all automatic, then Wikibase is not a good fit. But if it's a mix of automated edits and human oversight and curation, then Wikibase can be an excellent fit. And so if you wanted to like get the best of both worlds, how might you do that? And so one example that comes to mind, for years I've been obsessed with building a database of literature because I want to know what's cited in Wikipedia and what could be cited in Wikipedia, but is not yet cited in Wikipedia. And I also want to know what is cited by the sources cited in Wikipedia. I want to be able to go from the Wikipedia article to the sources sources until I go all the way down to the primary sources. I want that level of attestation for Wikipedia articles, and Wikibase lets me do this. And initially I thought I could just do this in Wikidata, and then I overloaded their site with journal articles. So I now want to create my own Wikibase that is as large as Wikidata, if not larger, focused purely on metadata for publications. And so my experience with trying this with Wikidata, I have a sense of what is a good idea and what isn't a good idea. And so if I were to try this all again, what I would try to do is, rather than try to create another copy of another database and just create the same thing you could see on another database. So OpenAlex is the new open data set for this kind of metadata. What I could do instead is just have a Wikibase, link to the OpenAlex item, don't create another copy of it. Instead, just link to it and then allow humans to add whatever data on top of it, and then blend the two things together so that I'm not duplicating data and I'm not duplicating work. That's one idea I have. And another simpler approach is if you just use a traditional database and you decide, well, one column can link to the Wikidata ID. And so then you have your own data that's separate, and then you have Wikidata, and you can selectively call in the facts you want without having to recreate that entire structure. So if you're thinking that this is something you might be interested in participating in somehow, then you can think of it less like, how do I run my own Wikibase, and more like, how do I incorporate the Wikibase ecosystem into what I am building, whether that's using the Wikibase software directly or using Wikidata as an identity broker or as a data host. And because this is all open source, open standards, we can basically work together without the coordination cost. We don't have to, because coordination introduces delay and expense. If we just know what to do without talking to each other, then we can all work towards the same ends in a decentralized manner. And I think that's where you get true scale. And so if you want to learn more about this, you can go to those websites. Wikiba.se is Wikibase. You could also go to Wikidata. I have more precise links, but I don't really know what the latest and greatest introduction to Wikidata is because it's changing all the time. You can also scan my QR code and set up some time to talk to me if you're interested. And you can also, I will still be at this conference all week. So it's great talking to you all. Thank you. Yes. Oh, you.
Thanks.
Mhm.
Great. Not very familiar with Wikidata.
Mhm.
Seems cool. In the example you gave was like a cat being the mayor. Like I assume there was an item for that cat.
Yes.
How would you store things that aren't like a number? Like, can you
Oh, yes. So statements can have different data types, right? And the example I showed was item linking to other item, but you can also have data that's just text, like just a regular string of text. You can have numeric quantities. You can have numeric quantities with units. You can have URLs. There's like 10 or 15 different data types you can go with. So I kind of oversimplified to make my point, but there are many different types of data you can express.
Would using a string then not allow the translation that you said was like it's just the facts and you can show it in any language?
If it's just a straight string, there are monolingual strings where you have a string in a specific language. So you'll say, it's this value, but for English. It's this value, but in German. And then you have a text that is not of a particular linguistic type. It's just text. And so it wouldn't be necessarily translatable to begin with. Yes?
How do you deal with words that have multiple definitions?
You would create different items, right? So it happens all the time. Different things have different names. How many people named John Smith are there? So what you would do then is you would create separate items for each. And so you'd say this John Smith is Q whatever, this other John Smith is Q whatever. And you'd basically fill out those details as much as possible so that you can tell which is which. And ideally you'd have something in, so every item has a label, which is like the name of it, but also a description. Like if you ever looked up a Wikipedia article and you see like the name of the article and then the little descriptive text under, that's the description. And you can basically set that to whatever you want. So if there's something very ambiguous, then you make sure to set item descriptions that very clearly delineate what is what. Yaron?
Yeah. Well, I have comments and questions, I guess. I mean, you're definitely right about the Wikibase hype.
Mm-hmm.
I would say you mentioned unstructured data as a reason to use Wikibase. I would say that by itself is not enough of a reason to use Wikibase, even if
it's right. It's not by itself a reason, right?
Right. Okay. Yeah, but I mean, you can obviously do it in Semantic Media Wiki. You can have any tags you want on any pages. In theory, you can even do that with Cargo.
Right. I think the main difference, though, is that you would have to set up all of that in Semantic Media Wiki, whereas I think this just kind of does it for you.
That's interesting. Well, so yeah, my other real question is, are you aware of any successful uses of Wikibase outside of Wikidata?
Yes, several. There is enslaved.org, which is a database pertaining to enslaved people, and there's Rhizome has a Wikibase for artworks. I actually have an entire table of Wikibase projects. I'm currently keeping track of somewhere between 10 and 20. So there are several ongoing Wikibase projects, and they mainly work on like having very big specialized data sets like art collections or very specific biographical entities that may not make sense in the broader Wikidata context. And so, yeah, there are a number of projects. running on Wikibase, and they're all kind of running into the same issues that this stuff is kind of hard to run, and there are scaling issues, and like there's no real codified best practice yet. Like you can use one deployment suite or you can use another deployment suite, and whichever one works, I don't know, it depends on what your needs are. There's no real, this is the way to do it and this is the best way to do it for Wikibase. And that I think can be something of a hurdle. And I think it's a hurdle that you may not even necessarily have to overcome if you don't have to. Yes.
This kind of maybe dovetails in with that, but I think I can understand how Wikibase would be useful for galleries, libraries, archives, and museums. That seems like a really good fit.
Yeah.
And you mentioned one about rhizomes or.
That's the name of the. Let's see if I can find.
The question is basically, what is there any kind of use case, like a generalized use case with GLAM that
yes.
is a really good target?
Also, it's also very good in context of like biology and chemistry, because there are a lot of chemicals that exist, like a lot, like hundreds of millions, and also proteins. I think there's actually a project called GeneWiki. And it's like, and so, yeah, a lot of that case of find it right now. I may right, but yeah, basically use cases where it's like you need a database of a lot of items and you want something that resembles Wikidata, but you don't necessarily want to put it all in Wikidata because you have way more detail than anyone there wants, or way more number of items than anyone wants. Brian?
So I'm just curious, do you view the feature kind of like the federated features of like you can have your own separate wiki base, but like you can kind of connect them with it? Do you view that as like an unfortunate kind of workaround of not being able to like put everything in Wikidata, or do you think that's like that's ideal?
Well, think about how the internet was designed, right? Like the internet is a decentralized protocol, and because it is a centralized network couldn't, because with a centralized network, you have centralized points of failure and other sources of inefficiencies. You basically have to coordinate at a very high level. And so I don't view federation as a workaround. I do view it as a fundamental feature. That said, it does not absolve Wikidata of its need to create a user interface that's actually suitable for Wikidata, right? Like I think ultimately both things are needed. And so I can see why someone would view federation as like a workaround, but at the same time, I also kind of view it as like something that would be necessary for this to run at the scale of like the entire internet. Any other questions? Any questions from online?
No. But moving forward, it does sound like we should repeat the question. They can generally hear, but.
Yes.
Well, I just have a brief follow-up question. You mentioned we're already over this. You mentioned scaling issues as something that people run into, which is kind of ironic because that's supposed to be one of the strengths of Wikibase.
I mean, it is, but the problem is that what makes Wikibase useful is a database called BlazeGraph, which is no longer being developed for one, but also it's just generally like it's efficient to a point, right? Like you're still, if you're going to run a data set the size of Wikidata, you're still going to need 128 gigs of RAM. And so it's like, yes, but not quite to the point where we want it to be, or where I want it to be to realize my maximal dream.
Okay, I think we should probably maybe switch over to Jeffrey.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you need to use the camera here, or can I use?
Do you want to use this camera and then
this is probably
that
easier to
computer?
use my laptop.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you want to just use your laptop camera?
Yeah.
Did you ask for?
No, I need to connect.
Yeah, you need to connect to this, but do you need to share? Yeah, ask them. Okay.
Okay.
And then if you want to hide your, if there's a lot of text on your slide deck, you want to just hide your video.
Okay.
Maybe introduce yourself.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, my name is Jeffrey Wong. I'm the founder of MyWikis, and I'm also a contributor to the Canasta project. So today you'll get to hear some updates about the Canasta project since last October. But yeah, I'm going to stop sharing my face now. So can they still see it on a Hopin or no? It doesn't sound like they can actually.
No.
1 sec.
Are you shouldn't see the screen that you're sharing?
Yeah.
Hopin is currently blank entirely.
Okay, 1 sec.
Are we also still?
Refresh it.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Are you seeing it now? Sorry for the technical difficulties, folks at home. Gonna have to wait 45 seconds.
I don't know.
Let's see. Oh no, it's not. What? Oh, come on. Or should I just share my whole window? Yeah, or entire screen. Let's just do that. No, it can't. Oh, geez. All right. So for those of you at home, terribly sorry about this. Okay, looks like we're on to go. So yes, I'm the founder of MyWikis, and we're a MediaWiki hosting provider. Today I'll just give some updates about the Canasta project as a contributor to it. For those updates that we've had since October 2022. So what exactly is Canasta? It's an all-in-one MediaWiki package for sysadmins that makes it easy to manage MediaWiki, add extensions, and load starter content and data structures. So what I like to say it as is if MediaWiki is a Raspberry Pi, then you can think of Canasta as a Canna kit. So instead of getting MediaWiki on your own, spending hours upon hours getting introduced to the various extensions, learning how to install, difficult to install extensions like Sierra Search and Semantic MediaWiki, and then finally even trying to set up the structure of your own wiki, you can just reduce that time to live of your wiki by using Canasta and configuring it with ease. So sysadmins can literally save days of unnecessary work by simply using Canasta. It was originally developed by a mini consortium of 3 companies in the enterprise MediaWiki industry, WikiWorks, WikiTech, and MyWikis. We all share a common goal of sponsoring the development of Canasta, which is to make a fully featured, easy to maintain MediaWiki instance possible for all to use, not controlled by any single entity, and available online as free and open source software. We want to make sysadmins' jobs much easier, especially for the reluctant sysadmin who has to do it because it's their job to make a wiki that runs. So Canasta is not simply a Docker image, though, contrary to popular belief. Canasta is actually comprised of 3 components plus the CLI that are closely intertwined. The foundation of Canasta is going to be its tech stack. That's where the Docker image is located. It's what makes MediaWiki easier to manage and enables the other 2 components to make maximal impact. On top of the tech stack is going to be Canasta's large extensions and skins collection. Over 100 100 extensions and skins that are pre-bundled with Canasta and are made extremely easy to install. Finally, at the top is Canasta's starter page layouts and data structures. This aims to solve the blank page problem by reducing contribution inertia from wiki users and providing best practices for how to structure a wiki and how wiki pages should look like. These three components work together to provide the value that Canasta aims to deliver. Canasta is both beginner-friendly and suitable for MediaWiki experts. On behalf of WikiWorks, WikiSec, and MyWikis, I can say, since I have said last year, that we have all benefited from the decreased setup time, ease of applying updates, a reduction of services to maintain, greatly simplifying maintenance of the remaining services, and ability to scale wikis using the orchestrator, whether it's Docker Compose or Kubernetes. And that's given us back the time to work on more exciting development projects. So we can spend less time working on operations, more time on development. DevOps. Anyway, since Canasta's initial launch in April of last year, we're happy the US Space Force is preparing to use Canasta to run wikis, and they released what's called a hardened version of Canasta that's been certified as secure by the United States Department of Defense. So that's called Iron Bank Canasta, and it runs on a modified stack that preserves the overall function while substituting core dependencies with US government-approved alternatives. For instance, Debian, which is used to run the core Canasta web image, is replaced with a hardened version of Red Hat Enterprise Linux. And I just want to point out this is not an endorsement of Canasta. And the other logos were back when there were proposals to use Canasta for other projects, but I'm not sure if they followed up on it. But that was from EMWCon. Anyway, it's been a little over a year since Canasta was released to the public during last year's EMWCon in Houston. Since then, the Canasta web image has been downloaded almost 10,000 times. The project's code repos receive frequent updates from various contributors, both within and outside of the MediaWiki stakeholders and enterprise MediaWiki communities. A lot of ideas every month or even every few weeks about the future direction of Canasta. Moving on to the extensions and skins collection that we have. So, Canasta comes with over 100 pre-bundled extensions and skins. 100 pre-bundled extensions and a dozen or so skins. They are not enabled by default, but they can easily be enabled at any time without having to actually go and download anything additional. The general criteria for the extensions and skins that we've picked revolves around relevance and developer activity. While we have picked many extensions that add lots of great value to MediaWiki, we don't want to pick extensions that are redundant, nor do we want to pick any extensions that won't be maintained. This way we can try to reduce as much as possible any issues with upgrading to the next version of MediaWiki, which already happened, earlier. I'll touch on that later. The last component of Canasta is currently a work in progress, but sits atop the technology. Wikis are only as useful as the content that they have inside of them. Without a good page structure, supporting templates and forms and data structures, it's very difficult for many to overcome that blank page problem and contribution inertia. Page packages are a recent concept introduced to ship pre-made pages to the wiki as a starting point. The page exchange extension facilitates the packaging format and the importation, modification, and deletion of these packages. Canasta bundles the page extension, I keep messing that up, page exchange extension, which makes adding packages a breeze. So in the future, Canasta will aim to add more unique features to support the installation of packages, including through the CLI, the command line interface. So we hope that these will empower wiki champions to facilitate adoption of MediaWiki among their organization. Now, since October 2022, we've made a few major changes. So first, the latest version of Canasta now supports MediaWiki 1.39. Elasticsearch was upgraded to 7.10 as part of this process, but PHP currently remains on 7.4, while remaining PHP 8 compatibility issues are sorted out by the Wikimedia Foundation. Second, Canasta has moved to using PHP FPM and NPM event, which I'm personally actually very excited about. And that provides a multi-threaded implementation of PHP that pre-spawns enough processes to anticipate the demand of future web traffic. And that speeds up load times on average, while also keeping resource utilization efficient. Third, our Kubernetes implementation was recently rewritten to have component containers all run inside one pod. The component containers that I'm mentioning comprise of the Canasta web container, as well as the sidecars, including Elasticsearch, the database, Varnish, and the Caddy TLS termination proxy. This rewrite has been completed for the web and Elasticsearch containers, while working on adding the rest of the containers that'll be completed in the future. Last but not least, we also now officially ship and support the ARM v8 architecture, more correctly known as AR64. This allows Apple Silicon Macs to use Canasta plus other ARM systems on various cloud providers such as AWS and Oracle. And then they can now run on more energy efficient servers because they're more energy efficient chips to keep operational costs down. What is next for Canasta? Currently, our main development goals for the future are related to supporting multiple MediaWiki instances on the same Canasta instance. So basically wiki farm support. And we hope to select a Google Summer of Code contributor very soon to work on implementing wiki farm support to have multiple wikis in the same Canasta container. This may include multi-domain support through traffic as well, which if all goes to plan would replace Caddy. That last part is to be officially decided, but just something to throw out there. And for those of you who are not familiar with traffic and Caddy, they are both TLS termination proxies, which is an extremely fancy way of saying the front gate of everything that offers the HTTPS certificate. Canasta's plan for wiki farm support is inspired by the Wikimedia Foundation's approach. So one single instance of Canasta, which would typically comprise of one web container, would then be able to handle requests for multiple wikis. Each wiki will still have its own database. The correct wiki settings and database will be selected based on which URL is being requested by the client. The Canasta wiki farm would most likely be defined by a YAML configuration whose schema would be set by us Canasta contributors. Using this approach allows us to take advantage of the PHP opcode cache. Since all wikis will use the same MediaWiki code base, it can be cached once on the very first page load, support all future execution, be used until the very end of the container's life. The goal is to support 3 different use cases. First, when a different directory is used. Second, when a different subdomain is used. And third, when different domains are used for each wiki. So what's next for Canasta? First, adding custom composer files has been difficult to accomplish in the past year due to intricacies with the composer merge plugin. And to be quite frank, developers are also busy with their own, jobs. Technical considerations, though, do require further discussions on how to best implement that customization of a wiki's composer. Second, we need to refine support for orchestrators other than Docker Compose. Specifically, we have ongoing discussions about the best way to design our Kubernetes implementation, including creating Helm charts to ease the deployment of Kubernetes instances. On 2 separate related notes, we also intend to add Kubernetes support to the Canasta CLI, so wikis can be created using Kubernetes with just one CLI command. We hope to improve support for We hope to improve support for cloud container services that are independent of Kubernetes, Amazon Web Services ECS, Elastic Container Service, and Azure Container Instances. Now, we've been using Docker Compose because its primary strength is it's lightweight, simple, and straightforward to use. Our CLI has been built around Docker Compose. The lack of complexity has actually allowed the Canasta developers to easily develop abstractions over Docker Compose on the CLI and the image itself while achieving our original goals. To elaborate on the previous slides, Kubernetes support boost, we hope to enhance our Kubernetes ecosystem by building tools to leverage Helm and Terraform, as well as work towards natively supporting horizontal scaling. The exact implementation is still up for discussion, but suggestions are very much appreciated. And our development has moved to 2 different tracks. So one's the latest version, which receives the newest PR changes immediately. That ensures development isn't ever halted due to bureaucracy, and the latest features always pushed. The other is a stable version, which will have changes slowly applied to it after it's been proven to work well on the latest track. And with this change, enterprise users continue to get a guarantee of stability, while users who live on the cutting edge aren't left behind. So this is really important news for those of you who have been debating using Canasta because the cadence of release of new features is too slow. This will help you not have to choose anymore. You can live life on the cutting edge, or you can live life in slow and steady lanes. One major change we intend to move towards is splitting the web and maintenance containers. Right now, all the MediaWiki maintenance scripts that run in the background, they live in the web container. And in the spirit of Docker's one main process per container paradigm, that change here would move scripts like the job runner, the sitemap generator, the media transcoder, and other scripts into their own dedicated container that runs PHP but not Apache. By separating these two containers, we can actually improve resource management, ensure web requests are never held back by background jobs being run, and allows for a more practical approach to horizontally scaling the web containers while preventing race conditions that would happen if multiple containers were to run maintenance scripts at the same time. With this approach, horizontal scaling of the web containers would be possible, while we place a limitation on the maintenance container to only be vertically scalable. Aside from the various changes proposed for the tech stack, there's always room to add more extensions. I'm really sorry for the wall of text here, but Canasta's collection of bundled extensions and skins currently consists of over 100 of them, and we select new extensions in a fair manner while ensuring the extension target audience and stable enough for inclusion. A new workflow for proposed skins is currently being used. It starts with nominating extensions and skins on the Canasta GitHub repo in the issue section. Each extension and skin should have its own issue to track its nomination, which I'll explain on the following slide. The nomination should be seconded by somebody else before the extension can be considered for inclusion. Then the community discusses the inclusion until consensus can be reached to either include or exclude the extension or skin. Anyone is welcome to participate in the discussion. Lastly, the inclusion of the extension or skin hedges on whether the volunteer who's interested in doing so has a pull request that gets through. A few of our criteria for review here are stringent, while the rest are highly recommended. All extensions and skins, for legal reasons, must be compatible with the MIT license, so that's a legal requirement. They must be actively maintained, both currently and in the foreseeable future. That is also a stringent requirement. But some of the consideration criteria that are suggested, at least for evaluation, include: is this extension established and has many examples of successful usage, preferably evidence that several significant wikis are using the extension or skin? Whether the extension would be reasonably relevant to a significant number of Canasta users, should differentiate itself from the other extensions already bundled in Canasta so there's no duplicate functionality, and thorough testing and code review should have been completed. Finally, we want to keep adding more starter pages and data structures to Canasta, as there are many permutations of starter data structures for each use case of MediaWiki. We have stated for over a year that we want to build a robust, comprehensive library of starter pages and data structures that lets Canasta also make it easy to get content set up on the wiki fast. Now, packages that can easily be enabled in Canasta, and I'll show this to you. But I also want to quickly add before we go there that adding packages and data structures will also be facilitated by the Canasta CLI in the future. So not now, but we'll get to it. So yeah, today we're pleased to announce Canasta PM, a package for project management within MediaWiki. PM stands for project management. Canasta PM is a package of pages, forms, and templates that form a package for project management. It is based on semantic actions, which is an extension that does something similar. Canasta PM facilitates creating Kanban boards that run natively in MediaWiki with a few fundamental extensions, such as page forms and cargo, which in my opinion, if you don't use page forms on your wiki, then is that really a wiki? But anyway, through Canasta, it's trivial to install the prerequisite extensions that need to be used for Canasta PM. Also, contrary to public opinion or public perception or whatever, Canasta PM is not an alternative for Tylenol PM. So just keep that in mind. Anyway, the installation is actually straightforward and easy. First, you just want to enable the page exchange extension, as well as the prerequisites for this package. which will be shown on the page exchange package installation page anyway. This is simple to do with a Canasta CLI. And when you're not using Canasta, it's the same thing, but you have to install all the extensions manually. And then next, you would just add 2 lines to your local settings.php that adds a source for page exchange that allows for easy installation of the package. Without further ado, I will now give you a demo of how we.
Jeffrey, when you do switch over, can you hide your video?
Yes. Oh, was I sharing my video the whole time? My bad. Okay. All right. So let's go. Whoops, wrong. Don't look at that. Okay, let's do this. So what I have here is a Canasta instance that I've already spun up in the interest of time. I know we're running late. My apologies. Anyway, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to start up this instance of Canasta with the CLI. So I'll just do Canasta start, and it's now started. I think I might have to wait a little bit for the varnish. My varnish is up, but for the web container to actually wake up fully. But in the meantime, let me explain what I'm going to do. I'm going to take this this line here, and I'm going to go and install the extensions. So actually, I probably should have done that before I started Canasta, but that's fine. And by just copy pasting this, I am able to basically have everything that I need for the extensions enabled in one go. Now, usually, if I were to try to install it without, actually having these extensions enabled, what I mean by that is I try to install a package, the Canasta PM package, without the extensions enabled. It would provide an error message that would be like, did I not show it? Doesn't show it, but anyway, it would say like, you don't have these extensions, go back and install them. So yeah. All right, we should be able to access Canasta now through my local host. Cool. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to add 2 lines to our local settings.php. And I'm going to go to the bottom here. I'm going to just save these. Okay. So just going to log in here real quick. Yes, so now MediaWiki has been installed, blah, 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 blah. So what I'm going to do now is go to special packages, and that's the special page where you can install page exchange packages. Yeah, so I unofficially installed it, I guess, because I installed it last night. But yeah, it's this page is already found in the wiki, so I'm just going to reinstall it, I guess. And what this does is it's going to download the package that I just, for which the URL was added just now to local settings. And I'm going to just press install, because it'll just kind of copy those, pages from the source. And now that it's copied over, I press install. Now it's installed. So what I can do now is I can go to the project form, and I can create a project. So let's call it project, since we're in Texas, Project Longhorn, also to honor my alma mater. Let's say that we have this project that's due in 2 weeks that starts today. We'll just say it's in progress. I think that's fine for now. Yeah, and let's just save that. So now we're in this project, and we can add a task. One thing to keep in mind is that the creation of all of these pages in the package do go through the job queue. So if you look at the recent changes, for instance, it's going to be doing a lot of stuff on the job queue. And a reminder that Canasta runs that job queue automatically. So we might have to wait a little bit to see everything. But essentially, something else you can check is because the package uses cargo, you can check the cargo tables to make sure that everything is peachy and that it is working. So in this case, I think tasks and statuses are might be in need of some love. So I'm going to recreate that data real quick. And then for statuses as well, let's recreate it. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so the recreation seems to have helped a little bit. I can go back to doing now is I can refresh it, and there we go. Look at that. We have 6 different statuses that you see usually in Scrum and Kanban. So now I'm just going to create a task that'll make Lego KTM happy, and then just say, you know, due date, whatever. I'll just say John Doe is assigned to this task status in progress. We can say that this is important but not urgent. Excuse me. And yep, create that. We can put in some details, but in the interest of time, let me just go back. And now you can see we have a Kanban board here and it's in progress. And let's say that I'm now ready for it to be in review. I'll just drag it over and there you go. And if we go over to the page itself, you can actually see that the status has also changed. Yeah. So you don't even have to go edit anything. You don't have to go to edit the form. You just drag and drop. So I hope that everyone enjoys using Canasta PM. It was developed jointly by WikiWorks and Wikitext, so we can thank them for that. Last but not least, let me just wrap this up real quick. So we really need contributions. Again, Canasta would not have been possible without open source community support. I want to take this opportunity right now to recognize everyone who has begun to use Canasta since our launch at EMWCon 2022 in April of last year. Without your support, Canasta simply wouldn't be possible. And to keep Canasta thriving in the future, we have 3 asks. First, Canasta always appreciates new development contributions. We need lots of work to be done for adding new but essential features. The more contributors and the more users of Canasta, the better it will be for everyone. Second, the future of Canasta is up to the community to decide. And I encourage everyone to join our mailing list. I forgot what the URL is, but you can look it up, I guess. And not only will you be able to keep up to date with the latest developments, but the mailing list is also where we make important decisions or propose them for future development directions of Canasta. You can also visit the mailing list for more details on joining our bi-weekly cadence meetings, which is our forum for synchronously discussing topics pertaining to the development and usage of Canasta. And that has been instrumental in providing future direction. So I really encourage you to come and join. If you have any questions, if you have any suggestions, it'll be a really good forum to discuss those things. And third, to fund the development of Canasta, we need your financial support to sustain our development initiatives. This helps pay for young volunteers to get the stipend to be able to work on Canasta's important features. So please talk to me or talk to your own if you are interested in donating to sponsor our part-time young developers to have a stipend. And let me see. Yeah, so for more information about Canasta, you can visit our website, canasta.wiki. Our source code is open source and can be found on our GitHub, and we really would appreciate any contributions you have to it. We're currently using the GitHub issues feature to track as a central discussion point for both bug reports and feature requests of Canasta. So it might be called issues, but actually there's also non-issues that are just on that tracker. So be sure to go and suggest something. Don't be shy. We hope to see you there soon. And I want to open the floor up for questions now. Thank you. Do we have any from Hopin? Okay, that's fine. I think the thing is that I've been presenting about Canasta for like every 6 months now since last year or so. And it's okay if we don't have too many questions, but Rich has a question.
Thank you. And this might be a question you've asked or answered already.
Mm-hmm.
So is it possible to sort of pick and choose the degree to which you want the extensions that Canasta offers by default? Can you add additional extensions and sort of go off script? And specifically, as I see it, Canasta is providing like one of the tech stack is a really big part of wiki administration. And then getting the extensions added is maybe the next big part of setting up a fully featured MediaWiki server.
Do you know offhand if Canasta is compatible with OpenCSP?
Okay, that was a very long question, but let me just try to paraphrase it down. So basically, is Canasta like a pick and choose style thing? Can you add extensions that are not already bundled into Canasta? And is Canasta compatible with OpenCSP? Answer the first question, yes, you can pick and choose. Second question, yes, you can add custom extensions. The instructions on how to do that are available in our previous two EMWCon presentations. And for the purposes of concision, I kind of left them out in this one. But yeah, the third one, you can also look back to the SMWCon umbrella is what is Canasta's status with OpenCSP? I know there were a lot of discussions last year about merging Canasta with OpenCSP, but that would be like saying, oh, let's breed this banana tree with an apple tree, right? It doesn't make any sense. You can have both at the same time. So it is compatible, I think. We were working last year with Wikibase Solutions on getting OpenCSP to run on Canasta, but I don't think there's been much progress since November, unfortunately. But I got like a proof of concept working. So, if you want to go try that out, I'm happy to share it with you in the Create Camp tomorrow. It's been a few months since we worked on that, but I think it can still work. So, yeah. Thank you. Oh, yeah. Question on Hopin. Oh, sorry. I was on the backstage. I was like, what? There's no questions. Question from Jared. Briefly, how does Canasta use Composer, and what are future plans for support? So right now, Canasta just has its own Composer file, and we don't really expose it to the outside world. And primarily because the way that we work with like local settings is that we have like a secret local settings inside that we do our own thing. And then we do a require once for like the public facing Canasta local settings that the sysadmin actually sees. So we're able to like inject our own things into there and prepare things out before we give it to someone else. So we have that two-step process of like having our own thing and then having the sysadmin's own, their stuff. We can't really do that very easily with Composer. We have the Composer merge plugin, but it's for various reasons, it's just very complicated to get that working. And we're right now just considering just letting people just, have a template Composer, just editing that. Yeah, it's not ideal, but it would probably be the solution we're going to go with for now. So yeah, basically Canasta does not support Composer very well because it can't be customized very much. So all the bundled extensions that require stuff on Composer will have it, but other than that, not really. And then, so yeah, future plans would be, we'll see. And this is exactly why we encourage everyone to come and contribute. You don't have to be a long-time contributor of anything. You can just come in and what do you call it? Make your suggestions heard. I think Jared personally, he kind of joined our Canasta cadence meetings, several months ago, and he's been instrumental in suggesting things and saying, hey, here's what we use at the Space Force. Here's what we need, and we worked on implementing those suggestions pretty quickly whenever possible. So, yeah. Awesome. Well, in the interest of time, and I know everyone wants to take a break, I'll go ahead and stop the presentation for now. But yeah, thank you, everyone. And I'll take questions on Hopin if you have any more.
is going to be traded. We're also going to trade straight nets. A couple of teams won, so.
Okay. Gunjan, can you hear me?
Oh, that's what I'm hoping.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, great. Sorry, I got some noise in the background here. Hold on.
No worries.
Okay, so we just have one more minute and then I'll kick it off.
Sure.
Okay, I think, yeah, we can. It's 11 now here, so I'll start us. Okay, our next talk is another remote talk. Please welcome Gunjan. He's going to be talking about generative AI and how to generate wiki pages. So thanks for giving this talk and thanks for joining us. I'll turn you over now.
Sure. Thanks so much. And hi, everyone. I'm Gunjan. I'm someone who's been in the NLP space, doing a variety of work from research to industry work to a lot of other things over the last few years. And so I've learned quite a bit about the AI space, and it seems that generative AI is now at the forefront and everyone wants to know how relevant it is to their own company, their own industry, and how they can best make use of it. And this presentation is a very quick walkthrough of some of the things that might be worth looking at. So moving on. So the first question we want to ask ourselves is, what is generative AI? And most people's introductions to generative AI came in the form of ChatGPT in December of last year. But generative AI can be a lot wider than that. All it is really just some automated agent, we'll call AI, that's able to generate something. And usually this comes in the form of text, images, or speech. So I'm sure most people are aware of ways that text can be generated, which comes in the form of ChatGPT and many of OpenAI services. But there's also Bard, Google's competitor to ChatGPT. But less well known and less talked about are the generation of images and speech. So there has been some work in trying to generate full images from, say, a single text prompt. And one of the forefronts of that has been a model called DALL-E by OpenAI and another model called Stable Diffusion. So there are ways to now generate images that are realistic and that people can't really figure out. And of course, there are deepfakes, which have been around for a while, but have been getting more and more realistic over the last few years. So you might end up seeing, say, a video of Trump speaking in Chinese that's entirely fake, but will look otherwise realistic, except for the fact that I imagine that the former president does not know Chinese to do that. But overall, generative AI has been taking the world by storm, and it's been coming in a variety of forms. In terms of how these models work and how they're built, what they're doing is they basically are trained on practically the entire internet. For the text models like ChatGPT, OpenAI has scraped pretty much the entire internet and used that to basically teach its model about, I guess, how the world works. In the case of images, Google Images is an enormous database and has been used to train models. For speech, the data sets tend to be a lot smaller. Sometimes these big tech companies just end up getting their own recordings, but usually the ones that almost all of them use are just speech recordings from audiobooks, usually children's audiobooks, to help figure out what they should be doing. And so what is done with each of these forms of data is we'll take a part of it and the model basically has to predict the rest of it. So let's just say we have maybe like the example, Luke, I am your father. We will remove the word father and have the model basically predict what that word might be. So Luke, I am your, and the model has to predict father. And if it gets it right, it's rewarded. And if it gets it wrong, it will learn from its mistake and naturally figure that out. So just by predicting the next word, GPT and text models like it are able to get really, really good performance. And that's a big driver of what we see today within generative AI. And similarly for images and speech, it may not be as simple as the next word, but it might be just like the top right corner of the image, or in the case of speech, maybe the next second that was hidden away. So that's the way that a lot of these models are trained. They're trained in order to basically predict what might come next, given a context like a text, speech, or image prompt that they're given earlier. So generative has honestly been around for a while. The original GPT came out in 2018. Deepfakes has been around for nearly a decade at this point. But why exactly do they work so well, and why are they coming out in the forefront now? Like, why am I even giving this talk now instead of maybe like 5 years ago? So it turns out that there have been two key parts that have been found that have made them work really well, and that's one of the key reasons why they happen to be here today. So size is key. So anyone who wants to try and learn a new language will find it relatively easy to understand what that language means just by going to a few classes, maybe taking a few years, or doing Duolingo or something. That is relatively easy compared to literally being able to speak as a language as a fluent speaker. It takes a lot more work to generate something that understands something, which was what makes speaking a language quite difficult for most people. Same concept goes toward text generation, but also image and speech generation. So generation and creating something from scratch is inherently difficult for both models and humans. And so these models also need to be really large in order to be able to handle this task. Think about how big a model is essentially representing, or how big an AI is ultimately representing its brain size in essence. The more it has, the more things it can learn, the better it can do, the more difficult tasks it can do. And so that's been one reason for why the term large language models, or LLMs, have been used to describe the space, because without the huge size that these models are, it simply would not be possible for these AIs to be able to do anything at nearly the level that they are today. They would essentially just maybe generate half an image or like the next 10 words and then completely fall apart and just embarrass itself. So that's been one key driver of those results. The second thing is that many of these models are specifically trained to follow human instructions. So yeah, there's a lot of data on the internet that's online, like Google Images or just random Reddit threads that people can go at and for models can learn from, and just how humans talk. But not all of this data is created equal, and naturally there are some forms of images or text that humans prefer more than others. We go to a museum because we really want to see good artwork. We herald people like Picasso because we think he does great art. Naturally, we want our models to have some sort of signal to basically learn what humans consider good and what humans don't. And so, as a second stage in what these AIs learn, these models are taught to follow humans' instructions for what generations they like most. So when someone, a teacher, an English teacher, is grading an essay, there are some things that they're going to like more, and there are some things they're going to like less. And so now these models are basically being put in toward an English class, and they are basically being taught how to get the best grade possible from what is effectively the English teacher. So models are going to learn that humans would much rather see something like, this text is incredibly well written, over some misspelling, failed capitalization attempt at this is great text or something. Now, usually by this point, the models are already good enough to generate. It will probably not create something as terrible as the latter, but the example is just showing that there are some types of text and some type of images that humans naturally like more than others. And so the model learns to align itself with, I guess, what pleases the human experience. And I do know that I've been giving a lot of examples on the fact that there is some forms of art that humans like more than others. It just so happens that generative AI actually hasn't used that trick for images yet. This alignment with human instructions has been exclusive with text, but I imagine that it will eventually be there in images. Wouldn't surprise me if OpenAI did that in like a year, but yeah, it's kind of an open opportunity out there. So one core part of what I want to focus on is ChatGPT. And the reason for this is, one, everyone knows what it is, but also because it's the first generative model available to the public free of charge with no technical background necessary. It's pretty much as simple as, say, using Google or a search engine like it. So previously, if you wanted to use generative AI, you'd have to use some sort of APIs. You'd have to go toward writing code, finding some model library like Hugging Face, and basically setting up a long training script to effectively use generation yourself. ChatGPT drops that barrier enormously, as pretty much anyone who has used it has figured out. So the next few minutes will probably sound a little bit like a tutorial of how to prompt engineer ChatGPT, but at some extent, there is some valuable knowledge to come here. So ChatGPT is best used when providing instructions to the model on what you want it to do. So these models will change its performance pretty dramatically depending on what instruction you give it. It tends to be pretty robust for fairly common instructions like asking questions or writing essays for particular topics. But as you get more granular, you're going to have to be more careful as to how you ask it questions and what you want it to do. And for many of you who are wanting to generate wikis or augment your wikis with content, it'll sometimes be on things that maybe ChatGPT has not previously been trained to learn. And so as a consequence, you might have to be careful on what you talk to it by. And ultimately, it's important to test out what prompts work well at ChatGPT to see exactly what works best for your specific use case. And while this type of concept doesn't just apply to ChatGPT, you can use it for pretty much any text generation model. It is something that is most easiest to hone in ChatGPT because OpenAI is subsidizing this for free, and it's definitely an opportunity to take. And I do want to note that Bing Chat is not really a substitute here, mainly because the marketing of Microsoft has been that they're putting in ChatGPT into Bing. And that's not happening. And if you try to use Bing Chat to do any serious form of generation, you will largely find yourself disappointed. The reason for it is basically Bing Chat is an entirely different model. It does take OpenAI's latest model, GPT-4, but then it's trained further on a different task. Basically, OpenAI decided that they wanted to teach their model how to use a search engine. So they had a bunch of people go on Bing, type in a few queries, click on a bunch of links, much like you would use a search engine, and then highlight in each of those links that mattered the content that they found most relevant to answering the search query. So the whole idea behind Bing Chat is effectively trying to automate web search. It tries to go through the links and through the web pages for you so that you can ultimately basically get the information that's most relevant for you. And this might be something that may be very relevant for your wikis in the future, because if someone's able to literally automatically go through your wiki and find the most relevant information to your question, then your wiki becomes a database for this AI to effectively answer questions for you. And my friend and your colleague, Jeffrey, will be talking to some extent about an early prototype that was made to try and do this. But as we get further and further, it is naturally going to be the case that wikis will be a source of information that many type of AI bots are going to be able to retrieve from and basically automatically use the search engine. And so Google itself is going to be something that people are going to be able to automate. So, but part of that is a digression from what I want to talk about with ChatGPT. So the things it'll work best on are ultimately the types of data that it has been trained on. So this data set is very broad by now. Things like Wikipedia, 19th and 20th century books, computer code, law, biomedical sciences, Reddit, patents, and basically high school and college standardized tests and competitions. That stuff is basically the type of things that ChatGPT has been trained on. It's generally just what's on the internet, but when they do collect these data sets, they want to collect from a variety of sources. And so if your wiki is talking very similarly to some of these concepts, you'll find that ChatGPT is a very worthwhile companion. And so what that means is that you'll be able to use relatively simple prompts in order to create wiki content. So I created an example of create a Wikipedia style article in the history of the iPhone. I used a different one when I actually decided to play around with ChatGPT. And so you'll see that you can create a Wikipedia style article on why Britain left the EU. I'm not going to read this out for you. I didn't even read it to begin with, but essentially it'll keep going. The problem is it does hit an endpoint. Like I think the limit that they do is about 3,000 words for generation. And effectively, for it to keep going from there, you want to write some prompt like keep going or continue or something like that, and keep doing that until it's pretty much done. So that's one way to create content on something that's very common knowledge. But naturally, Wikipedia already exists, and many of you are going to have content on your wikis that is much more bespoke and therefore isn't something that you can freely find just like on a Google or Bing search. And so the rest of this presentation will be going in more specificity in what you can do to tackle that. So if you want to still use ChatGPT and just want it to be more specific, perhaps you already have some idea of what you want to write in your wiki, want to write, and you just have a summary of the rest of it. So this is what you can do. You can keep making these prompts longer. You can basically say what you've written already, and you can also just write a summary of the things that you want ChatGPT to write about, particularly because if you don't do that, it'll just generate whatever it wants. And naturally, when you want to write these wiki pages, there are specific things that you might want to talk about. So there are some pitfalls, and this is applicable to the last stage too, but it's worth talking about right now. So ChatGPT is basically, for lack of a better word, like a professional con artist at times, because it can basically confidently say anything, whether or not it's true or not. And usually for things that is closer to the data that it has been trained on, it will be pretty close to factual, and you won't have to do too much editing and checking, but it's important to do that anyway. For things that it doesn't know a lot about, like if I ask it about the ChatGPT API, or for example, this is something I did like a few weeks ago, it basically completely made up everything and gave me 1,000 words of complete falsehood. So you should check for that. The less that it reflects what data this model has already seen, the more likely it is to basically make up nonsense. And given that all of you are subject matter experts on the things you want to write about, it's important to check for that. And OpenAI and Microsoft are also overly cautious and making sure that no sensitive content is requested of or generated by ChatGPT. And at times they take this to the point of even asking things at like a PG-13 level or above is basically a no-go. They won't let you ask it. They won't give you it in your answer. And naturally, that means that even if you want to talk about some of these topics responsibly, perhaps to give some sort of content or educational purposes on it, then these models won't really help you do that. So essentially, you have to be careful that if you want to write on these types of subjects, or at least answer some questions on it that might matter, these models aren't going to help. It's not that generative models are incapable of generating this sort of content. You can find plenty of alternatives, which we will discuss shortly afterwards, that will do this stuff for you. But it's just that OpenAI and Microsoft are very concerned about brand safety, and as a consequence will err on the side of heavy caution as a consequence. So here's an example I took from the MyWiki's website. Basically, I found an article about MediaWiki, and I took the first paragraph and basically did a very quick summary of what was there and saw what I would get. So I wrote 3 paragraphs and basically found 3 things I want to talk about. And so basically it generated an article that was pretty different from the one that I looked at to try and replicate, but it generally stayed pretty factual and did make a pretty strong case through MediaWiki. Now, I'll be honest and say that I don't have the domain expertise like to know like how accurate this is, but when I asked Jeffrey, he noted that it was pretty good. So I'll take that as a vote of confidence, and that is good. So let's go into even more granular level. Since, I mean, anyone can use ChatGPT. It's popular. Like, this talk is not just like a glorified prompt engineering tutorial. Like, naturally, you're going to want to get more and more detailed on things. ChatGPT still is on public domain content, and naturally, a lot of advantage comes from proprietary content or private domain, or just stuff that someone can't just Google or Bing within like 5 minutes and get an answer. And that type of content matters a lot to many of the private wikis that might be built. And so basically, a lot of you already have this sort of content, but what if I want ChatGPT or any generative model to learn from my existing wiki pages, to give it some sort of context as to stuff that it hasn't previously seen, and you don't want it to make up complete nonsense on the topic? So to do that, you're going to have to start going into much more specific solutions. Now, just using ChatGPT and just like playing around with it won't be enough. You can change up ChatGPT with OpenAI's completions API, which means, okay, I have some private wiki pages that are on content that it looks like ChatGPT does not know well. Fine, you can use this to effectively give this API these articles, and as input be like, maybe talk about the subject of the article, or maybe some sort of prompt that you'd want to use in order to create new wiki articles. Say if you want to write something about MediaWiki, then it can be like, write me a Wikipedia article about MediaWiki, and then the answer would be the article that you have already written. And so you can basically continue training ChatGPT or any one of OpenAI's APIs to effectively learn how to generate wiki articles that are specifically related to the content that you've created. Bloomberg actually did something similar. They created their own language model from scratch. That's about probably a little bit larger than ChatGPT, if I had to guess, but nobody actually knows how big ChatGPT, but I'm pretty sure the estimates online are wrong, but sorry, I digress. So Bloomberg created their own model where they took all of their Bloomberg Business Week data, they took a bunch of their proprietary financial data, and they built an entire generative model on that so it would be good at generating financial specific data instead of just generic internet stuff. And obviously, we don't have the resources to spend $10 million to do so, but the idea that you can domain adapt and change these models to be specifically working toward your specific topic or area is something that has been shown and proven to work effectively. And you're not just limited to OpenAI's world. I've focused upon that because it's the easiest to work with and requires the least subject matter expertise and generally has a safe bar of quality, but there are alternatives. So the ones that are like API driven and don't really require a lot of background knowledge include things like Anthropic's Cloud, Cohere, AI21's Jurassic 2. All of these are available through a service called Amazon Bedrock, which allows you to take some of these generative models and effectively change them up and fine tune them, which is just another technical word for changing up a model a little bit, to essentially be able to generate wiki content specific to the topic you want to discuss, and that can incorporate some of the proprietary data that you have naturally collected over the years. So that is a service that exists for you AWS customers. You'll find that it just was released a week ago and should work just fine. I would steer away from anything generative that Amazon creates since their actual models, not their third-party partners, but their actual ones, don't tend to be the best. I've personally never really been all that impressed with Amazon's models, but that's just mostly a personal opinion, but just wanted to share that. So if you want to use open source stuff and don't want to be locked to an API, you're concerned about what happens if you give some of your proprietary wiki data to Amazon or Microsoft, or basically you want to keep things more private, you can use open source models. There is an AI company called Hugging Face that basically stores thousands, well, tens of thousands of models, and some of these models can generate content by themselves. They're not going to be as good as, say, the private APIs because, well, they're open source, they're free for anyone to use. But some examples I've listed here as good models that might be worth training. DALL-E, GPT-J, GPT-Neo, OPT 2.7 billion, OPT 6.3 billion. These things might just basically be alphabet soup for you, but if you ever decide to do this, you can basically find these relatively easy. All of these are things that are very highly publicized. The LLM craze has basically meant that these should be fairly available. People won't stop talking about them. And so, yeah, finding them won't be too difficult. Just know if you want to basically do a DIY service with these, you are going to have to write your own code for it. You're going to have to learn how the library works. And you're going to have to accept that you might need one or more GPUs, because that's the type of thing that these models run best on. So DIY does require more work, but it allows you to protect your privacy and change things up according to your needs. But check for the licenses, because some of these models are not allowed to be used in commercial purposes. Facebook released a generative model called Llama, which is specifically blocked from using on a commercial basis. And a lot of these models, generative models that have come out recently, are all trying to improve upon that model. And so those two can't be used for commercial purposes. So watch out for the licenses. That can probably run into trouble. And given your own need to naturally protect your own content, this should be something that I imagine you sympathize with, given the need to protect content from, I don't know, OpenAI basically stealing all of your content and making it available for free. So that's all I had prepared. I'm happy to answer any questions or take any comments. But yeah, thank you.
Hey, 1 second. So there's one question that I actually have. I'll type it in for you.
Sure.
Backstage, you see it. And the audience is on a bit of a delay, so they'll catch up and then see if they have anything.
Okay.
I just typed mine in.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Is there any best practice recommendations for handling changes to wiki content as edits and content changes directly? Is there a workflow for training, fine-tuning, then push patches, additional tuning based on changes, and weekly, monthly full retraining? Can this be done currently with OpenAI's completion API? Okay, so I will basically go from the end to the beginning. So yeah, you can do smaller changes and larger ones over time in the specific way that you described. So essentially, the idea behind doing full retraining every 1 or 2 months is something that a lot of larger organizations do. The problem is that retraining a model like this takes millions and millions of dollars and is generally not really an effective approach. So one thing you can do is basically start from, say, OpenAI's API, and you can just keep training from it. So every time that a wiki article changes, okay, that's a new example of a new way that you can create a wiki article. If you do change it and it's slightly different, that just means that the model now understands that there are some slight deviances in how a model changes, and it can also become familiar with the way that you change up models. So that becomes an advantage. I don't think that you necessarily have to remove, say, the old data in your changelog, because that was mostly a perfectly fine wiki article. Now, if you do realize that, say, I don't like half of these wiki articles that are in my changelog, and as a consequence, I don't want the model to learn how to do it, then yeah, you can reset every so often and just take all of your wiki articles and like your changelog, remove the ones you don't want, and train entirely from scratch from like the OpenAI completion API. So you can do that. Their APIs are relatively cheap, so this type of, say, cautious strategy may not necessarily have to be followed in order to optimize costs. It is something that when the cost is much larger and you're dealing with, say, tens of thousands of dollars of spending, then it does matter. But yeah, it is a practice of just doing one-off updates to try and improve an API, and then every so often being like, all right, let's go look at my wiki changelog and see which articles I don't want the model to learn from, and then train from scratch. That is something you can do. And in terms of best practice recommendations for handling changes to wiki content, okay, I think I did cover that. Okay, so the next question. When creating an article, is it possible to restrict the set of sources used? E.g., the LLM should only use newspaper articles and journal papers. So the answer is yes, but most of these solutions I've described don't allow you to do that. One thing about OpenAI stuff and most of the other generative models is because they're big, they've learned to create their own content. And so if you copy paste the stuff that you get from, say, ChatGPT onto Google or Bing, you will find that there is like no article on the internet that copies exactly what it says. So it's pretty plagiarism proof, which is annoying if you put content publicly on the web that OpenAI or any other company scrapes and then just uses for their model. It's very difficult to figure out that it was plagiarized unless, well, your source is the only one on the entire internet that has this content and ChatGPT just happens to know it. And so in terms of restricting the set of sources used, one thing you can do is, especially in situations where you have very proprietary content, you can provide this content in ChatGPT or any other API's window to be able to show it. So like, for example, there's 2 or 3 wiki articles that you want it to use as sources and basically build into a new wiki article. You can pass those in as input to these LLMs to be able to generate new content. There are ways, like how Bard does things, to basically build a model that's specifically designed to retrieve documents from the internet. Although those things are harder to build, most of these large LLM companies don't support that. You have to go very deep into more so, I guess, bespoke models to do that. There is something called RAG, I think, that does that in a question answering basis. So you can answer questions based on retrieving documents specifically from that. Although I don't know how effective it might be for wiki generation. So it is an area that has been researched and has been shown to work really well. It just so happens that no one has really tried to support it for like large language models and generative beyond Bard, at least not in a way that would be open source. So you can do it, although it would take a fair bit of effort to make it work. And in general, none of the big AI companies have made that easy for you. But yeah. So next question. The founder of OpenAI predicts massive improvement in AI over the near future, with caveats including cost. How do you see AI impacting the future of Wikipedia itself? Chicken egg issue with the model being the human generated content of Wikipedia. So this is a good question. It would probably take a very long time to go through like all the possible ways that this could occur. But so I think at least by looking in the last 5 years of AI, one thing we've noticed is every given year has not really had a lot of big improvements. But if you look across the last 5 years or over a longer term, it's just like impressive just how big things have changed. Like even ChatGPT, its biggest impressive part is the fact that, well, most people did not know just how far generative AI had gone, even the people who have been innately familiar with the space, because, well, first GPT-3, which was the predecessor, came out in 2020. It was API locked, and so not many people have shown the examples that people are using. Even for open source models, people don't like spend hours and hours playing around and testing these things, except maybe for the creators. And so it basically seemed like a big jump from, say, I don't know, several years ago compared to ChatGPT today. And I think this just goes for technological innovation in general. We tend to overestimate what can be done in the short term, but vastly underestimate what can be done in the long term. So if near future means like in a year, yeah, I'll disagree with Sam Altman in that I don't think whatever OpenAI does in 2024 will be that much better than 2023. But in 2028, I'm pretty sure everything I've just talked about in the last 30 minutes is going to be completely obsolete, and everything we talk about will be entirely different. So that would be my response on that. So in terms of how AI impacts the future of Wikipedia itself, yeah, a lot of articles are probably, people are going to try to generate content and try to add that to Wikipedia. And that might be a concern. Most of these text-based models, sorry, not most, basically all of these text-based models today are trained on Wikipedia. Wikipedia has been one of the core reasons any sort of AI innovation text has happened. Like without it, there would be no GPT. There would be like no cool models. Like text models would pretty much be complete trash, and this entire AI revolution would have, most of it probably wouldn't even have happened. That's how transformative Wikipedia was for AI and text in general. Like every single person who's made money from this or like has learned from it, has built a career from this, should basically be thanking and like praying to Wikipedia because of just how valuable it was. But in terms of, yeah, people can use it to generate, and it is going to require that the people running Wikipedia be very cautious for factuality, be very cautious to make sure that the content that's being said is true. And I would argue, though, it's just pretty much no different than, say, handling like thousands or millions of volunteer contributors. ChatGPT is basically just a new contributor that is very well educated in the subject. And yeah, disinformation is a problem. ChatGPT won't be doing it, but you can find language models that are happy to make up fake stuff, and you can train them to do fake stuff, much like you can train them to write wiki articles that we've discussed. So you can train these models to do disinformation, and you can send those to Wikipedia. And so it's going to be up to the moderators to ensure that this stuff doesn't get through, and they're going to have to be more vigilant at a larger scale, because now the type of people who can mess up Wikipedia just found a way to be able to do this at a much lower cost. So Wikipedia's future is going to depend upon what the moderators and the people who run it ultimately are vigilant for. If they are not prepared to deal with the fact that people can mess up Wikipedia more cheaply and more quickly than before, and they're going to be in problems. But the good news is generative models can, in fact, be detected. The best way to stop a model is effectively to train a very similar model. So let's say I have a generative model called GPTX. And it's available online, and I'm a terrible person in basically creating fake Wikipedia articles on it that are malicious and are completely false and are very terrible. So the good news is I can create a model from that basically can detect whether or not content is generated by ChatGPT or not. So you can build models that can basically figure out if a very common generative AI built it or not. So there are models, there can be built models that are trained to figure out if ChatGPT wrote something. And so these Wikipedia creators can in fact use those to try and detect that. You can do this for any model, and this has been an active area of research since at least 2019. So yeah, I do think that the Wikipedia moderators are going to have to make use of these tools to detect where these articles came from and to make sure they're not like ChatGPT or Cohere or GPT Neo X or Dolly or any of these models, and ensuring that, well, it's protected against. But I'd be happy to help them if they want to do that, but that's up to them to decide. So AI impact in the future, Wikipedia itself, it can do a lot of great things. It can do a lot of terrible things. It just depends upon what the mods do. And yeah, okay. I can answer the it directly from chat in the stage, since I do know I'm like 5 minutes over time. I'm sorry about that. But yeah, I'll stop there.
No problem. Thank you very much, Gunjan. So, it's a very interesting topic, and I think it certainly seems like a technology, whichever the winner ends up being, that will be increasingly integrated into wikis in the future. So thanks for your time. If you don't hear it, there was a lot of clapping for you, and hopefully you can join us tonight at the Iron Cactus. So thanks again. And up next, we have Jeffrey again with 2 talks. So thanks for your time. If you don't hear it,
All right. Thank you so much, Gunjan. And I really appreciate his valuable insight as an NLP engineer. Today, I'd like to continue his discussion of generative AI by sharing something about a question and answering chatbot for wikis. Alrighty. So, why is it like that? I think I should probably share it with the whole screen. Okay. Alrighty. I'm not sure why it's not like full screen here. That's weird. Oh, here we go. All right. So, chatbots have really come to life in the past few months, right? But so we all know what ChatGPT is, and then soon enough, what do you call it? Bing Chat came up, and then my Microsoft alter ego's stocks went up a lot, and he was very happy about that. And then Google Bard came out, and it was really bad, and that made me even happier. So I'm so sorry. In all seriousness, we have these all new, mainstream solutions, which was really great. But there's a few things with them. They only search across the public internet, and not even all of it, actually. Bing was supposedly used for OpenAI to get their information from, and that's cool and all. But sometimes we don't want outside data in our data set, and other times the data of public wikis aren't even included, even though we want them. So because some wikis just have terrible SEO, and then they're just never shared, or they contain really bad information, and we don't want them to be on ChatGPT. And we also need a way to search private wikis as well. We can't just keep using these, general purpose, chatbots. So that's not a problem, though. We can do it ourselves. I'm going to just define a few terms first, and then I'll go on. So when we're referring to a context, that's just basically a text that we're going to search in for our answer. A question is going to be what the human asks for, and then the answer is the result that it provides based on the context. A class of models that we're going to be talking about today is called question answering models, and those are going to be designed to give human readable language to prompts. I've just been informed that I need to turn my camera off. Apparently some of you don't like to see me in a cowboy hat, but more importantly, you weren't able to see the full size of my PowerPoint. So, my Google slide. So my apologies for that. Last but not least, LLM is going to be an acronym that is used over and over and over again. It stands for large language model. So for instance, GPT is an LLM. I'm curious if anyone actually knows what GPT stands for. If you get it correct, just not get it correct. Don't look it up, but like put it in the hop-in chat. Just curious. And if you get it correct, I'll see. First round's on me. Sure. Yeah. I mean, we have like unlimited rounds tonight, but yeah, you had to take another round this tonight. Okay, cool. So it's really expensive though to train models from scratch. Gunjan was talking about how it costs like multi-millions of dollars, to do it. There's rumors that Microsoft is spending $700,000 a day just to run ChatGPT because Microsoft is the one providing in-kind support to OpenAI for that. But there's not really need to train models from scratch because you can use existing open source models easily available online, like the ones through Hugging Face. So we can try it out ourselves now. All you'll need is Python, pip, and a computer with decent processing power. But we can just use Google Colab instead. In fact, why don't we just start using that today? So I have this Colab thing, and what I'm going to do is I just have like a very simple set of, code here. I'm going to connect to a runtime, which is like the remote computer where I can run all this Python code from. And then I'm going to upload some files. Actually, just one file for today. This is some information we took from the MyWiki support panel. So I'm just going to quickly install the Hugging Face transformers package. And then once we have that, it'll install like the tokenizers, all that kind of stuff. And then we can, start to use that cool stuff. So then what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask it a few questions. What it's going to do is it's going to call the transformers model from Hugging Face. We're going to actually use this model to start with. Whoops, I don't want to cut it. I want to copy it. We're going to use this model to start with. So I'm just going to run it and ask if MyWikis collects EUVAT, which is value added tax. So the first time we run it, we're going to have to download the QA model itself. So that's going to take a little bit longer, but essentially I can explain what this does. So the QA models that you see over here, and let me try to see if I can zoom in actually, because it's a little bit small. Yeah. The QA models that you see, the models that you see here, they're different models that different people have trained. Some of these models are seminal models that have been, very, very impactful in terms of research, but they're really slow. And so what people can do is they can optimize for a certain thing. You can reduce the amount of parameters or whatever that you use. And Gunjan, correct me if I'm wrong if you're still online. But yeah, you just reduce them and then it becomes a little faster to run. So in this case, we asked, does MyWikis collect EUVAT? And we asked Zypherhead Electra Small Discriminator Fine-Tuned Squad. And it says, many EU clients have VAT numbers, making them VAT exempt. Okay, that does not really answer my question, does it? So I'm going to try using MRM 8488, Electra Small Fine-Tuned Squad V1. Let's try this again. You also might see like we have deep set Roberta base squad and BERT large and uncased whole word. Whenever I talk to those with Gunjan, he just says how crappy they are now. So I'm not even going to try it. And it's going to take like 10 minutes. Okay, but this model also gave that kind of answer. So not really what we're expecting here. But now let's move on to this question. What is the sales tax rate in Texas? This is what this is for MyWiki specifically. And it correctly puts out 6.6%. I know if you're a Texan, you'll know like, hey, isn't it 8.25%? Yes, but web hosting companies or data processing entities only have to collect 80% of the total sales rate, but they still pay the 8.25%. But that's effectively 6.6%. So we got it right, which is awesome. But then let's change it to do Texans have to pay sales tax? Because this is like a more complicated question that you're asking, right? You've got about 5 seconds to answer. You don't have to pay taxes in most jurisdictions. Well, that's correct, because we don't, you know, like if we have like one customer from South Africa, we're not big enough to collect taxes from them. Well, I don't know about South Africa, but in the UK, we're exempted because of our size. But that doesn't answer the question, right? Actually, the correct answer is yes, Texans have to pay sales tax because we're a Texas-based company. So, you know, legally we have to. So that doesn't really help us very much. It was a nice try, though. And the pitfalls of using these kinds of pre-built models out of the box is that the input size is limited. So the context and questions have to be kind of small. And you can't control the output size. So if I ask the question, it might just say like a few lines. Like I was kind of going for like, hey, can you tell me what exactly are the tax, you know, rates across the world? It would probably just say something like, oh yeah, 6.6% in Texas. That's it. That doesn't really help me out. And it's not really optimized for the content either, so it might not be fine-tuned for the speed. And what I mean by optimized for the content is that these pre-trained models are trained across everything. They're general purpose, right? So we want to optimize them for the specific content that we're searching among. That is the biggest thing here. So it's not fine-tuned for speed. A refined approach that we want to take is you want to first choose that you want the model for. You probably want to upload all your wiki documents to the QA bot in advance. And then when you're asking a question, a querying model will then determine which document has the most similar content to the question, and that document will be actually used as the context. So it's basically like a layer of like pre-filtering. It's like finding one page that you know, will probably answer the question. And although this does not search across all pages, right? It cannot synthesize for multiple pages. It is, correct me if I'm wrong, Gunjan, but yeah, this really speeds things up a lot. And the querying model will then automatically be trained to understand the meaning of the documents. After you've found that document, you can then ask a question to a pre-trained LLM with prompt tuning to maximize the performance. And then that LLM will be automatically fine-tuned with instruction tuning on a set of questions that are automatically generated from the wiki documents. So let's try this again. This is going to be a beta version of our chat wiki implementation, which we announced on April 1st. So not an April Fool's joke now anymore, huh? It doesn't use Hugging Face's Transformers package. This is now a proprietary thing that we're using, but we're still going to demo it on Colab. So without further ado, what I'm going to do is, unfortunately, it's going to take a little bit of time to prep the requirements, but I'm just going to upload these files first. Wait, what's going on? This is new. Okay, that was weird. Yeah, let's upload these. Okay, so first I'm going to do pip install the requirements, and then once we've installed those, you know, requirements, I'm going to just import that package that we've our chat wiki package. And then once we do that, I'm going to have the QA agent be initialized. We're going to upload the documents to the QA agent that we're looking for. So in this case, we have 3 documents. We have one for migrating to MyWikis, like for customers who are, you know, going to move to MyWikis. We have a document about what's the difference between mywikis.com versus mywikis.eu. And then we have a single sign-on question and answering page. So these are all on these pages are all on our help center. So they're pulled directly from helpcenter.mywikis.wiki. And so like you can see, like, you know, this is the kind of page that we're looking for. So anyway, if we go back here, we can initialize this agent now. And then we can upload the documents to it. And finally, we can start asking questions. So the first one is, do you accept non-euro currencies of EU countries? Let's see what it says. MyWikis EU accepts payments in euros and pounds sterling and does not accept non-euro currencies of EU countries due to concerns about currency exchange conversion rates. Sure, yeah, it's actually another reason, but that's fine. What plans offer SSO support? SSO support is available for MyWikis' Quantum, Ultra, Corporate, and VPS plans. That's right. What can I do to make my migration smooth? That's a pretty open-ended question, right? And it'll probably have a lot of text. Our previous model would probably only provide like a sentence or two if we're lucky. But here it says, to make your migration smooth, follow the steps provided by MyWikis, including signing up for a new MyWikis wiki, filling out the migration form, blah, 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 blah. you know, and it even mentions our standard versus premium migration services. And then tells people don't make any modifications to the database before sending it to MyWikis. We had a client that did not tell us that they blanked out their users table before sending it to us. And we were like, huh, why isn't this migration working? They didn't tell us about it. And we're like, oh, thanks for nuking your database before sending it to us. That's why we added it there. Anyway, I'm not sure why it says the question again, but then we can ask, what's the difference between MyWikis.com and MyWikis Europe? That's also an open-ended question. Give it about a few seconds. And then it says, yeah, there are two platforms that are offered by MyWikis, depending on the region of the world that you're based in. Yeah, you know, both share some things, but the differences lie in the logistical factors, GDPR compliance, etc. So these are actually, this is correct, actually. I'll vouch for it. And that makes the wiki, you know, chat, what do you call it? Makes it accurate. So, yep, this is a demo of basically what Gunjan was kind of talking about. And this provides a foundation for future work that we can use to create chatbots, search wikis. I'll take any questions now. Thank you. Yes.
First of all, I may have missed this when I was coming in here, but the documents that you added, they were just exports from pages?
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, so we just took the contents. Like if you edit the page and you just copy all the edit source content, that's all we really used. We might like, you know, update a little bit of stuff here and there. But for the most part, it's going to be, what do you call it? It's about the same, but like, you know, like the formatting things on the syntax, right? So like, what's it called again? Like the equal signs for the section headers, those kinds of things. We need to do a little, maybe more to work on that because, you know, when you're inputting it to a language model, it doesn't really differentiate between like bolded text and like header section, things like that. So probably a little bit more processing is needed for the work, but this was pretty much like a, you know, a minimum viable product, like or proof of concept really, just to demonstrate out what the possibilities are. Yeah. Yes, your own?
How is this code structured? Does it live outside the wiki or is it connected to the MediaWiki code?
So your own question is, how is this code structured? Does it live within MediaWiki or is it connected, or is it outside? So that's a great question. The way I'd put it is, the future intention is to probably have a MediaWiki extension that will put the interface on the wiki itself, right? You don't want to go to some other website to do it. You can just do it from the wiki directly. Perhaps you can even replace, you know, Cirrus search, you know, something like that, or supplement. I don't know. But the overall like code will probably most likely have to live in its own service because, in case you haven't noticed, Python is like the de facto language for AI. There's just no doing it in PHP. Sorry, everyone. So we have to run it independent of MediaWiki for that part. So most likely the front end would be MediaWiki on an extension, but the back end would have to be its own Python API. Yeah. And then Brian asked another question.
So if you wanted to provide answers for the full content of a wiki, and maybe the wiki is tens or hundreds of thousands of pages, I would assume you'd run into a token limit to try to just export all pages and feed it in an input prompt. So if there is a way to train on the full corpus of information, how do you handle revisions? Is there a way to kind of keep up to date? Is there a way to send kind of patches and then retrain after a certain amount of time or changes are done to the wiki?
Yeah, so, well, based on the second approach that we took, we would just, you know, we don't look for all of it, right? So we're optimizing to like just hone in on one small context. So we don't really have to worry too much about retraining like that. we have tried training everything at once. It took forever and it doesn't work out too well. And then if you have revisions, yeah, good luck. So we have to kind of step away from those approaches because, you know, wikis get edited so many times and it's just not feasible. If you make a revision, that takes like a second. You're not going to be able to have your model, you know, reflect that revision that quickly. I don't believe, you know, Gunjan can correct me if I'm wrong, but, you know, I would say it's just not worth it. So we definitely have to be creative in our approaches. Yeah. Simon Steyer asked, why did you ask the proprietary model different questions? Because I'm a very busy person and I don't have that much time to prepare presentations. I'm really sorry. I just wanted to give you something that was presentable. I mean, yeah, we can go back and ask the same questions too and see how it performs, but you know, it's not hard coded if that's what you're asking. I just don't want it to provide like a question that that it will mess up on because it's not fully ready yet. So it's, you know, it's a chat bot. I wanted to show you the nice part of it. If there's no further questions, I'm going to move on to the next topic. So thank you, and we'll be right back. Okay, cool. Alrighty, so hi everyone, I'm Jeffrey Wong. I'm a software engineer at Microsoft. I'm going to talk a little bit about how you can use ChatGPT and GitHub Copilot to automatically generate code with AI. Whoa, why is it going automatically? That's weird. I did not do that on purpose. So generating code with AI. Technologies have evolved, become intelligent enough now to generate code that can compile and run. Now, that being said, generated code still contains errors, but sometimes it can provide inspiring code, other times not so much. The biggest challenges right now in AI-generated code are, one, learning how you as a human can ask it to generate the right code, and two, catching and fixing the logical errors. We're going to take a look today at two different ways to generate the code. The first is ChatGPT. Oh, I made the mistake again. Sorry, guys. Okay, let's continue. It stopped the screen share as well. Man, that's weird. Oh, I know. Oh, no. I know what happened. Yeah, I turned off the PowerPoint and it just like the window died as well. So my bad. I think it's just very confused right now. Sorry. Okay. It's showing up here correctly, but it's not on. I don't think. Sorry. Okay.
Oh, yeah, you should share your whole screen. Share the whole screen. I don't know if you're doing that.
Oh, there's two screens? That's, oh my God.
Just share everything.
Yeah. Okay, whatever, it's fine. Okay, so, cool. Okay. Okay, let me try this.
On the live and it just caught up, yeah.
Okay, sorry about that. So, yeah, what's the difference between the two? Because you can use both to generate code. So ChatGPT is a chat interface, and then you get the code in the chat box, but you have to ask it questions, you know, like human readable questions. You can also add the code that you might be feeding in as context, just actual code, like somewhere in there in the question you're going to ask. And ChatGPT, as you all know, is free to use. GitHub Copilot, on the other hand, is accessible via an IDE extension. So if you use like Visual Studio, VS Code, some JetBrains IDE like PHP Storm or IntelliJ IDEA, things like that, you can install GitHub Copilot on those. And then it generates the code for you directly inside your IDE. And for most people, it costs money, but I know there's some students here that can get it for free. And also, if your company pays for it, like Microsoft, you know, then you get it for free as well. So, just ask for what you want and be as specific as possible. And if you don't get the response you're looking for, just press regenerate response. So here's a few examples. I know it's a little small. I'm really sorry about that, but I'm just going to try to read through it a little bit. So asking ChatGPT, for instance, to generate a fiscal year conversion function. So this is written to Microsoft's fiscal year of July to June, but that so happens to be Wikimedia Foundation's as well. So let's just go off of that, right? And I asked basically write some, oh man, I can barely see here. Wait, it's just continuing on for me. Oops. Create a C# function taking in a date time as a parameter, convert it into a fiscal year, and return the fiscal year and month for a company whose fiscal year runs from July to June. And it says, sure, here's a C# function that should do what you're asking for. And okay, I don't know why it's going on like automatically, but yeah. So you got year, month, you know, if you're, you know, greater than 7, whatever. And then it even suggests like, here's how you might use it, right? It'll be like a new date. Sorry, I don't know why it has a mind of its own. But yeah, it'll even explain, you know, the function first checks the month of the date is greater than or equal to July. If it is, then the fiscal year is the same year, blah, 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 blah. And then the function returns like a tuple of an int containing the fiscal year and month, things like that. So it even shows you an example of how to call it. And if you're writing a test case, you can just, you don't have to even specify what kind of tests you want. You can just say, hey, I want some test cases, and it'll provide those. Yeah. So some of the test cases include like the edge cases, like what happens if you put in July 1st? What happens if you put June 30th, right? And those are the things that you expect. And I believe this is written for like N unit, but I could also ask for it in like another test framework. And then continue that, we can ask it now to say, hey, like the code that you wrote, I don't actually like it. Let's change the business logic a little bit. So I say like change this function, the month between July and December, have the fiscal year as one greater than the calendar year, which is actually how Microsoft's work. So like right now, sorry. So like in July, we'll be in fiscal year 2024. And then I don't know why it's doing that. I'm so sorry. And then it says, hey, and I'm like, cool, that's exactly what we wanted. All right. If we wanted to say convert a Docker Compose manifest into Kubernetes, it's stupidly easy. We were actually working on this a few months ago for a client, and yeah, we just said, hey, manifest, can you convert it into Kubernetes? And we just have that, and then it spits out all of this. Does it run immediately? No, we had to make some changes, but you know that's what we're paid to do. You know, there's that Stack Overflow joke, right? There's someone on Quora who asks, you know, what do you call it? Why do software engineers get paid if Stack Overflow exists? And the answer is they get paid $1 to use Stack Overflow, to copy code from Stack Overflow, and they get paid $100,000 to know what code to copy. Same thing over here, right? You have to actually go in and be able to know what to do with it, because you should just be blindly copying from ChatGPT. It might hallucinate some stuff that doesn't make any sense. That wouldn't be too good. On the other hand, we can also use GitHub Copilot to generate code. You can get access via github.com/features/copilot. Like over here.
Directly instead of working away at the screen.
I just want to make sure that it's using the right microphone. Probably is, but oh wait, I'm sorry.
There's also a suggestion to go into slideshow and uncheck use times.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that's the one. Okay.
All right, I'll stick closer to the computer. Sorry, I like to roam when I talk. Yeah, we have a lawnmower outside, which is not helping us at all. So, yes, yeah, I don't know why it's doing this.
If you're handling that, that's fine.
Okay. Is it?
Oh, you know what? This is
Unlicensed, so I can't. Oh man,
I don't think that would be. I don't want to do that.
Okay.
That's just leave it
Yeah.
off. Yeah.
One, two, don't worry.
Oh, I paid $20 for mine, but or 14, I don't know. Okay. Yeah, I'm really sorry, everyone. I'm trying to. This was not supposed to take this long. Oh, come on. Now it's frozen. Great. I don't know if people can see it on Hopin, but
Yeah.
they can.
Well, yeah.
Okay. All right. So you can basically get the access via here. You can download an extension for VS Code, blah, 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 as I already told. It has context for code generation based on code already present in the project. So whatever you have in your IDE already, it's going to be able to read that. So for instance, you can describe the class here and let GitHub Copilot create it for you. So I just wrote here class complex number, and this is immediately, it just generated all of this. That's all I typed in the color. This all came together like by itself. I could also let GitHub Copilot come up with some tests. So, you know, obviously it's maybe a little repetitive, but hey, these are tests that you could use, right? Here's an example that I took from a larger project. Here's part one. It's the original human written code. So this is what I called, a hash joiner. It's a C# implementation of a relational database join with specific definitions of join comparisons. So, oh, sorry.
Lawnmower guy.
Oh, the lawnmower person is singing outside. Sorry. Anyway, so we have two methods currently defined. One is get difference, and that's the equivalent of a left anti-join in SQL. And then and then we have a get intersection over here, which should work like an inner unique join in SQL. And it even says like, okay, the top operation is commutative and the bottom one is not commutative. You know, left side should be the probe input, right side should be the build input, things like that. Has comments. But now I wanted to create like a get unique union method. And with just wrote for get intersection, it already generates it in the same style. And it works. And if you're not sure if it works, well, shoot, I'm going to use X unit for my unit tests. I just say, hey, joiner test, make it fact, you know, public void, whatever. And it induces that all for me. And you can test it out and you can see, hey, this is what it should be equivalent to. And then if I wanted more tests, I can stop. I can do this as well. What about GitHub Copilot Chat? So it's basically a superpowered combination of ChatGPT and GitHub Copilot that uses GPT-4. You can check it out at this link. I'm going to show you now a video of it, of what exactly it does.
This works.
It's on Firefox
too.
Okay.
Works or not?
I'm going to change the screen to share here. And then I can share audio, right?
Yeah, make sure to check the share audio checkbox is selected at the bottom left.
Okay, got it. Cool. Let me just share the entire screen because Makes life easier. I don't think it's working on Firefox. Okay, don't look at that. Don't look at the LibreOffice thing. Don't look at it. I think for some reason you guys are seeing in the in-person presentation seeing something different. You're seeing like a different screen, and that's not what I'm going for. No, I'm not trying to.
I'm just saying,
like, don't
download
download
LibreOffice.
LibreOffice. You should get PowerPoint instead. No,
No, but in all seriousness,
you guys, I already exited out. Here, let's do this. Let's just kill it off. Sorry, guys, this computer's having to. This is what happens when you don't
use it unlicensed.
Let's try this again.
Yeah, he switched to his HP now, so now it's giving problems. Unlicensed HP over there.
I'm so sorry,
everyone, for the inconvenience here. We have to get it working for both in person and online.
So a little bit about good.
Copilot X.
Are you able to see it on Hopin?
I've seen it backstage and I've seen.
Okay. All right.
Can you share it? Did you hold on.
Did share it, but it's like but like the thing is we're hearing it.
No, the round one. Turn the round one on.
Yeah.
Yeah. It should go pink, and then we should go there. Yep.
Okay, let's start over. Sorry, online people.
Copilot X
is currently in only preview, but hopefully we can share with more people in the future. I can't scroll. Okay, well, I'm sorry, I don't know what's going on with this, but yeah, basically, yes, Copilot X is
you can
use it soon. I think that was it for my presentation anyway. Entertain any questions. Yes, you're up.
What percent of the code you write these days would you say is AI generated?
What percent of the code I write these days is AI generated? It depends on whether I'm doing unit tests or like repetitive code. So I would say maybe 75% of my unit tests or more are actually generated with GitHub Copilot. And in terms of my code, not too much just yet. I would say maybe 25 to 35%. Yeah. But yeah, it's a huge productivity boost. Helps me go home earlier. Yeah. Any other questions? I know we're getting to the lightning talks now, so in the interest of time, I'll be happy to answer the questions in the stage. I'm really sorry.
But thank you, everyone.
And looking forward to the lightning talks. Yeah.
Okay, thanks, Jeffrey. We're going to switch over to lightning talks now. We're going to start with Simone, and then there's two more after him. So Simone, take it away when you're ready.
Yep. Okay. Okay, I hope you can see my screen. Yeah, so at my first talk yesterday, I did not really have a chance to introduce myself. So my name is Simon. I'm both material scientist and software scientist, a computer scientist, and I'm working as the head of digital transformation at the Fraunhofer Research Institute in Germany. But I'm also a freelance software developer, dealing a lot of wikis to use them as a metadata data storage. And yeah, now when we switch my camera off, in the hope that you will see more of the screen. Yeah, and today I give a short overview of the Open Semantic Lab, Open Semantic World Python package, and how it can help to use the metadata stored in Wiki to automate tasks you have, maybe. The reference problem we have as engineer scientists is, for example, we have a sensor somewhere in our lab, and the sensor needs to be connected to a database. And so, of course, with Open Semantic Lab, Semantic MetaWiki, you can store all the critical information we need about technical devices, like what they can measure and where we want to save the data. For example, on this Postgres database, what are the data schemes of the database? What is the database server of the database? What is the host of this database? What is the port of the database? What is the domain of the server? So all the information you typically have to look up in a wiki or elsewhere is already a knowledge graph. So that's really nice. So you can look up what the critical information is, and then you may start to implement. So the goal is to create in this database on this server the right table structure to store time series data from this sensor device. So normally it takes some time to get information together. So, but if the information is already structured in the wiki, why not use this structured information directly in your Python code in this case? So, and that's why we created this package to interact with the structured data in the wiki in a JSON format. Yeah, so the basic idea is if you have JSON stored in the wiki or stored elsewhere, we have also can apply the scheme, JSON scheme, the linked data JSON. A lot of fancy stuff with it, and one of this fancy stuff is I showed yesterday was creating forms, but today it's more about creating Python code from the JSON scheme. And that works like the following. So if you have a scheme in your slot, then you can use the Python package, which internally uses the Pydantic data model code creator, consuming the scheme and generates the class structure from it. So if you have two schemes referencing each other, having some properties of different types is directly translated into Python types, and you have a class inheritance structure. And that's really nice. So you have in the wiki and in the Python code already the same data structure. The next step is, of course, if you have the data structure, you can create an instance of this data structure. So you have like the instance of a page, the metadata within the page, also in your Python code. That would be done by creating a class instance. But you can also, and you can then, with Pydantic, you can create a JSON representation of the class and store this class directly in the wiki. So you kind of have a twin of your wiki page regarding the metadata in your Python application. And if you upload this representation to the JSON slot, you can also get a rendering through the wiki page. And of course, it's nice to have this data transfer between both systems or to both worlds. But it's of course nice if you have a powerful programming language like Python that you can also go beyond just having a data model, but also have some functions that you can execute. And that's why we have this structure. We also have controller classes. Controller classes just inherit from data classes, so they just extend them not through additional properties, but additional functions, like this very, very, very simple example, like printing a property. So if you go in your application code, you may create an instance of your data class, or you directly fetch this class from the wiki, for example, representing a database or a device, and then you call a function on this controller. To make a quick example, so as I explained, so the target is to use the meta information, the linked data in this knowledge graph to create a database structure, store data there, and load the data. So typically it would take maybe some time to figure this out. But using this approach, we can just write, we just fetch all the models from the wiki. So we referring the category pages, which containing the JSON schemes. They create the data models for us internally. So for example, if I go in my model class, model Python, here are all the data classes automatically created. And if I can cast my data model of this device in the device controller and tell device, please connect to the database and internally create a database structure if it's not already there, store the data, and load the data for reference directly again from the database. So we just click run, and it's just a few lines of code, but what the code does, it queries, it fetches the data class from the wiki, it queries the related data sets in the knowledge graph, like where's the database server located, what is the host, what's the connection information, what's the database structure I want to store, and it stores then one instance of our target data model, which is a timestamp pressure value, and reads this value back again. If you look at the database time series DB in refresh, we see we have this table created specifically for this data providing device, the sensor. And if you have a look at the first, at the data in this database, we should see one entry. So that's just what the Python code creates. One timestamp data measurement in this database. And of course, also this model for this JSONB entry is defined originally in the wiki. So we can have really a structured and consistent data exchange over the system borders. Okay, so that's a lightning talk. So I'm happy to answer any questions if there's even the option to do so. Thanks.
Thank you, Simon. Your name earlier. Let's give it a second for the local audience to catch up and see if there's any questions.
Hello. I'll just share my screen. There we go. So I'm gonna have a quick talk about Wikisearch. I think I talked almost every conference about Wikisearch, but this time I'm gonna talk about Wikisearch as a result format. So as you may know, Semantic Media Wiki has a lot of results formats, and it also has the extension with extra result formats. But we use. Okay, I'll hide my camera. So, but you can use Wikisearch also as a result format, and we use them a lot on our own projects, but also on client projects, and a lot for overviews. So normally you maybe have one search page, but we have a lot of search pages. Like every category has its own overview and it's a search page, and we do all kinds of special things with it. So you can render templates with the search, but you'll also have all kinds of built-in display types. And I just wanted to show some of the nice things we created. So this is for Cessna Pilot Association. We have a lot of documentation, a lot of PDF files. You can search inside the PDFs and have this as a result format with the filters and the searching, and you can hide everything or have more options there. This is an example of a calendar display. Wikisearch also has the calendar display option. It's really handy for showing events, but also for planning stuff, so you can put them in the calendar. This is a table layout. So the default layout for Semantic Media Wiki result format is, I think, a table. And this is a table version of the search. You can, and also the tags here are clickable, and so there's also some interaction that can be done. This is another Cessna example when I just wanted to show this because this is a different page where it's only a search for the magazines. So this is the landing page for the magazines, like the category magazines. So there's, I think, for all the different document types, we have an overview page, which is tailored to the specific things you want to search. This is on our CMS system. As you can see, there's a lot of, it's not only a result, but there's only things you can do with the results. You have actions. I think this is a nice example. Here we show templates that you can use in Visual Editor. You can search the templates and they are visually represented with some little documentation there. You can search for your template that you want to use or edit. This is also for a client. We made a frequently asked questions search. It's also a nice example on how to use the search for different overviews. So this is an overview of all the questions, and you can even ask a new question on this page. My mouse is hanging. Yeah, there it is. And this is a really nice example from France. This is not a website that we at Wikibase created, but a really nice example on how open source software works and people use your stuff or use this stuff. So it's a really nice example how they have implemented the search in their project. It's an open website, so you can check it out. It's triple performance. Check it out. It's really nicely done. Yeah, and for the future, at the moment we are doing a rewrite of Wikisearch with Vue 3 and TypeScript, and with the MediaWiki Codex UI kit, which is really nice, but still in development also. But I'm using it already in the Wikisearch, or trying to. So be inspired to use Wikisearch for your overview pages, for your category pages, as a result format for. So normally with a result format, you have a template or you have some options, but in Wikisearch, you can use a template or special options for every single property, so you can configure a lot. And that's it. I think a lightning talk.
Robus, thank you. That was exactly that, a lightning talk. Thank you very much. If there's any questions for Robus, go ahead and put it in the hop-in stage talk, and you can answer it there, and then we'll just switch over to your own so we can get to lunch on time. But thanks again, Robus.
Thanks. Bye.
Camera, video. Hello, hi everyone. Oh wait, it's not letting me share the screen.
You should be able to.
Yeah. I should.
Define. What is that?
Yeah, I don't know. Let me reload this. This looks better. Hello, everyone. I can do 2 lightning talks in -2 minutes. You'll be surprised. Well, you won't be that surprised. What? Yeah, it has to be like reverse lightning, I guess. But these will be very fast. So I just want to talk about 2 quite new extensions. One actually hasn't even been released yet. First is page permissions, which no one is using yet, and it's not handled by Translate Wiki yet, but hopefully that's coming soon. But it's a neat extension that we created that lets you set role-based permissions for each wiki page. So here it's hard to see, but there's you can one of these inputs, either called a reader, editor, manager, or owner, and that sets different levels of permissions. If you want to have that kind of granular permission that lots of CMSs outside offer. It's not the only extension that does this kind of thing, but I think it's maybe the best. I don't know. It's got a nice UI for it. It's very simple to use. So that's page permissions, not to be confused with page properties or page anything else. But yeah, sure. But check that out. The other one is it's only semi-released. It's on GitHub already, but it doesn't have a MediaWiki.org page yet, but it will soon, hopefully. It's called Backdrop. and it's something that we at WikiWorks created for this wiki called Scotland on Air, which is a repository tied in with a book of
Scottish
TV and radio shows. So this is something that I've wanted to have for a long time. So it was really cool that we got the opportunity to do this. Here's a page on the prime of Miss Jean Brodie, which you may know as a book or a movie, but there was a TV series by that name that aired in the 70s on Scottish television, STV. Yeah, I mean, you can see right away what Backdrop does. Presumably, it lets you specify an image that serves as the full bleed or whatever background for the entire page. So here, as I scroll down, it shows the page and info box and sidebar and everything, but the background, that image remains as the background. I think it adds a really nice touch to the wiki and all the pages. It really sort of personalizes it. So yeah, if you scroll all the way through, you see the full image again. Here's another one I like just because of the name, Scotch on the Rocks. I don't know if that's a pun. Different TV show. So if you're curious how it's implemented, if we go to edit the page, view the source, you can see there's just a call to this parser function called backdrop there, where you specify the image and so forth. So that's it. Thank you. Oh, there's a question. Okay. Yeah, sorry.
To what extent do you expect page permissions to be stable across MediaWiki versions, given that the extending permission manager is not
I mean, as long as it's maintained well, I expect it to work across all versions.
It's going to be a lot of work to update for each new version.
No, I doubt it. It's just a matter of changing around some code, presumably. I would think. Yeah, Jeffrey.
So for page permissions, is it just you have to set the permissions per page, or could you do it like across the page?
No, right now it's just per page.
Are there any plans to expand it?
I don't know. Maybe. Could be interesting. Yeah, per category, per namespace. Although, well, categories and namespaces already have the lockdown extension. Yeah.
But I feel like this has a nice UI and it's easier to use.
Yeah.
So.
Could be interesting. All right.
Okay. Cool. Thank you.
You want to announce the picture? See if anybody wants.
Hey, well, that's the end of the lightning talks, but we're doing our group photo now. If anybody who's watching wants to get on it, what do you have to do? Share your camera. Share your camera. That's the word. And then we'll
jump on the Zoom link that Cindy sent out.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Oh, we're going on Zoom. Yeah, jump on the Zoom. Where is it sent out? In. Okay. Yeah, and hop in on the EMWCon element group. There's a link to Zoom, and I guess we'll have it there, and we'll all. Yeah. Okay. All right.
Back in a few on here, and then Cindy, do you want to use your computer to jump on Zoom? Okay.
If you go to the stage, you should be able to go to the link to the Zoom.
There you go. Yeah.
That's all.
Scroll up.
Is it? It's up higher, lower? Why am I?
It was about an hour ago.
Oh, okay. No wonder. I don't. Oh. Oh yeah, there's no Zoom on here. Man. It's all right. I think. Hopefully it won't take that long. Well, so but everyone can get up here in the meantime, no? Or is it going to take a while?
Well, yeah, we can.
Who's taking the photo?
Oh, that's a good question.
Can we get Chris? Can you get Chris or somebody?
Oh, yeah, what did?
They start eating already?
Crap, it's already 12:39.
And then, of course, if we all cluster in front of the screen, we're all going to
Yeah, we're all gonna look
really bad.
Well, yeah, sure. That's what happened.
Now, maybe we could put the projector on top of this
Oh, yeah.
and like move it over.
They got it right, except the sender.
And we'll all get down on our knees.
Well, okay, yeah. I mean,
I
mean,
and Chris is up to lunch. We just got the front person. So
We're set. We're
all right.
okay.
Setting up Zoom. This should have worked.
I thought I saw it.
Oh, here we go.
Hey, okay.
Well, oh, we don't need the audio.
No, it's actually a warning now, it's just forwarding correctly.
And then we want them to be tiled.
How do we do that? How do we?
I do not remember.
Oh.
View, have it in the top right view. And then maybe turn off your camera.
Sure. Wait, it's not. Oh, yeah, right. Gallery. Is this everyone? Just 5 people?
Yeah, there weren't that many people.
It's off.
No, if you press view again, the top right corner, and then hide self.
Hide self view.
There we go. Okay.
Hey, it's Tom.
Nice. Okay, so then can we do something to make that higher?
Hey guys. All right, cool.
Are we ready?
Almost.
We got someone
Everybody
taking a
needs
picture
to.
now. Who's got the best camera or phone camera? Anybody? Right, use mine.
Okay. Do we want to?
I don't know.
All right, everybody move that. Come on up front. We're gonna have to get in tight and close. Maybe should we do seats or just kneel?
Something that we could lift this up on top of.
Oh.
That didn't work nearly as well.
Oh, you're going low.
Is there a?
That's.
I think there's a feet or something. Okay.
Thing.
What thing pops out?
Wait, what do you?
Okay, that's not.
So, what are you trying to do?
I'm trying to make it higher so that we don't all have to get down.
Come up.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
Right there?
Yeah, high,
Is that
high,
an angle?
yeah, sure, that's good.
That's fine.
Off.
How do we make that little menu go away? Oh.
Ooh, by the way,
I mean, if you end the meeting, the menu will go away.
You don't want that.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
So we gotta get closer, I think.
The background is okay, right?
Uncomfortably close.
Include the background.
Include, yeah, we want everybody in here and then everybody here, so.
Should we open the windows and curtains for the lights or?
Is that better? Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, we might want to do 2 rows here.
Yeah, probably.
How do I hide?
I can sit in front of them.
Thanks.
I mean, you're in camouflage, so.
Yeah, you can't see me.
Brian, I think, yeah, Brian, come on.
Brian.
Well, then we're just gonna Photoshop you in later.
Yeah.
We're going on Zoom.
We'll tell everyone that Tom is you.
Okay.
Is everybody in?
Yeah, everybody in.
Okay, except Brian.
Okay. One, smile, 1, 2, 3. Okay, take one more.
On the count of 3, say wiki. 1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3. 3.
Wiki.
Okay, check.
And then just take a picture of Brian really quick.
No, that's a joke. No, that's a joke. That's a joke.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, very good. Thank you, Amy. I appreciate it.
Okay, thanks, guys.
And then
We'll
we can exit
see you,
towards the front and have lunch. Right now, whenever.
See you after lunch. All right. With AI. Okay, cool. Did you? Okay. Hi, we're just. Hello. Okay, we're trying out the panel audio. Sounds fine. Okay. Don't mind us, but there will be a panel here in half an hour. All right, cool. Wait, I'll be over here. Wait, hold on.
I'm on the other side.
I'm on the other side. Other side of the panel. All right, cool. Oh, That's interesting. Okay. Hello, everyone. We're starting a little late. We are starting the session. Okay, now it's sharing. And okay, well.
Okay, is this all good? Am I live?
Yeah, you're live. At some point, you should, after introducing yourself, you should turn off the camera so people
So
can
if
see
you
the
can put that in presentation mode, and then, yeah, I can see that, and then introduce yourself, your talk, and then switch back to hop into, just minimize your, turn off your camera.
Yeah, let me just look at how to do that before I start.
So there's just a little camera button.
Is
On the
it
hop in, so you hide that.
hide?
Yeah, and then you're just going to turn that, just click on that, and that'll turn off
Okay.
your camera.
Okay.
I moved because it was blocking the.
Are we like,
Yeah.
is it on time to?
Okay, we're starting.
Oh, just a second, 1, 2. Hello, everyone. In a few moments, we're going to resume things as soon as cool. Hello, everyone. For those of you who do not know me, I am Brian Wolf. I've been around the MediaWiki community for quite a long time now, and currently I work at WikiTech, which is a MediaWiki consulting firm. Today I'm going to talk to you about debugging slow wikis and what to do when you set up your wiki and suddenly it's slow and you're not sure where to go from there. So first of all, I'm just going to switch the camera. Cool. Okay, so as I was saying, you set up your wiki and suddenly you realize it's just really slow and sluggish and you're not sure what to do about it. So in this presentation, I'm going to talk through what things could go wrong, what to look into to see what has gone wrong, and kind of what to do about it. So at the very basics in MediaWiki, some of the most important things are ensuring that the object cache is enabled and the parser cache is working. These are usually the top things to look at from the very get-go, as they have a dramatic effect on performance. In general, when you're trying to figure out a performance problem, it's always very important to measure what you're doing. It's so very easy to just have some sort of theory in your mind of what you think is the problem, what you think is causing the badness, and go fix it. But then it turns out you were wrong. That wasn't the slow part, and you just spent like a week fixing something that wasn't broken, and that week is wasted. So, as they say in the lumber industry, measure twice, cut once. Always measure, always verify that what you did had the effect you thought it would. So, since we're going to talk kind of starting from the basics, the most basic part of performance is system resources, and do you have enough of them? Oftentimes, the first thing people go to if something is slow, buy a better computer. And sometimes that is the correct answer. Sometimes it's not. It can all kind of depend on what is wrong. As I said, you should measure first, but the first thing to measure is your system resources being overutilized? Do you just not have enough, or is there some configuration problem causing them to be overutilized? So to first do that, we should measure. One possible command, there are many, on Linux is vmstat, gives you kind of an overview of how your Linux system's memory, CPU are currently being utilized. Certainly not the be-all and end-all, but like just as a quick 30-second glance to see what is overutilized, it can be really helpful starting place. The output is a little bit, you need to decode it, but the big parts are look to see if your memory has too much free memory, look to see if your swap is being in use, and look to see how much of your CPU is being used by user processes. If you're out of memory, your system will start trying to use swap memory, which is fake memory. And typically when that happens, everything goes to hell. So you do not want that to happen ever on your server. So if you look at, there's also the swap column there, how much free memory you have. If it's a low number, you need to reduce the amount of memory being used by different parts of your system or add more memory. And if your memory is fine, you can look at CPU time. Is CPU time close to 90% all the time? That probably means your CPUs are all utilized, and you either need more or you need to maybe adjust your caching so that stuff can be reused so that the CPU can have a bit of a break. As I said, swapping is bad, and make sure you're not doing that. But if you do run out of memory, oftentimes, especially for smaller wikis, a lot of different things are probably running on your server. You probably only have one because you're small, right? And the different things often have controls to control how much memory they're using. The big ones, your caches can have configured size. If they're too low, they're useless caches. If they're too high, you run out of memory, and that's even worse. Similarly, web servers, like number of web things processed at once can increase your memory if it's doing like 200 requests all at the same time, instead of doing a small number of requests and then going to the next one. And a variety of things. Elasticsearch can be a huge memory hog, that sort of thing. Top command, I'm sure you're all familiar with it, shows on Linux the top processes usually by how much CPU they're using, but it can also be used to show what is the top memory hogs. Like in this example, Java is the top one. Maybe you might think MediaWiki is written in PHP. What does Java have to do with it? But Elasticsearch is written in Java, and this particular server uses Elasticsearch, and that takes up a lot of memory. Similarly, Redis is an object cache, and cache main on this list is the name of the varnish process. This can kind of get you an idea of what's using the most memory, what maybe you could cut, and if something is in a place on this list you don't expect it to be, it's a good thing to look into. The other thing you might have, maybe your memory is fine and you see your CPU usage is really high. This is actually a pretty common thing in smaller MediaWiki instances. In MediaWiki, when your CPU is high, it usually means you're parsing pages kind of over and over again. And MediaWiki parsing is what we call the process that turns wiki text into HTML. And when you're using complicated templates, that can take a lot of time for MediaWiki to convert them to HTML. Typically, this is a process that we have something called the parser cache, which saves the result of turning something into HTML and then reuses it next time instead of doing it every single time. But there's a bunch of ways that that might not be effective. There's many extensions which disable it because they want to show something different for every single user. Or sometimes they might decrease the time. Like if you put in a page something like the current time, it might decrease the amount of time the parser cache is used for because it wants that to be updated. For wikis that have a large distribution of requests, where a small number are logged in users editing, but a larger number of people just looking at it. Not all wikis fall into this, but some really do. Varnish can be super helpful. For those not familiar, Varnish is a program that basically saves the result of your entire page. And every time someone visits your website, they're not logged in. And so it doesn't matter. You don't have like your username at the top or other user-specific customizations. It can see not logged in. It can just send the same page that the last person got, even before hitting PHP or MediaWiki. And that can be a big improvement for wikis with a lot of anonymous users and good latency improvement too. The other thing that can really help with MediaWiki taking a lot of CPU usage is rewriting templates using Ubuntu, which is what we call Lua templates. A lot of wiki text related functionality is very slow, especially some extensions like extension arrays is often very slow, and just rewriting it in Lua can often result in a rather big speed increase. So diving a little bit deeper, I'm not sure how many people are familiar with this. Don't worry if you can't read it. I know it's small. But on every page in a MediaWiki instance, if you go to the HTML view source, there's an HTML code comment talking about the wiki text to HTML conversion process, what we call the parser new PP report. New PP stands for new preprocessor. You don't even know what that means. But it has a bunch of data about how the process went, which is super helpful if you're trying to figure out why the process is slow. There's a bunch of different things on this list that is way too small for you to read. Most definitely, big ones are the cache expiry, like how long the cache is used for. If it's only used for 5 minutes, it's kind of useless. Default is about 24 hours. And lots of people, maybe you want a higher default than that, it might make sense. Other things, CPU time versus real time. CPU time is how much time of the page rendering was spent on the CPU versus other things. This can be helpful if you have like extensions that are reaching out over the network to, I don't know, maybe include some external API data or something in it. If the network is taking a long time to respond, that will slow down page loading, but it won't increase CPU time. It would increase real time. So seeing how those numbers compare can also really help kind of diagnose the problem. At the same time, if you have like a lot of requests and your Apache is set up to try and parse a lot of them at the same time, and they're all fighting over the CPU, that means real time might be really high and CPU time will be really low because the actual time spent rendering the page is small, but it was split amongst like 30 different processes all trying to render a page at the same time. Other big ones is there is a template profile which says which templates took the most time to render. You probably can't see it here. This is an example from Wikipedia and showing that the refless template is the most expensive template on this very small page because it took 500 milliseconds or about 30% of the time. As I said earlier, it's always important to measure first. And it's always important to choose the big things to fix. Like for example, on this one, there is template short description. It took 2% of the time and 49 milliseconds. Probably can't improve on that much, but let's say you could. Is going 49 milliseconds to 10 milliseconds really going to make a difference to anyone? Like, you know, that's less than a blink of an eye. So there's no point spending a lot of time trying to fix the small things. Always try and fix the big things. Yeah, as I said, transclusion profile, CPU time versus real time, reduced cache expiry. There's some other fields here, and some of them are useful, but they're not like the core, you know, things to look at first. So yeah, that kind of brings me to the next point. Often, if you see a slow thing and you've ruled out your out of memory and swapping, and you've ruled out various like CPU optimizations or caching is wrong, next thing to do is try and optimize the templates. Often this is the most applicable thing that you can change. Often, like sometimes you can buy a server with more CPUs, but you know that costs money, and maybe servers are expensive, and or maybe it's someone above you in the organization's decision what type of server to run. But most wiki admins, they can always edit a template. So extension arrays is very slow due to the way it works, like surprisingly so. That's a big one to try and replace with something else if you're using it, especially Ubuntu, because Ubuntu has much faster control structures. Beyond that, Ubuntu like can do other things, especially kind of reusing data. Sometimes extension variables is used for this purpose. I definitely recommend Ubuntu if possible. Variables can make hard to maintain extensions to see what's going on, and also has questionable forward compatibility. Other things to think about, a common thing people talk about is database intensive extensions like Semantic MediaWiki or Cargo. I know there's a lot of fans of those in the crowd. And those can be a source of slowness, but they're more like extensions that scale poorly. So when you have a small wiki, which is a large number of people, like, you know, there's some people who run big wikis, lots of people run small wikis. If you're running small wikis, you can do anything to the database. It won't matter. Like it always starts out fast if you have like less than 20,000 pages. It's just Semantic MediaWiki, Cargo, those sorts of things tend to get slower faster, if that makes sense. Like if you go from 20,000 pages to 100,000 pages, it starts to slow down significantly. So when you're small, it's all good. And then as you grow, it's more to worry about that. As always, you should measure first, and there are things you can do to try and optimize cargo and SMW, but they're kind of more complicated and depend a lot more on what you're specifically doing. Now, profiling. If after all this, you're still not sure what is being slow, the true way to see what is kind of going wrong is profiling. For those who aren't familiar with the term, it's when you take a computer program and you basically record for every function how much time it took and how many times it was called. This can get a little technical and can be a little harder to interpret, but it gives you the most data. As you can see, profiling in MediaWiki is pretty easy to install. You have one PHP extension you have to install, PHP Tideways. If you're using Debian or Ubuntu, that's an apt-get install away, very easy to install. On some other operating systems, maybe a bit harder, but ultimately it's not that hard. One thing to look out for is there are multiple Tideways extensions. There's a commercial one and there's a free one, and you want the free one. I mean, if you're into the commercial one, I haven't used it. I hear it's good, but I personally want the one I don't have to pay for. And honestly, it's kind of all you need. And then there's like 3 lines of MediaWiki config. The last line tells it whether to put it in an HTML comment or just display it right on the page. I usually use an HTML comment. So to give you an idea of what this looks like, it looks like this output. And this is split over 2 columns just for ease of reading this. And like when you first see this, you might be like, what is this? It's kind of quite technical. You maybe recognize some of the words, you're not sure what they are. So it can be a bit of a learning curve to kind of understand this and know what it means. In this particular example, some things I highlight is you have like pool work article view. That's the part that makes the page. And as you can see in this example, it's taking 97% of the time. It's taking 7,000 milliseconds or 7 seconds, and it's called once. So that's a sign that your slowness is caused by something in wiki text in rendering the page. You might have a different situation where maybe an extension is causing your slowness that's not tied to wiki text. In that case, page rendering probably won't be 97% of the use case. So now you've kind of ruled out all sorts of other causes. The other thing to note in this particular example, which is kind of an example of a slow page that's just kind of slow due to complex templates, you have a lot of SMW things right at the top. The first thing you might think is maybe this is an example of the semantic MediaWiki database is kind of like struggling and like it's the complicated database queries. But the other thing you notice here is there's no actual query functions in the top. Like MySQL query is not anywhere near the top. So the conclusion you can kind of draw from that is something about SMW is slowing things down, but it's not the database access. And while you can't quite tell from here, the next step is probably to look at what your templates actually do. And in this particular example, it's a SMW template that does a query and uses the template format parameter to call a template for each item returned in the query. And that template was like a very complex template. So this example turns out to be a complicated template. And this was a real example, and we optimized the template, and it significantly reduced the time the page loaded because that was the key. And basically optimization was rewriting it in Lua, but not really changing much about the logic or how it works. We found in this particular example, it was using kind of nested the arrays wiki text extension. And that extension, due to how it processes wiki text, can be quite slow. And rewriting basically the exact same logic in Lua made it significantly faster. I think took it down to something like 2 seconds to render the page. So just straight up rewriting in Lua without doing any kind of like fussy code optimizations can really help the template render time. So I have a second example to kind of show you like the different things you might see in a profile. So this is, again, another real example. We found a page was slow and we weren't sure why, so we ran a profile. And we noticed something weird. We saw that like all the parser, tool, work, article, view, do, work was called twice. It was still taking 100% of the time, so it's something to do with page rendering. And it was taking 29 seconds, but it was called twice. That's where you're viewing one page, right? Why would you have 2 page renders? We also noticed going down that almost exactly 50% of the time was being spent in this one extension hook, which is very suspicious, like precisely 50% and the page is being rendered twice. What turned out is the extension was inadvertently triggering a double render of the page. So this one was tricky. And when I actually looked at the code of the extension, the first time I looked at it, I didn't understand why this was happening. For context, there's this extension. It had like a magic word in it for the current user, but it didn't want to disable varnish cache when users aren't logged in because it didn't display a username, but it did need to disable parser cache for the logged in users. So it didn't want to use the default MediaWiki way of disabling because that would disable both caches. So it tried this custom thing where it got the article and it looked at a flag. A flag is something you can set when rendering a page. And it basically checked the flag to see if that page used this extension. And if so, it disabled the parser cache. And this hook is run before the page is displayed. So this sounds great, but what we didn't realize is when we're coming into this, we have to get the parser output to know if this extension has used the page. So to figure out if this extension is on the page, we need to render the page. So we render the page, and then we see that this extension is on the page, and we say, well, don't use the parser cache. And then we hand it off back to MediaWiki. MediaWiki says, can't use the parser cache, so can't use that rendering I literally just did 5 seconds ago. Let's do it again. And as a result, pages were rendered twice and took twice the amount of time that they could have. Obviously, in this example, it was 29 seconds. They brought it down to 15. That was still slow. There was other things like component templates, but it was a major, a small change that had a major impact. And we switched it to use a different cache splitting mechanism. So I'm doing, oh, I have lots of time. I guess I talk fast when I'm actually up here. Okay, so our last example, because I know these get boring if you look at too many of them, but I wanted to kind of show the different things you can see, because profiling is really technical when you like start to see it, and it can be hard to kind of make sense of it first. So this is another real example. There was an extension that fetched some stuff from a foreign API, some external data, and injected it into the page. And we ran the profile on this page. The extension we thought would have been cached, so we didn't think it should take up that much of the page. But when we ran the profile, we saw that the extension was taking 30% of the time. And as we look closer, we realized the extension was called 17,000 times during the rendering of that page, which was more than we expected. We knew the extension was used a lot in the page. Like, we knew that going in. We didn't quite know it was 17,000 times. But what more, we were originally worried that the extension was making this HTTP request every time, or something like that, and that was causing the slows. That was our theory going in before we measured. And this is why measuring is important, because it turns out the HTTP request things are nowhere near in the profile. So it's not requesting, it's fetching it from cache. We saw the cache lookups up there in the profile, but all the entries were cached and it was still slow, but it was doing it 17,000 times. And when we look closer, we noticed that set cache was being called 16,000 times, which is a bit odd. Like, you know, normally you set the cache when you generate a new thing. You don't set the cache when you're getting the thing. So it turned out there was some kind of small logic errors in how the extension was managing cache. We replaced the kind of custom way it was managing cache with, I'm not sure if you're familiar, in MediaWiki there's a class called WAN Object Cache, which does a lot of things for you, very smart and very optimized for doing things right. One of the things it does is if you're fetching something repetitively, it kind of saves it within the process so you don't have to hit the external cache. Like hitting an external cache, in this case Redis, is quite fast, but it's still like a request. And when you do it 17,000 times, it adds up. So using WAN Object Cache, which automatically keeps the last 10 things you requested from cache around, that was a massive improvement. It also allowed faster regeneration instead of this, because the previous thing was kind of setting the cache all the time. This one only set it when you need to, and also check to see if it's almost expired and tried to reset it back. It did a bunch of fancy stuff. And replacing with that small change significantly improved the time, even though in both cases we were doing a cache resolve, but this was a smarter use of cache. Cool. So yeah, basically to conclude, always measure again and again to make sure you're doing the right part. If that's one take-home message, always measure when something is slow and always try and fix the big part, the big slow part, not the fast part. It's always important as a starting point to make sure that your system resources are in order. Of things I've seen of kind of third-party wikis that are slow, almost like 90% of the time is some sort of memory issue. Often it's like out of memory, and then some bot comes and tries to render 90 pages, and Apache is configured to, like, in its fork mode to spin up to 600 children, and eventually all the RAM runs out, and then swap starts happening, and that slows everything down, and it's kind of like a positive feedback cycle because things are slow, so more requests pile up. So lack of memory usage. And then the other thing that I often see is like CPUs maxed out, again, because maybe some web spider bot. I don't know if you've ever heard of SEMrush bot. It seems to be a common one that tries to render everything at once. And MediaWiki is just overwhelmed trying to render every page at the same time. So yeah, if your wiki is slow, also check your log files, see if bots are hitting it repetitively, and like block them all. But yeah, but after you check that, look at templates and try and improve them, and look at profiling to make sure you understand what the slow parts actually are. And of course, this is kind of like just the basic top level first things to do. And there's an entire different conversation from going like, things are way too slow to making them acceptable versus going from acceptable to like, this is great. There's lots of research that latency really affects people subconsciously. Like I think Amazon or whatever did research. I don't remember where it was, something like 30 millisecond difference is like a 1% sales difference. Like making things faster really does help, but going from bad to okay is really different than going from okay to great. And that's a totally different topic. However, people at the Wikimedia Foundation, especially Timo, have written some great documents about what the foundation does to try and improve that, and they're really good learning resources for that sort of thing. I highly recommend you read them if you're interested. Cool, and that's pretty much all I had to say. I was wondering if anyone had any questions. Nope. Yes, Jeffrey?
So those of us who work in industry and publish a lot of code know that CI/CD is a great way for us to enforce, testing to ensure we don't have any regressions. And performance testing is kind of tricky because it falls squarely into integration testing, but it's really tough to write so many tests to the point where you can catch every single edge case. So what do you think is the best way to enforce performance testing like this without making it, like take up half your time of development?
Yeah, that's a good question. So just to repeat the question so people can hear, Jeffrey asked if like standard practice for like things where you want to enforce something is to have continuous integration testing to enforce them, but it's hard to write tests for performance and catch all the things, and kind of what do you recommend? So I agree that performance testing is hard. For the reason you mentioned, it's hard to test every possible thing, but it's also hard to make realistic performance tests sometimes, because like, your CI server's not a real server that like follows real user patterns. And like, sometimes there's mistakes that are like, you're going to get caught no matter what type of testing you do. But performance is one of those areas where it really does matter how your users access your site. So there are some bots you can do, like I know Wikimedia does have
performance continuous integration testing. I think it's called like Fresnel or something. My recommendation, honestly, is, well, trying to do continuous integration tests where you can, of course, but I think the better thing is to look at live data, because live data doesn't lie, and test data for performance is often a lie, much more so than other testing domains. So for example, Wikimedia, as an example, has lots of graphs to show like how long this page took, how long page rendering took, how long first paint navigational browser events were fired. And then every time they deploy code, they look at these graphs, and if there's a sudden spike, they know, well, whoops, something went wrong, we have to revert. Like, I don't know if I could show you that. So yeah, so like, as an example of like what some of these are effort tests, right? So like all things, testing is a trade-off between how much effort you want to spend and how much you're getting back. Sometimes that's worth it, but sometimes like effort spent on testing is effort you can't spend on like making a product better or whatever. So you have to always like measure it. Like for some people, a little bit of slowness, like that's acceptable because they have more important things to do. But yeah, just as an example, like Wikimedia keeps track of actual user data for testing, and you can see different network types. They also use something called ArcLamp, which is a profiler that kind of doesn't affect performance, so it can be run live, and it makes what am I doing for time? It makes pretty flame graphs, which are can be quite easy to kind of reason about, sometimes easier than raw profiling data. So yeah, I would say measure and try and measure with real data and make like alerts based on real data where possible. But oh, that's not the right one. Cool. Does anyone have any other questions?
I have a question.
Yeah.
Does anybody provide services where they would come in to an existing wiki production system and perform this analysis for us and make suggestions?
The guy named Brian Wolf is the best in the business.
Yes, well, that was a nice slow pitch down the middle, right?
Right.
I was actually hoping he would say that.
So, right. The question was, does anyone provide services to perform analysis and improvement of your MediaWiki system? I would say I work at Wikitech. Send us a line if you're interested in that. Send us an email. Yeah. I mean, there may be other people who do it as well, but I would recommend us.
And so if I could just add on to that, if anybody hearing this is interested in providing quotes on such a service, please add them as comments or reference yourselves in the comments to this, and we'll seek you out. Thank you.
Well, okay. I think we should move on.
Oh, okay.
Well,
Is there
15
time for-
seconds.
very quick. Okay.
Just want to say, there might be other companies that do this too. I don't know if they do it as well.
As well, right. Double meaning.
Just wanted to clarify.
So this was the flame graph thing I was talking about earlier. It's like a visualization of profiling data. Just showing it to you.
All right. Okay, can we get all the panelists up here for the Wikis and AI panel?
Oh, is he gonna do that?
No.
Is it still sharing?
It should be.
Best of the best of the best.
Oh wait. Okay. Hello. Hi everyone. Okay.
Seems. Okay, well, feel free to adjust. Oh, no, sorry. So this is my moderator spot.
Well.
Can move this forward a bit.
A little bit of authority I have. Okay.
Sharing the screen.
Is it better to have this open or?
I don't know, whatever, what shows
It
up
looks
better.
good open.
Cool.
Because it's side lighting, so that's fine.
Okay. Oh,
I'm here, I got water.
Yeah, okay, very good. Is it, how does it look?
Yeah, it looks good. Let me just get a quick sound check and, sorry, mic check.
Mic check, hello.
Test it.
Woo! Hello. Cool. Okay, everyone, welcome to the Wikis and AI panel. This is really exciting. Feels like a real Silicon Valley panel. I don't know if it's the people or the subject matter.
Golf shirts.
Yeah, the attire. Yeah, let's just get started. We're talking about wikis and artificial intelligence, which is obviously a huge topic in any context, and it's been a big topic today. Maybe all of you can just, I guess starting with Jeffrey, could go, please introduce yourselves.
Yeah, so my name is Jeffrey Wong. I am a software engineer at Microsoft, and I'm also the founder of MyWikis. So I have two different kinds of approaches today in the panel. So as you saw today in our talks earlier, we saw ways that we could use AI to, either even generate wiki text or at least to search it through a question answering bot. And then at Microsoft, we make extensive use of OpenAI technologies such as ChatGPT, other GPT kinds of models, and we have a really exciting, front row seats to that. So I'd love to share those with you today. And in addition, another member who was supposed to be on the panel today was not able to make it in person, but I'll be filling in for him through my phone. Gunjan, who presented earlier in the morning today, he will be monitoring your questions as well, and he'll be responding through me.
Very good.
Hi, everybody. I'm Matt Nadrowski. I'm the Director of Engineering for the Platform Engineering team at the Wikimedia Foundation. Software engineer of many years and loved all of that. And now I have the privilege of working on MediaWiki in addition to many other things for the Wikimedia Foundation. In being able to participate in things like our annual planning processes and working on deciding, how we can best serve the community and the world at large in the future of free knowledge everywhere. Obviously, things like ChatGPT, generative AI content, other things like that sort of are something being added to the game that we need to decide, how do we best support, how do we best enable, how do we best change and move forward with these changing times to enable our communities of editors, of contributors, of readers, and everything else across the world. So happy to share any perspectives I can on that front.
Hey folks, I'm Lane Becker. I'm also with the Wikimedia Foundation. I head up Wikimedia Enterprise, which is our sort of for-profit service that does a form of data sales around Wikimedia contents to third parties who want to reuse it. I spoke last year at this conference, so I met some of you there, and so I'm happy to give sort of a broad overview of what it is that we do. But in the context of this conversation, I can say that, like, as the person who probably spends more time thinking about third-party data reuse in the sort of Wikimedia environment, and also is one of the people that's sort of actively tasked with thinking about like what sort of business models and business opportunities around that. We look at what's happening with the AI landscape and how it's affecting our, we've only been around for 3 years, but even now it's sort of having a sea change effect on the business and the way that we think about data reuse in third-party environments. And we have a lot of sort of big, almost existential questions that we're trying to answer around that. So I'm hopeful that I can talk about some of that here today, and we'll see what use we'll see of what use it is. I also need to apologize if the panel ends up running past 3 o'clock, as some of these folks here know. I have to take off and go. I live here in town. I got to go pick up my daughter from her school. So if we run late, that's awesome, but I'm gonna have to bolt. Just apologizing in advance.
Okay, well, we'll get right to it. So yeah, I have a bunch of questions. I'm sure people in the audience do, but I figured I would give AI the first crack at a question. So I went to Bing AI this morning. I said, I will be moderating a conference talk on wikis and AI. What are 5 questions I should ask the panelists? I wasn't that impressed with the answers, but I thought the best of them was, how can AI be used to improve the quality of wiki content? So Lane, let's start with you.
Yeah, I mean, I find the sort of concept of the human in the loop piece of this work just so so interesting and empowering. One of the places that we, and I will say this doesn't really touch on, the business of Wikimedia Enterprise is just we are very at the end of the funnel. And I mean, all of the actual hard work has been done and the content's been generated and managed and maintained, and we're just sort of sluicing it off and sending it forward. That said, when I'm talking to third-party customers, let's say big search engines, you've probably heard of / worked at some of them. We often get sort of 2 sets of questions on the team, right? One is how can you improve the delivery of the content that you have, and then the other is how can you improve the content itself? And I'm we were spending a lot of time on that first question about improving delivery and making it more useful, more machine readable, more reliable, and we both do not and cannot spend any time whatsoever on the question of content itself, right? That's very much outside the foundation's purview. That said, I am so intrigued by this idea of different types of tools that can be used. I mean, obviously there's a lot of use of AI already, for example, managing our sort of misinformation and disinformation. Matt can speak to that much more effectively than me. But this idea of being able to use tools to improve content generation, content management, content maintenance, I feel like it's a wide open space. Obviously, the community that builds the content has to get, or communities, I should say, that actually make the content have to determine and sort of increasingly, they have to determine their level of comfort with these types of tools. But I think, and this is where I'll pass it off to Matt, I think the opportunity to start to think about how to build those in ways that are supportive of human generation of information are so interesting and so ripe for opportunity in this space.
Yeah, I think those are great points, Lane. To sort of, add to that too, I think that, one thing an AI can never do, I mean, is look out the window and observe a context of what's happening in the same way that a human would. Sure, it might be able to observe objects that are outside that room. It might be able to make inferences about the organization of those objects or things like that. But the human experience and the context of the human experience of those things, that's special to us. And so I think when you think about, how content is either made better or created, there's a lot of opportunity to use generative AI tools to help create that content. There's opportunity to develop tools and plugins and extensions for things like MediaWiki that might be able to leverage, ChatGPT or other tools to take a look at content on existing pages and maybe find additional references or use, pattern matching or other things like that to understand maybe some potential gaps in articles or raise some information up that could help augment articles. All that stuff's great. I don't see I guess I see augmentation of that. I don't see a replacement of that. So there's no, to Lane's point about the human-centric focus part, that is so fundamental to what we all do, and the context coming from humans and the creativity coming from humans is really, really important. So as we all start to, and even we start to plan what we want to do in the coming year and the year after that, the next 3 years, I think it's really important to think about what types of tools could make our editor experience better. What types of tools would we need to build within MediaWiki if there is a swath of AI-generated content coming in that would help us to identify relevance? Because sometimes these AI tools are very confident in the way that they write these things, and sometimes the sources that they cite are non-existent. And sometimes, so I think it's going to be a lot of exception handling, and to not make that an undue burden on the amazing humans across the world that help make tools like Wikipedia and others successful. We have to be pretty thoughtful about building some things to help put guardrails around that. We're not going to stop it. It's going to happen, but we have to build some guardrails. So that's, I guess, where my mind goes. It's happening. How do we make it beneficial, and how do we build guardrails around it?
Yeah, so the answer I'm about to give is a combination of my thoughts and Gunjan's thoughts. So first, my thoughts are, at the end of the day, I agree that we can't really replace that human aspect of it, right? Because as Gunjan mentioned in his presentation earlier today, the content that AIs generate, it's all from Wikipedia. Well, not all of them, but a lot of it is from there. So it'd be a paradox to try to have Wikipedia write its own content. That doesn't sound right to me at all. So we have to be careful with how to do so. Now, with specifics on how we can use AI specifically to, what are some examples we could use it for? One easy way to do it would just be to fix the grammar in articles. That's objective, right? And you can fix that. If the AI is producing wrong information, you can also detect that. Another thing is you could generate some text based on a summary, right? So it's kind of the opposite of summarization. It's like expanding upon that with existing information that the model already knows. Detecting misinformation, including even detecting if an article was generated by GPT, you can actually use GPT to detect that itself, which is very interesting. But yeah, you can slightly change up a generative model to detect whether that generated content came from that specific model or not. And I think OpenAI can do it because they have the model weights. Maybe it's a little bit difficult for other models to do so, but it's certainly possible.
Cool, very good. Yeah, I mean, when we talk about wikis and AI, I want to mention before, I mean, we're really talking about 2 or 2.5 different subjects. One is using AI to bring in content, and the other is using it to extract content, where content can be, of course, text data or media. And then the third half thing is using AI to develop software that does all this stuff. And I guess the part about extracting content is the most interesting to me. But since we started off with generating content, maybe we should stick with that. I mean, there already have been tools even before this current AI explosion. There's something called Quicksilver, I think, that generated Wikipedia articles. Does anybody know if there already is content on Wikipedia that's AI generated, or anywhere else for that matter? Is that a phenomenon that's already happened?
I've read a couple articles about it. One of the, I can't think of them off the top of my head, but I remember just reading an article, I think it was in Tech Radar, and they were talking about, ChatGPT generated content on Wikipedia, and a particular editor that they named in the article, so I'm sure you can look it up, had created an article about art titling. And that editor tagged it ChatGPT, so it'd be easy to find. And the draft was basically like, hey, this is the initial edit. We put this in, it's gonna have to be vastly improved, right? And so that sort of applied like Cunningham's law from Ward Cunningham, which is like the best way to have, a correct Wikipedia article is to write a bad Wikipedia article and then let the system take care of it. The amazing system that creates all of the highly trustable knowledge there. So I think that that would sort of be my answer, that yeah, it is existing. We don't know as much. And I think something that you said there as well, like using ChatGPT to detect that's an interesting, that stuck in my head as you said that, because it would be interesting to know. I think that there's likely going to need to be some type of tagging or other way that we can help facilitate humans understanding what's generative content versus what isn't, so that we don't end up in a sort of situation where content quality goes down as a whole because the volume of content coming in from the machines is so much greater at that point. So,
yeah. Well, let's move on to we'll probably come back to it, but to extracting content from Wikipedia, because Lane, I mean, you're in a rare situation where that is directly or indirectly a big part of your job is extracting content from Wikipedia and other Wikimedia sites. And if you're talking about, well, I may be getting ahead of things, but if you're talking about smart speakers and so forth, then that already is AI powered in some sense. So this is something that's sort of been baked in from the beginning, maybe. Yeah, I mean, could you talk about that? You said this potentially was a huge will have a huge impact on what you do.
Yeah, well, I mean, so I think it's a safe assumption to make that like the full corpus of all the Wikimedia projects, including all the Wikipedias and beyond, makes up a pretty a small, because they're all small, but significant chunk of the training data for most of the large language models that exist.
Yeah.
Right, and so I mean, in a business context, we're just sort of spending a lot of time thinking about that and sort of what it means for us, right? So, and how do you? I mean, so when I say sort of there are existential issues. I mean them larger than just sort of Wikimedia Enterprise. I mean it just for sort of like Wikipedia generally, right? Like, we try to build towards a feedback loop where people get access to Wikipedia content, and then some subset of those become really, really interested in it. Maybe they start with a couple of small edits. Maybe they become very, very invested in a particular topic area, right? The sort of virtuous cycle of like, how do we get new Wikipedia editors and how do we continue that growth? And the more that the content gets abstracted away from, the more that the responses get abstracted away, right? All that content goes sort of into the corpus, gets munged up, abstracted, and then, reproduced as like generative chat. Or essay synopses or whatever it might be, that abstraction layer sort of takes people further and further away from that virtuous cycle of like how do we get editors back into the mix, right? Does that make sense? So like that abstraction, when I say it's sort of an existential challenge, one of the questions that we have is like, and this is my sort of it's sort of my baseline answer to your question is like where we're thinking about it right now is from more of this perspective of like for the organization itself, like what is the relationship that we need to have to these sorts of things, and I feel like that's more the question that I have been focused on up until this point. I don't know, Matt, you might have a different answer.
No, I think that makes a lot of sense. Like, and to be clear, like the questions around like how do you get data out of wikis, or what does that mean? Extraction of content from the wikis for the purposes of like training models and doing other things like that. I think the service that Lane's group provides and the level of access and performance and stuff makes a lot of sense for a lot of these big players trying to do these things. I think that to avoid that cycle, basically cyclical system, it all comes down to creating tools for editors and article creation. I think to get better data out of the system, you can use a lot of these tools to like maybe compose it in unique ways. There's probably an opportunity there to sort of take a look at it and remap it and recompose it for different use cases. But I think ultimately to get more data in the system, I think it would be an interesting project to take a look at using some of these tools to understand articles that don't yet exist, that need to exist.
Yeah.
How can you apply that type of artificial intelligence to better understand the gaps for things that aren't there? And you could even do that across wikis, for example, right? So we've got English Wikipedia, but there's other Wikipedias across the world. And I think that's a thing where I've even seen previous bots, like a while back, there's been bots that do some of this stuff where they'll go through, there's an article creator a while back that went and actually used like geodata to create, basically a bunch of article stubs based on all the cities in the United States, for example, census data or whatever. And that at least started the articles there. I think there's probably way more advanced ways that we could do that, which would help sort of avoid some of that really stuff that you're talking about. Yeah. What are your known unknowns, I guess? And that sounds like an interesting problem to solve with that technology.
I'll just add that without Wikipedia's monthly content dumps and without Lane's work, training these AI models would be much more difficult, and we would be years behind. So this work has been transformational in the entire world. I don't think that's an understatement to say. Gunjan and I both think that there's not really any way to avoid, using Wikipedia's data to kind of advance AI through its inputs. Does anyone know what SQuAD is? So it's something, it stands for create like a data set from Wikipedia. That is used for many seminal AI models. So it's purely like Wikipedia articles from English Wikipedia. So I'll just put it there because they've covered the rest. But just know that it's been a huge influence.
Yeah, the only thing that I would add to that that's interesting is, one of the areas that we're also exploring is one of the real values that you get out of if you are a third-party reuser, like a high-volume reuser, like a search engine or a voice assistant or someone that needs to, one of the real values that you get out of using that you get from having real-time access to changes in Wikipedia is that you know what's happening in the world, right? Like it's sort of the world's common knowledge store, right? Like how does how does Bing know that Queen Elizabeth died? Odds are good that it was Wikipedia that told, it was the editors on that page on Wikipedia making those changes very quickly and then that getting transmitted. There's obviously a whole bunch of challenges in there. I talked about a few of those last year around like how do you determine credibility? But it's also really relevant in this space, right? Because there's a time gap between like when a large language model was trained and what's happened in the world since then. So like one of the questions we're asking as an organization is like, what might we be able to do to help sort of fill in that gap, right? When people are working in these environments or like using generative chats. Like that's one of the areas that we're interested in exploring is like, what's the value of real-time access to our content in that environment? Another place we're thinking there's sort of more of a role for, or starting to think, again, this is all very exploratory, but starting to think that there's a role that the movement might play is in just the general issue of sort of like credibility, accuracy, verifiability, attribution. Like that is a space where our communities are incredibly gifted, right? In terms of the way that they think about and structure the creation of this information, the creation of this knowledge, and then sort of apply it in the world. And so one of the questions that I think we're also sort of standing back and asking is there a role in that environment? So now we're going sort of beyond the level of just like generation of information or generation of knowledge to these sort of broader issues. Like as these environments are starting to emerge, what are the other sort of meta issues that are going to arise and how might we be able to participate in those as well? I think those two are really particularly interesting, real-time accuracy and credibility.
And Gunjan would like to add that large language models, although you see that ChatGPT is air-gapped from the world and is stuck in 2021, it doesn't mean that all large language models, LLMs, are air-gapped like that. Because you can have real-time access LMs. Bard, Google's terrible version of Bing AI, does that. Lambda and Palm, that's two Google models, they also do that. WebGPT, which powers Bing Chat, does that too. And apparently the model that MyWiki's demoed earlier today could have done that too as well if we picked those docs from the internet instead of the one that we just kind of uploaded and stored in there. And Lambda is just a slightly more sophisticated setup than what we had, but of course nowhere near ChatGPT apparently. So that's what Gunjan says.
Cool. Well, I have a lot more questions, but I'll ask one more question, then we'll turn to the audience. But I don't know how many of you remember, but back before Web3 meant selling screenshots for like $1 million, Web 3.0 referred to the semantic web, and that was sort of the time Semantic MediaWiki got started, really in that spirit around 2005. And then Semantic MediaWiki begat Cargo and Wikidata in different ways, and then indirectly begat Abstract Wikipedia as well. But there was that whole idea of creating structure out of all this data. But now this whole approach with AI-based LLMs or whatever it's purely text-based, and they can do so much more with text than they could before, than we really imagined. So is there still a place for that kind of structured queryable data within this whole world, or is that just sort of becoming irrelevant?
A structured queryable data for what?
Anything.
For AI, like to ask an AI model a structured queryable data?
No, ask an AI a general question and have it use queryable data from Wikidata or any other wiki, as opposed to just doing its sheer text munging, whatever you want to call it.
So sort of like, is there any point to knowledge graphs at all in this future world that we're moving into?
Sure, yes.
Oh, I don't have an answer to that
Okay.
question.
All right. Next question.
No, hold on. So it can help, but it would require a multimodal model, one that incorporates text, structured data, and graphs.
Very good. Well, the question was longer than the answer there.
Well, I mean, he's still typing.
Oh, I see. Okay, but yeah, I mean, well, in your world, has that come up at all as far as Wikidata or abstract Wikipedia? Maybe abstract Wikipedia in a different way, but that whole idea.
I mean, it comes up for us certainly on the enterprise front because largely what enterprise has built in the way that like Wikimedia content has been used up until relatively recently was to populate knowledge graphs, right? So that's how it would work. A large search engine, like say a Bing, would maintain a pipeline to all of our content. They'd get it in dumps, they'd get it in a fire hose, they get it in one-off article queries. Every sort of search engine maintained a slightly different relationship with our services, but they'd all come up with some sort of equilibrium. And it was all about just sort of like filling in, putting all of our content into their knowledge graph along with, other smaller data sources to build sort of one big knowledge set that they would then repurpose in a variety of environments like search engines and voice assistants. And I do think that is changing, although I know that it's changing because I can see it changing. I don't know that it is entirely clear exactly how that's going to shake out and like what the balance is going to be between like what's used for sort of where traditional knowledge graphs are used and where that sort of structured content is valuable versus where it's going to get, let's say, eaten up by large language models. I think we'll have some sort of new equilibrium there. I don't know that anybody knows what it looks like quite yet, ourselves included. Yeah. I can say that we're still very invested in figuring out how to make the data that comes through our pipes more machine readable in ways that like Wikipedia data has not historically been, because we still think that it's going to have value, but I do think that the calculus of what that value is changing.
Just like to, yeah, he said research has been done on this, but there are 0 open source ones right now. Hopefully in a year or two we'll see some, but I would personally, Jeffrey would like to suggest be the change you wish to see.
There you go. Okay, do we have any questions from the audience? Yeah, go ahead.
Earlier you mentioned using ChatGPT and other tools to detect their own uses. But I've seen firsthand, it can also say, hey, this was written by ChatGPT when it was written by a human, like I saw it being written. To what extent would adding tools that flag articles as, oh, this was written by a bot, be problematic when you can't verify a false bot? Like you can't, if someone says, no, this was written by me, there's no way to actually verify that with anonymous editors.
Yeah, it's a question about overly aggressive flagging of bot-written or AI-written, not really text.
Yeah, and I mean, I can attempt to take that one. It's like you're sort of talking about like a large edge case, like, and it can be larger and larger. Maybe it does it fine sometimes, but how can you tell when it's doing it fine and it's not doing it other times in terms of identifying content written by itself or something similar to itself? And then that's not the only one that people are using. There's other ones there too. So yeah, okay, cool, we're ChatGPT focused and it's just that. Well, what about, any of the other ones, the large language models that people are also using? I think that if you know that it's unavoidable, the content will be created using this tool. Sounds like that's the case. What would be the smart play would be to create article creation and or editor tools to bring that close and make a path of least resistance while doing so that enable you to label and tag those articles such that there is no advantage to a person creating an article to go and like copy and paste and do all their own stuff and whatever their text editor of choice is and then pump it in versus just, have the edit interface there or being able to create an article and have some sort of search extension or plugin or availability that they can do some of that work right within where they already are. So then you can label and tag that article at the start. You're still not going to fix it. Like it's still going to be, but at least you'd be in a better state than if you did nothing. So I think we're looking for better, not best, in terms of what we're going to get there, and that's probably as good as we're going to get. And you do that by helping smooth the path?
So first, something for me, this is ultimately, it's just a problem that is persistent everywhere. Every single thing like this is going to have false positives and false negatives. Trying to solve that is impossible, right? If we could solve that, then we wouldn't be putting innocent people in jail, right? We wouldn't have juries. We would just have, whatever, right or wrong, we just get it right every single time. We don't. So being a pragmatist myself, I don't even want to consider like being perfect. It's not the question here. It's that how do we try to minimize it? And this is where Gunjan's response comes in. He says that the real danger may be that humans add ChatGPT content to their submissions, which require a model to verify paragraph by paragraph or maybe sentence by sentence. So, this verification system is definitely buildable, but would take longer. And for whatever reason, research has not tackled this yet, but he imagines that this can be done relatively simply with some additional engineering work.
Rich?
Okay, I'm hoping to sort of tease out what my question is. A lot of the conversation, if I understand right, is with the assumption that you're using MediaWiki in an encyclopedic application. However, that's not the only way that MediaWiki can be used. Those of us that are semantic MediaWiki users talk, or at least what I've been advertising in my world, is that we're using MediaWiki with semantic MediaWiki as a knowledge graph node editor. So we're crafting the ontologies that we want our organization to deal with, and in doing so, we are implementing the structure that we know about, the knowledge that we know about. And one of the things that I learned in the past year or two is that when you take the basic semantic triple building block and you create a more complicated ontology with it, you model a concept with a variety of properties, and so then that node in the network is guaranteed to have a particular footprint in the knowledge graph. That's called a facet. And so the facets that we program explicitly is the data that we can knowingly pull out. But one of the things that we're still very excited to do, and hoping that machine learning and artificial intelligence can help with, is to identify the facets that are implicit in the knowledge graph that we didn't program intentionally, but it's the things the knowledge in the graph that we don't know is there, that we need something like AI to find for us. Mm-hmm. So that would be the implicit knowledge. So if we program the system so that we're entering new nodes and curating the nodes, there's an emergent, there are things to be learned from the knowledge graph that we don't even know are there. And we're excited about applying machine learning and AI to finding that. And so as we discuss the interface between, as this is an enterprise MediaWiki conference, my hope is that when we look at MediaWiki is a tool that was created by the foundation for their goals. And it works beautifully for their goals, and it continues to work beautifully for their goals. But the existence of the enterprise community is a testimony to the idea that tool can be applied to other problems, and the introduction of AI into the industry, right, will most likely help the foundation differently than it will help enterprise users. And so I really perked up when you said that there's a possibility that AI will render knowledge graphs obsolete. And
I actually don't think that's true.
Okay.
I was just trying to describe the stipulation.
Sure.
Okay. For what it's worth, but yes.
Yeah. But it's a fascinating topic that knowledge graphs could become, overtaken by just text processing AI. And But I do believe that there will always be a need to not creatively establish structured data, but that organizations, enterprise organizations, will always have a need to control the type of structure that they want, to establish the structure. And then there's this, then there's things that the humans can't do, which we're just waiting for AI tools to help us with. So I guess maybe to sort of land is to simply say that in addition to how can AI help the encyclopedic application of MediaWiki, please don't ignore the enterprise applications that use MediaWiki as a foundation for not so much encyclopedia articles, but for organizational knowledge that is maybe a more business oriented and less encyclopedia oriented.
Yeah, I will say what I'm struck by in what you're saying.
Wait, sorry, I don't know if I can repeat that.
Good luck.
You need to take what, okay, it was fun. Go ahead. Everyone heard it. Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
I'll be quick. I just want to say what I'm struck by in what you're saying is that I feel like it is sort of an yes, and like it is another sort of variant or application of this concept of like how might we take these tools how might we use this in a sort of in a way that augments human capability. I 100% agree with you. In fact, that was where my comment was coming from, that there is always inside businesses is going to be a desire to have some level of sort of human managed control over their information environment.
Right.
And so looking for ways, and I do think this is a huge opportunity in the MediaWiki space generally, looking for ways to, whether it's tied to the foundation or not, looking for ways to build tools that support that kind of, that sort of take as the sort of a baseline value that this isn't about replacing people, it's about augmenting people.
Right.
Starting with that as sort of a fundamental precept and then figuring out what sorts of tools and what sorts of abilities you can grant people, I think would be a pretty significant, almost differentiating factor in the market.
Okay.
I have some of my own thoughts, and Gunjan has some thoughts too. In some ways, OpenAI kind of subsidizes Wikipedia, right? Because it trains on so much data from it, and it's its own base model. So I feel like it's kind of a search engine for Wikipedia myself. But the good news is, Rich, that it is still possible for us to build on the shoulders of giants, and even small wikis should be able to benefit from this. The way you do it is you just take a model that's already trained, like a GPT clone. There's actually quite a few open source GPT alternatives out there, especially if you like look on Hugging Face. You can take that and then fine tune it up a little bit on your limited articles. So it'll get a little better on the stuff that you want it to be on.
That's like what you just demoed, no? Today?
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly. Yeah. So it's possible. So don't worry.
Okay.
Yeah.
Or what the other Jeffrey demoed.
Yeah.
I guess what I would like to say is that I believe that the future is bright, and that that the AI is not going to render all the projects that we've been working on irrelevant. I think it's going to supercharge them in ways that there's going to be a really exciting renaissance of hopefully wiki-based solutions.
Mm-hmm.
Very briefly, what did you mean by OpenAI subsidizing Wikipedia?
This is my personal opinion, and it's because GPT is trained on a lot of data sources, including Wikipedia itself, right?
Okay.
I mean, it's not like a literal subsidization, like by money. I'm talking about like, if you want to search Wikipedia, you can just kind of use ChatGPT and it'll synthesize a lot of the information from Wikipedia itself. Will it literally return you the Wikipedia articles? No, but it.
Well, yeah, okay, no, yeah. I mean, some people in the community actually would say that it's the opposite. I think it's leeching off of Wikipedia.
Yeah. I think it's. Don't get me wrong. I agree with that as well. I think it's like a two-way street here. You know what I mean? Because my personal opinion, this has nothing to do with what Gunjan says, so it's probably going to be stupider than what he says. Is that we could probably use ChatGPT eventually to kind of be like a chat bot for Wikipedia, right?
So instead of using Cirrus search, you could just type it in and say like, hey, based on what Wikipedia says, can you find me this specific passage or something like that? And you can even synthesize from multiple articles, right? So the future's bright. Future's bright. It's a mutual relationship, I think. Yes, there is definitely a lot of leeching, but that's what happens when you make the articles, Creative Commons license.
Well, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Just briefly again. That's not my personal opinion. I just remember that was the big subject when the big view when the Google Knowledge Graph came out however long ago. That now that people could see the data somewhere other than Wikipedia, then it was gonna ruin everything. But anyway, sorry, Lane. Did you want to jump in and say something before we get to your question?
Oh no, I mean, I absolutely. There are really interesting thoughts about. There was an engineer about sort of like transformation in this context too, because it's not just about being able to return the article, it's about being able to sort of see the information in new and different ways. There was an engineer there's an article, they wrote this up, so it's on the web somewhere, but there was an engineer at the foundation who was exploring basically like, it would be, I often find this when I'm talking to educational companies, it would be very useful if we could return Wikipedia articles not as flat articles, but as Q&As, Give me all the questions and all the answers that you could potentially extract out of this page that could be used in an educational context, right? Or even sort of tuning those questions in different ways. And I have done a lot of playing with ChatGPT and like what it might be able to do to transform a Wikipedia page into a question and answer environment. It's quite good at it, actually. So there was a really interesting exploration of like, how might we use that as the basis, again, with a sort of a human in the loop model, how might we use that as the basis of a way for being able to semi-automatically with sort of validation, transform some of these pages in ways that were potentially useful. So it's just, I think it's just the beginning of kind of beginning to ask those questions. So I want to say like, I hear the subsidization, I agree with the two-way street aspect. I have an additional concern about the longevity of the projects in that environment, because again, there's that abstraction layer that breaks the loop, right? The editor loop. Although I think there might be other ways to address that. Plenty of other ways. We're very early days and starting to think through that problem. But I am most intrigued by this idea that like, in some ways, like right now, information on a Wikipedia page is trapped in a single format. It's like trapped in a single format. And I think about this a lot when we're dealing with like sort of third-party content reuse, because in some ways it's freeing that information to be used in other ways. And so I look at AI as an opportunity to potentially turbocharge that as well, right? If the mission of an organization or a foundation is to get this information into as the sort of minds of as many people as possible, then the ability to take a single context and abstract that into multiple contexts is really potentially quite sort of liberating for, information, humanity, what have you.
I like that. And Gunjan tells me that if you want to be limited to Wikipedia for like a chat model, then you can just create a ChatGPT style model that's only trained on it. And I think for Wikipedia specifically, because it's the world's largest wiki, there should be a justification enough to train like an actual model that's not just fine-tuned on it, but actually trained on Wikipedia solely, as opposed to ChatGPT, which is trained on so many other things. I would personally encourage maybe the Wikimedia Foundation to look into finding ways to either do it themselves or encourage the development of an open source model that's trained on Wikipedia.
Yeah, that could definitely be that could definitely be neat and open up the possibility of a chatbot within Wikipedia itself.
Yeah.
Yeah, James.
So I think as we get into this territory of auto-generated paragraphs, one thing that's going to be very interesting is the idea of factual provenance. That when a factual statement is written down, the machine will know where that thing came from. And I think Wikipedia is in a good position to put together a provenance data set, since it does a decent job of putting the source right next to the thing being cited. And so what I'm wondering is what thought Wikimedia Enterprise has put into putting together a provenance data set.
Has there been, and if I can rephrase or summarize that, has there been any effort to try to create a provenance data set or provenance locator or something for?
Some way to say like, here's a sentence, here's where it came from, and here's what that source actually is.
Yeah. I mean, not specifically in that direction. We are spending a lot of time trying to figure out just how to sort of like break up the page into different pieces, and obviously citations are a very large part of that. And thinking about like how citations relate to the page and how we might sort of connect those together in ways that were more machine readable. But that's sort of to the extent that we have wandered. I hear what you're saying, which is a much more robust approach to something like that. So I would say we haven't gone that far down the path. We're still in very much baby steps land on that front. Okay. Thank you.
Right. All right. Is there any other questions? Is there anyone on online who? Okay. Well, there's so much we can talk about. Okay. Yeah. Right.
For me, it kind of dovetails into what Jeffrey was talking about training something on Wikipedia, right? We're in the Enterprise MediaWiki conference about largely groups or organizations or companies that capture their own knowledge. And that is a siloed bit of knowledge that has good reasons not to be shared with the open world, right? I wonder if anybody has thoughts about applying AI and this well-structured, sometimes very well-structured with Semantic MediaWiki or Cargo or something else, data for use with AI to create internal chatbots or ways to better access the knowledge, kind of what Rich was talking about. And also something that Rich talked about that I never really thought about, a way to reflect on itself and find inconsistencies in your own data that represents your company's knowledge.
Yeah, just briefly, another question about having AIs, or formerly known as LLMs, incorporate actual structured data and further enhance it, I guess, as opposed to just dealing with text.
So on the context front, so if you think about an internal or an enterprise MediaWiki implementation that has a lot of knowledge in there, in a previous position that I was in as well, I was actually in knowledge management space. And one of the things that was the most useful to a particular individual at an enterprise, which is a swath of people all trying to work together towards a mission, and they needed knowledge, and knowledge management is one of the fundamental goals, right, of being able to find what you're looking for. And it connects the person trying to solve the problem to either the information that helps them learn about what problem they're trying to solve, or the other expert in the organization that has the things that they need to know in order to solve it. And I think that for that reason, right, knowledge management and being able to find the experts or find the content or find the information that you're looking for in a very quick, easy to understand and easily consumable way is like secret sauce, right? And so I think that when you look at the way AI can build a context around some of the things and some of the questions that you can ask something like ChatGPT now. Back in the day, I still remember when like natural language queries and stuff like that were supposed to be great. And you would start doing some of that work and they weren't quite working right. And now we fast forward to today and it's like, wow, like I can't believe it actually gave you that answer. I think there's a lot of opportunity there to have some type of plugin or an extension or leverage that against internal data sets to be able to connect people to what they're looking to do. And I would say, I'll go one step further to say, you could probably do some really cool things to help guide, shape the path. Again, I used that term before in one of my other answers, but that's often the thing. Sometimes people don't know what they're even looking for. They might know a particular part of a problem or something else. So I think that's where beautiful design or a UI or helping lead a person down one particular pathway of multiple, you can use that combined with the AI tools like that, and then your internal data set to really do some magical things within an organization.
Yeah, I was thinking the other day about how valuable it could be internally inside an organization, just for sort of like the rudimentaries of, like creating an agenda for a meeting. It'd be amazing if it was, sort of tied into your email and everybody else's email,
or summarizing.
Right, or summarizing after the fact, or summarizing during. It would be really nice if it was a tool that was just sort of keeping a list of action items for me as we were interacting, right? And all the pieces are there to make something like that happen. So I will be really interested to see what kinds of tools we get that sort of operate in that way, particularly inside the enterprise. Because there are some things I would love to have for most meetings, like an agenda that I can guarantee you I will never put together.
I keep booking meetings with them without an agenda.
It's true, yeah. What are we going to talk about? It'd be so nice if something else sort of used what had already been created to put that in front of us.
Quick question, actually. Has Wikimedia Enterprise been the one that's responsible for getting this, huge data sets out to like OpenAI?
Actually, no. For the most part, the sort of the paid experience and the what we call our paid APIs and the free APIs are, I mean, they operate very similarly, but like the enterprise team is not actually responsible for maintaining for the most part, it's the free dumps that are used.
Okay, I see.
And we actually shouldn't say we are responsible for part of what goes into those dumps.
Yeah.
But we are not actually responsible for maintaining them. But that's just sort of a semantic distinction between different parts of the org.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. And so what I've been told to say is, I think Gunjan says that people like you are the godfathers of NLP. Yeah.
I mean, not me at all, because I am literally just the plumber here.
Yeah. But who's the one who maintains the monthly dumps?
Ariel Glenn.
Yes, yes. I think Ariel.
Ariel
is amazing, and actually that product, the dumps product itself, exists within the platform engineering group, which is the group that I have the pleasure of working for. And within platform engineering, right, dumps as a product and even the evolution of dumps and continuing to make sure we maintain service, to make sure it's in the right mirror, some of the other things like that. We're looking at that. We've got a team set up with a couple people now helping Ariel as well. And then we're taking a look at, what would we need to do for like dumps 2.0, right? What things does it do really well right now, and how can we evolve the things that the world needs from it as a product? And some of that is native to the dumps functionality and all the revisions and everything else that it puts out there. But other parts of it is actually inspired by the work that Wikimedia Enterprise is doing in terms of the type and shape of some of the content that's being delivered and the ways that they're doing that. So yeah, and then in and amongst all of that, we've also got an API platform team as well that's trying to look holistically at the APIs provided to access data and taking a look at and thinking about how do we want to evolve that platform overall. We have a couple people in this room that have a hand in that right now and know far more about it than I do. So it's been great. Yeah. So it's no exaggeration to say that Ariel has been instrumental, in the work that's been done to make this possible. So yeah.
Okay.
Lane, you have to.
I do have to run.
Yeah. Well, I think this is a good time to end it. We've covered a lot of stuff and learned a few things. So thank you to all of our panelists.
Thank you so much. Thank you. See you, everybody. Thank you.
Nice job, Wayne.
Oh. That's true. We needed to do that. We actually needed to. There, we literally needed to reboot twice. Oh, hello. Okay.
Yeah, good now. Still not for me. But I think it might be just a little good.
Okay.
How do I make the slides up here?
Just tab to the slides. It should be.
We have to show the
sharing.
screen. Go back to that.
No, it's sharing already.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, I shared it. Oh. Yeah.
Good.
Gotcha.
Great. Hello, everybody. I'm Ike Hecht. I work for Wikitech. I'm going to be talking about Wiki dispenser bots. Before I do that, though, I wanted to, as the sponsor chair for the conference, thank all the sponsors. You make it happen, so thanks so much. Yes. And a much larger round of applause for the people who put actually the work in. My fellow chairs, in no particular order, Brian, Jeffrey, Aaron, thanks so much for all the work you put in. I know I'm technically a chair, but you guys put in the hours and the hard work. I didn't do much. They call me the sponsor chair, but I think I'm more like an armchair. Thank you so much. And yes. All right, so Wiki dispenser bots. Let me hide this. Okay. Wouldn't it be great if you had a bot that was like, give me a minute and I will create a wiki? Why would you have a robot make your wiki? First of all, with a robot, you can spin up a wiki really fast. Much better, you can spin up a lot of wikis really fast. I'm glad you mentioned that, because the main reason you might... Not that I'm going to do this. If somebody does do it, I hope I'm not a suspect, but it might have been Brian or Daniel. I can't tell you for certain. But yes, I'm looking forward to seeing what happens very shortly to the pingback graphs. At Wikitech, actually, we've come a long way. One does simply create a wiki by asking a robot to create one. Here you have one of our developers, Alexei, and I should mention, I get very little credit for any of this. I'm just talking about it, but Alexei really built this bot. And I kind of knew that he was working on something related to this as a background project. I didn't know exactly where it was. And one day I was looking at our Slack and I saw Alexei write, @dispenserbot, create a wiki, please. And that's my reaction. Like, what is going on here? And then, even better, dispenserbot wrote back, hey, Alexei, you have reached your free wikis limit. Please subscribe. Just kidding. Give me a minute. And then you see Kirill saying that and writing, bot has jokes too. And then you see only 2 minutes later, I said they work fast. Only 2 minutes later, hey, here's your wiki, have fun. Please note that the wiki will be deleted after 1 hour. We do that actually manually. We manually delete the wikis after an hour because we have to free up resources. It's hard running 40,000 wikis on the same server. So, not that I know, I'm just in theory. And you can see it generated a random subdomain to the wikitech.com domain name, and it created a wiki. But we want to have a lot more fun than that. So let's try being more specific. DispenserBot, create a wiki, please. Enable Semantic Media Wiki, Visual Editor, replace text, nuke my variables, and the widgets extensions, and use the vector skin. DispenserBot just takes it. Hey, Alexei, of course, give me a minute and I will create a wiki for you. And you can see this one was actually created within a minute. Here is your wiki, have fun. Please note the wiki will be deleted after 1 hour. And here you can see that's the actual wiki that was created at that subdomain. And you can see it installed vector, it installed the skins that were mentioned, the extensions that were mentioned. I don't know if we actually got all of them. And obviously there are some extensions that you can't just tell it to do. Oh, by the way, set up single sign-on with pluggable auth, and it's not going to do that.
but it can, enable the extensions that you request. And as you can see, you give it some natural language specifications, and it gets it done. So what's the point? I guess sort of the point for Wikitech, like why would we want to do this? So we service a number of clients, that's what we do. And each client's single wiki actually requires many wikis. Why is that? So this comes directly from our documentation. We actually, believe it or not, we use MediaWiki for our internal documentation. Hard to imagine. It actually took us a lot of years before we actually moved to MediaWiki. I'm embarrassed to say. But we do use MediaWiki, and this comes directly from our wiki. So first wiki you need is production wiki. That's obvious. If you don't have that, I'm not sure what you're doing. Production wikis are the live versions of the wikis that our clients use. You then have the staging wiki, and those are copies of production wikis that are used for testing purposes. These wikis can be broken, removed, or recreated as necessary without needing to get the client's approval. They don't really care. And that allows us to experiment and make sure any changes we make to the production wikis will not cause any issues. It's a good idea to test before you apply to production. Good rule of thumb. And then you have the sandbox wiki, and those are intended for the clients themselves. They have access to it. They can mess around with it. They probably will mess around with it and mess everything up, and that's okay. So that's what it's there for. So now we'll do some complex math. For those of you who are following along, very simple. You have one production wiki plus one staging wiki plus one sandbox wiki. And if you total it up, you get infinity. Why do you get infinity? Well, that's why. There needs to be one staging wiki for each feature that's currently in development. You don't want people to be developing two different features on one wiki because they're going to constantly be competing each other and making each other very sad and making the code very bad. So now calculate that if you have a client with a wiki farm and try to figure out what happens when you have many clients. You have infinity times how many clients you have. As you can see, we have to create lots and lots of wikis. It would be cool if you had a robot that did it. So that's why we created this robot. And I can't tell you it's doing it right now, but it's pretty close. All right, some technical notes. If you don't like technical stuff, you can feel free to tune out, but I'm sure you all do. Pre-built MediaWiki Docker image. It does rely on Docker. We have MediaWiki, which we packed into a Docker image, and that also is orchestrated by Docker Compose. We use Docker Compose for other things also. It adds the database and the caching and other services for the wiki. That MediaWiki to Docker actually is a little more complicated. As you've heard a lot about, the MediaWiki was packaged into Canasta. Wikitech was a big part of that effort. And then Wikitech took Canasta and forked it into Canasta plus Wikitech equals Takasta. And it has an awesome logo, which I'll address immediately because I'm sure you're all interested in it. It's a fork of Canasta, not like an angry fork, and not because we abandoned Canasta, actually just the opposite. We want to build on Canasta, and that's sort of what it was intended to do, to be general purpose. So we forked it, and Takasta kind of sounds like tequila. So that's why there's a tequila bottle in the middle with a sombrero and a tequila worm at the end with a fork in its mouth. If you don't get it, I can't explain it better than that, but I think it's awesome. And Takasta actually is public, so if you'd like to see it, you can. It's basically Canasta, but customized for, let's say you had a company that serviced MediaWiki professionally, like you'd want certain features that probably aren't general use. So that's what we put into Takasta. If you're one of our competitors, feel free to take a look. This might look a little bit complicated. It's not as complicated as it looks, I hope. This is how the wikis actually get built and served to the end users, which is usually us, but also other end users. Mostly right now, what we're talking about is spinning up zillions of staging wikis. That's for testing purposes. That's what we see. But we'll see that we're going to use it for other things too. So the magic sort of follows the arrow. A user message goes from Slack, and that goes to a Python script. The script then tells the Docker Swarm cluster to deploy one of those pre-configured MediaWiki instances, known as Takasta. And once it's deployed, then the instance is served by also an awesome logo, Traffic. And Traffic routes to the incoming traffic from the visitors. So the dispenser bot has the following main parts. It's the Slack webhook, it's the Python script that's running on that VPS, and the Docker service swarm mode that deploys the predefined Docker Compose files as services. So the life cycle works like this. The user writes something on the Slack channel. The robot responds with something clever like, give me a minute and I'll get it done for you. The Slack sends the message to the script. The script then parses that user message, which we saw was in natural language, and it extracts certain tokens, the extensions, the skins, the code phrases, things like that. It sends the command to the Docker service to deploy a specific compose file. That is actually predefined, and it's the regular Docker Compose file that we use to deploy any Takasta wiki. That's actually in use, that we use Takasta all the time. We also use Canesta, by the way, all the time, directly. The Docker service then deploys a wiki. The traffic service is very cool. It detects that a new wiki was deployed, and then it starts to serve it using a subdomain. And it also runs a wildcard root domain certificate, so it has no need to issue a certificate for each new subdomain, which would be a pain. And then we have a separate cron script that runs on the domain. It finds all the stacks that are running, and if it's been running for more than an hour, it just destroys it. Of course, that's a temporary feature that will disable once we really start, needing long-term sandbox wikis. All right, I'll go through some of these steps in depth, but it's going to be much less technical than that was. You have the server magic API, that's the Python, reads the Slack message, understands the request, and it issues a deploy command to Docker. Then you have the Docker Swarm cluster, next step, that actually deploys the containers. It can scale it across the hardware, and it uses that Takasta image that we mentioned. We have, for the Server Magic API, and we have a predefined list of extensions. You can't just pick any extension that exists on the internet. We have a predefined list, and if it matches that predefined list of extensions and skins, that it will deploy it for you. It'll send the command to Docker. The fact that Docker is running in swarm mode actually allows it to scale easily across many servers. We do plan on growing exponentially, so good to have that in place when that happens. And next we'll talk about the actual image. The image, like we said, Takasta, but it's really nothing fancy at its core. It's got something called MediaWiki, Apache plus PHP, nothing fancy, and MySQL, really a fairly standard stack for MediaWiki. The database does run as a separate service. And now that the stack is deployed, it's time for traffic to do its thing. So once it's deployed, like we said, traffic will discover it automatically. It'll provide HTTPS. We saw it going out to Let's Encrypt to generate that certificate and serve it. It routes the incoming traffic into the wikis. And it also manages all those subdomains, which it generates randomly. All right, so that was step one. So far, so good. We've got our robot. It's pretty clever. It'll tell you funny things. You can use natural language to control it. As it is now, I think it's great. I mean, it's a tremendous leap forward for us because, I mean, trying to deploy multiple, staging servers that met our needs. I mean, there are other tools that'll do it, that'll, deploy MediaWiki, but that met our needs. Trying to deploy that by hand was proving to be a very big problem. When we had fewer clients, it wasn't as big a problem. But the more clients you add, it just becomes untenable. So this is a huge step forward for us, and it's going to increase just code quality. When you have to generate those wikis by hand, you're not going to do it, and you're probably going to test your things on production, and you think it's going to be small, and everything's going to be fine. And 9 times out of 10, you're going to be right, and 1 time out of 10, it's not going to work out so well. it's not worth it. But if you know you can snap your fingers, write a little message in Slack and you have a test environment, then you're going to do it. So it's a great way to encourage the developers to really fully test everything before it hits production. So it saves time for us and it increases our code quality. We do plan on going much farther from here. So what's next? To be clear, this doesn't work, but it would be great if it did. This is a potential Slack message. Dispenser bot for all of our clients that currently run Takasta 1.35. Spin up a staging instance with the Takasta 1.39 base image and with the latest version of each of their own extensions based on each extension's compatibility policy. Run our standard test suite on each extension to make sure nothing broke. If extensions do break, spin up a separate staging environment that contains everything that works well. All right, that's what's next. I hope by next year I'll actually have this as a slide and you can see Dispenser Bot's response. No promises, but it would be really cool if we can get this working. This actually is a very small part of what we want to do. And as useful as I mentioned, I think that it is. I think that there are much more useful things we could be doing and that we plan on doing. And that's this. Creating a wiki is easy. Maintaining it is hard. You create a wiki one time for each client, right? Especially when you're dealing with a production wiki. Staging wikis, of course, many times. But when you have to maintain production and you have to maintain the sandbox and other wikis, wiki farms, etc., that's not like a one-time thing. That's like every single day it has to be maintained. And you may not be changing the code base every day, but you have to monitor it and make sure that the code base doesn't have to be changed, etc. Maintaining it is a constant process. So you made your wiki, that's great, but that's a very small part of the battle. Like you need to be able to maintain it. So what we're looking to create is a sort of software as a service, but really like cloud-based, fully managed, support and maintained wiki hosting, which we kind of do, but to sort of combine all of our services into one and to have like a standard platform that can be used. And really the focus is on the maintenance, on the code updates that come easily and things like that, on the ability even for our clients to be able to snap their fingers and spin up staging instances if they want, if they have their own IT staff, or if they think they're their own IT staff, they want to spin up a staging wiki, why not? I mean, they can just snap their fingers and do it, and then it doesn't harm anything until they create 40,000. But that's their problem if they do it. So that's what we're planning, this sort of cloud-based, fully maintained wiki hosting. And I want to emphasize, not wiki hosting. We're not looking for wiki hosting. It's not our thing. We're focused on enterprise clients. A lot of the wiki hosting is focused on hobbyists, and I think it's great, and maybe we'll do it someday, but it's not close to our core business right now. So we're really looking for something that makes what we're doing now much easier and much better, which is maintenance. I think that's really our specialty. And just making sure that things work well, and that when we have to make changes, when we do development, that it's done in a professional way that's not going to break anything. What we're aiming for sounds like a contradiction, a very boring standard environment with lots of exciting customizations. Those two things sound like they can't go together, but actually they need to go together. If you don't have a very boring standard environment, then you're constantly putting out fires for everything that broke, and then you can't have exciting customizations. So they do build on each other. Slow rollout, I'm taking my time. I'm in no rush, but maybe we'll have an update next year, who knows? We decided we're going to name this product TechWiki. It only made sense since the company is named WikiTech. It just made sense to call the product TechWiki. Just kidding. That would be an awful idea. And that's all I'll say about that. Some links for you guys. A lot of this is private, as you would imagine. That doesn't mean it's always going to be private. We do very much believe in open source. We kind of work a little bit like the federal government, like everything is classified unless you have a reason for it not to be classified. So we start everything off pretty much in a private repo. But that doesn't mean it's not going to be public. Usually it does end up being public, and certainly if any of this interests you, talk to me. And even if it does stay private, who who knows? Maybe you'll be able to have a wiki, at least on our cloud-based, farm, and we'll see what ends up with that. The Takasta Wiki Docker image is public. The Python strings fuzzy matcher, we didn't actually write that code that was doing that tokenization and whatever. That is publicly available. The Slack Python SDK that creates that hook and some of the processing, that's all available. And I'm ready for questions.
I checked the pingback graphs and there are no new spikes, but they haven't updated since April 9th, so
Oh.
keep looking.
It's not me. Whatever it is, it's those guys. Yes.
Yeah, I found that slide with the long natural language command very interesting. I mean, if I were implementing that sort of thing, I would just think, well, it should be a command line call with different flags or so forth. Or if you are calling it a bot, then something equivalent to that, where you have some aliases and flags for those and that sort of thing. It seems like, well, it's maybe more foolproof to do it that way, because especially with something where it could be hard or impossible to roll it back if you type the wrong thing or if it misinterprets it, and then of course just typing that long wall of text, if that's a standard kind of command,
right.
I mean potentially there's millions, but that seems like seems like a standard kind of thing. It would be easier to just do with some kind of less natural approach. Well, yeah, what do you think about that?
Should I repeat the question, or?
I think it's coming out through okay.
Okay. Yeah, so just very briefly, that really long command that I dreamed up seems like something that shouldn't be natural language. You're probably right, but it would be cool if it worked. Chances are when we create that system, it'll be run by us. It'll be with commands and everything like that. But definitely fun to experiment with, and if we can get it working, why not? Again, this is not stuff that's like changing production. It's just spinning up a ton of wikis that you can look at, and if you look at it and it doesn't look good, you can, do everything does with ChatGPT. You just change your prompt and hope for the best.
Well, please tell me you'll put in "Are you sure?" prompt after that.
No, I can't tell you that. Any other questions? I'm not looking at Hopin, so.
I'm checking it out, and we're like on a 30-second delay right now. So.
Oh, they're after us now. Huh.
So there is a question here from Greg. Can you repeat what you said about the TLS setup via Let's Encrypt? Something about the server root certificate so that subdomains were automatically provisioned.
Yeah, instead of having a different certificate for each subdomain, we have one wildcard certificate that just gets served up by traffic. So it's one certificate that just gets served up. I hope I understood that correctly.
Yeah.
And I didn't write the code, so I hope I answered correctly.
Yeah, like there's a wildcard certificate.
But you might want to go there too.
So, sorry, entangled cords.
There's a guy who knows much better than me what's going on.
Yeah, so there's like a wildcard certificate, so we don't dynamically have to request a lot of certificates from Let's Encrypt or whatever all the time. We can just use a new subdomain. We don't need new certificates. Traffic itself has a lot of integration into Docker, so it can very easily dynamically change routes to new Docker images and all that. And it hooks into it in a very friendly way. So essentially, we can very easily, when a new thing spins up, we don't need a new certificate because we're just using a subdomain and we have a *Dart certificate, and then traffic dynamically reconfigures and starts routing traffic to the thing. All very automatic. Does that answer the question?
Yeah, he actually, as soon as you said one word wildcard, he got it.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Okay. And chances are, I assume that once we start doing this for clients, especially if they can generate them themselves, we'll have a wildcard certificate for their domain instead of ours.
Any questions in the room?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Cool. I guess I can get started early. Maybe we can get out of here early. We'll see. Still sharing. Hold on. Okay. Oh. Download. Finally got to use LibreOffice on here.
I'm sorry to hear that.
That's the second best slideshow software.
Well, now you're just making Google people feel angry.
Oh yeah, I know. There used to be people who used, well, there still are. What's that JavaScript-based one? I guess there's a bunch at this point. Slidey, Prezi. Oh, okay, yeah.
Slider was the one I used when I was in school.
Prezi was always weird. You could like have arrows pointing in different directions. It was very confusing. Like.
But there's also that, like one that I think is SVG based or something that instead of like transition.
Yeah.
You saw it more than like 3 times. It loses its charm.
Right. Yeah. It's always so confusing. It's like, am I going on a trip through space here? Okay. I've forgotten how to slideshow. Oh yeah, just F5. Right. Okay. Let me share. Okay. And I'll stop the camera, or maybe I'll do that already. Hi everyone. How's this work? Okay.
Hide that little hide button there.
Oh, hide the hide. Or yeah. What's that? Oh, it's the chair. Okay. Hi everyone. I'm Yoran Koren. I'm giving a talk called "For the Price of 15 Cups of Coffee a Day." So about me, I live in New Jersey. Enterprise MediaWiki developer, consultant, and evangelist, and these are some of my the things I'm involved with. By the way, working with MediaWiki, that's my book. I brought one copy here. I'm hopefully someone will want it.
Signed copy of it.
Yeah, I can sign it. Sure. Yeah. Yeah. The new version. It's updated for 2022. I wish I'd waited a few months and then it would have been updated for 2023, but it came out in December. Okay. Oh, let me turn off my camera. Oh crap! I pressed the wrong thing. Let me turn off the camera. Okay. Okay, so yeah, I mean, we're very lucky that we use software, MediaWiki, that's open source but requires no effort on our part to keep going, and that distinguishes us from a lot of people who are involved in and try to make money from open source software. I mean, it puts us in company with people who use things like Linux, obviously the whole LAMP stack and WordPress and Drupal and all of those. But there's a lot of other, although not entirely actually, because with those, there is a community that has to keep things going to keep the main software going, and we just really don't have to worry about it. Those of us who are not directly involved with core MediaWiki. Yeah, it's maintained by the Wikimedia Foundation and a large group of motivated volunteers, and presumably it will be for the foreseeable future. So what about extensions and skins, though? How well maintained are those? I would say there's 4 groups, 4 categories for those. There's the ones maintained by the Wikimedia Foundation or Wikimedia Deutschland or Wikimedia Germany. That's extensions called Visual Editor, Scribunto, Wikibase. I put because that's Wikimedia Germany. There's the ones maintained by a company. I put Semantic Media Wiki in this group because I think it's at this point de facto maintained by the company Professional Wiki, based in Germany. They might disagree with that, but that certainly seems to be the case at the moment, I would say. Social Profile is maintained by Fandom. WSO Auth is maintained by, isn't that right? Social Profile, I think.
I think Jack Phoenix.
Yeah. Oh, not Fandom. Yes, Fandom? Just what? Jack Phoenix, but he works for Fandom?
No, he's just a guy in Finland.
Just a guy. Okay, take Social Profile off that. For some reason, I thought it was. Okay, maybe because it shows up in the category of like extensions by Fandom or something on MediaWiki.org.
I think originally it was made for a company called like GM Armchair.
Yeah, GM Armchair, which was bought by Fandom, or back when they were Wikia. Okay, well, all right. I apologize, Jack Phoenix, and thank you for maintaining this extension. WSO Auth, I think I'm on firmer ground that it is an OAuth extension maintained by Wikibase Solutions. Yes, okay. Then there's the ones maintained by one or more individuals, and there's no point listing any subset of those because that's most of them. And then, of course, there's the ones that are not maintained, which is actually maybe most of them, depending on how you count it. And there's gray areas. Maybe Social Profile at one point was in a gray area. I would say extensions in all of these groups are at risk, at least some extensions in all of these groups. For example, there's extension called Liquid Threads and one now called Structured Discussions, which until 2015 or something was known as Flow. Those are both created by the Wikimedia Foundation to structure talk page discussions, and you'd think, well, Wikimedia Foundation, this thing's going to last forever. Right? Yeah, I mean, if you installed Liquid Threads on your wiki, you're already out of luck. I think it's unmaintained and won't work with the current MediaWiki versions. If you installed structured discussions, you're fine, but you may be out of luck in the future. It's been maintenance only since 2015. I think the same year it was renamed to Structured Discussions. And at this point, they're better and simpler talk page solutions. So hopefully at some point, they'll come out with some way for people to move over all of their structured discussions that are structured to the new format, which is basically just regular talk pages. Yeah. So okay, what about extensions that are maintained by MediaWiki consulting companies and/or wiki farms? I would say those are the safest out of the 4 groups because there's a financial incentive to keeping them going. But I think they're still at risk. And maintained doesn't mean that new features are getting added. So, for example, this may be controversial or maybe not, but Semantic MediaWiki, I don't believe has had any new features since 2020. It's been in maintenance-only mode, as far as I know. And again, Social Profile, not a good example, clearly, but it still lacks an extension.json file, which came up as an issue when we were trying to include it in Canasta. It is included in Canasta, but it's not in the best of shape. And there's no easy way. It's not just a matter of adding that file. Well, okay, yeah, it's controversial inclusion, sure. There's no easy way to add that file. There's I can't remember now, but there's bigger changes that need to be made for that to work. One little piece of good news is that so-called zombie extensions can live a long time. if you put in an extension, if you put your extension on Wikimedia's Git repository, then if it's just a matter of staying up to date with changes to hooks and new functions or changes to functions, there will be people who will go in and basically do a global search and replace on every place that uses some deprecated function or something and just change it everywhere, which is great. So yeah, extensions can keep working and with the new MediaWiki versions for a long time, even if the original maintainer has stopped looking at it. I don't know if that's true for skins. I assume it is, although actually I'm not sure because skins break very easily. At least that used to be the case with new MediaWiki versions. There had to be constant maintenance. So I don't know. Maybe it may be more difficult to make sure skins are up to date in general.
Until recently, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Right. It seems like the constant changes have subsided. The rate of change has subsided for the whole for the general MediaWiki display. Skins are a sensitive topic at this precise moment.
There's a lot of changes going on, and the changes have to be implemented in the other skins, whether they're ready or not.
Okay, there's a lot of changes going on. Okay, well, so all right. So my original comment was valid apparently. So yeah, I mean, well, so that ties into this next thing though. Most extensions and skins need more than find and replace style maintenance to keep going and keep working with new MediaWiki versions. So yeah, the bus number, it's real. And here's a photo. This is not a real photo. I created this. This is Linux creator Linus Torvalds driving a bus. So yeah, the bus number is basically, it's a standard term in open source for the number of people who need to be hit by a bus, literally or metaphorically, for the whole project to go under. And you might ask, why is Linus driving the bus supposed to being hit by the bus? That's a valid question. I don't have an answer for that. Yeah, it's a real thing. So yeah, well, does anybody remember these ads? These are from the Christian Children's Fund. They were associated with Sally Struthers in the 1980s, 1970s to 90s maybe. I seem to remember that that was the cliche that she always said, you know, for the price of 1 cup of coffee a day, you could help this poor child in the third world. I looked everywhere. I couldn't find anything that where it actually mentioned a cup of coffee. It was always like, for just 65 cents a day or something, you can help this person. So maybe it's like that that Mandela effect thing or something. I don't know, but yeah, maybe I was just imagining it. But anyway, that was the pitch at the time. So then I thought, so I did some math. So back then a cup of coffee might have cost 50 cents. Nowadays it costs maybe an average of $3 depending on where you go. So 15 cups a day over an entire year is about $16,000. So it's here. My big statement is, I believe that even for just that amount of money, the so-called enterprise MediaWiki ecosystem can be made self-sustaining, getting us past the bus number and all of that stuff. What actually can be done with 16,425 a year? I should have put. Well, let me take a little digression to talk about something called the Google Summer of Code. It's a program run by Google that matches open source newcomers. It used to be college students until a year or two ago, with open source software organizations, and funds their development projects for the summer. It started in 2005. The Wikimedia Foundation has been involved every year since 2006. And I should say I've been involved since 2010 or something. as a mentor. So yeah, it introduces newcomers to open source software and to specific organizations like Wikimedia / MediaWiki. It provides free labor. And oh, I should have put it gives the students development experience, of course. That's, well, it sort of ties in with introducing, but it identifies people who can later be hired. And some notable former Google Summer of Code students are Jeroen de Douw of the aforementioned professional wiki, and this other guy, Nische Nahata, whom you may have heard of, who's done a lot of development. All these, just briefly, the people selected for this, they're all talented in development. They're interested in contributing to open source, interested in MediaWiki, and they're usually affordable, at least at that point in their lives. I feel like there's a missing slide here. Yeah, well, okay. I mean, the idea is using Google Summer of Code as a source for developers. That's basically it. I mean, I think it's pretty self-evident. If you can find people in ways like this, as opposed to just standard hiring methodologies like going out and soliciting resumes and so forth, it's a lot easier to find people who are motivated and affordable. That's all. So yeah, okay. So we have, let's say, a pool of potential developers who are willing to do the work, and can be and that where $16,000 a year can fund them to work at least part-time. How do we best collect or distribute the money? I think the best option is some kind of organization. You can call it a consortium, foundation, whatever, similar in concept to well-known open source organizations like the Linux Foundation, the Document Foundation, which handles LibreOffice, and so on and so forth. So yeah, I mean, I thought about how it could be structured. I think it would make sense where someone's vote is directly related to the size of their financial contribution. Which is I think the generally the way these kinds of foundations work. I actually tried to do this, so it's not completely out of the blue. I set up something called the Enterprise MediaWiki Consortium. I can't even remember. I think it was about 5 years ago. Maybe 6 or 7. One reason it failed is that the Wikimedia Foundation doesn't want the word MediaWiki to be used for money-related purposes, so they notified me of this fact. So my new idea is the Canasta Foundation. Now bear with me. So you've heard about Canasta already. It's a Docker-based framework. It's meant to be universal and flexible. Currently includes around 150 extensions, 10 skins. And it provides a rough guarantee that all the software included in it will work. I think that may be that's one of the key things that makes me think that Canasta is a good fit for this kind of financial organization. Well, so yeah, obviously calling it the Canasta Foundation solves the naming problem already, because it doesn't include any trademarked terms in it. Well, anyone else's trademarked terms. I also think Canasta is an ideal framework for making Enterprise MediaWiki related decisions. I guess I don't really explain that, but because it handles a sort of best practices bundle of software related to MediaWiki and Enterprise MediaWiki. It can accommodate a community-based decision-making process because it already has a community-based decision-making process about what software goes in and out and what takes development priority and all of that. And then the set of extensions and skins within Canasta provides an easy demarcation of the domain of such a foundation. So you can say, this foundation or consortium or whatever guarantees that this set of 100+ extensions and skins will work for the foreseeable future. But everything outside of that, which is just we just won't deal with it. So it makes for a finite purview. And you wouldn't have to use Canasta to be involved, though. Obviously, I think everyone should. Just as a case study, there's an extension called Watch Analytics that some of you have heard of. It was created by two guys at NASA in 2015. The development ended around 2020. It's a well, okay, yeah, it's an extension that I should have explained what it does, but it provides analytics around people's watch pages to show which pages are not being watched by enough people, which of the pages you watch are also watched by other people, and that sort of thing. So yeah, we had a WikiWorks intern, Sanjay Tyagarajan, last year and this year, who overhauled it to get it working again, including moving it to the Wikimedia Git repository out of the NASA GitHub one, and it was deliberately done so that we could include it in Canasta, so that it would be working with the latest MediaWiki, with the MediaWiki version there. The code is now in much better shape. There's a lot that was done, and including now it's been translated into many languages. Before it was English only. So I mean, I think that's a great case study of the whole synergy of the thing, that it's useful, therefore it should go into Canasta, therefore it needs to be maintained, therefore it's getting this attention. And I think bringing money into that and an actual organization makes a lot of sense. It would flow organically into that. Okay, so yeah, I mean, Canasta is not the only game in town. There's something called OpenCSP, which has been discussed to some extent at this conference, which in theory does something similar. I mean, it too is supposed to be a best practices bundle for MediaWiki. It's very, I would say, the fact that it's very tied into one company, i.e. Wikibase Solutions, is a problem. It's not really something that could be just adopted and controlled by an outside community where people could just vote to change around the set of extensions and so forth. And the same is true if anybody had the same thought about Blue Spice from this German company Hollow Welt, which is popular, but it's very much tied in with that company. What about the MediaWiki stakeholders group? We've heard about that as well. That's another organization that is involved with enterprise MediaWiki and enterprise MediaWiki, and to some extent making sure that all the software works and remains up to date. I would say it's just a different approach. MediaWiki stakeholders group or MW stake is democratic, but what I'm envisioning would be oligarchic. I don't know if that's the right word to use, but just the idea that you have to pay to make decisions. You have to. Capitalistic. Okay, yeah. I suppose that's fair. Also, I believe MW Stake is not chiefly focused on extension and skin maintenance, although they have talked about doing it, or maybe are doing it, but that's not the main focus. However, they could make sense as the ones who hold the bank account if they're willing to do it. I mean, that's a future kind of detail to be discussed. But yeah, I mean, just in terms of an organization handling all the legal and accounting aspects, that could make sense. I don't know if anyone had this concerned thinking about it, but could it lead to a hostile takeover? So, you know, this company called Extreme Wikis decides they want to put in a huge amount of money, $20,000 a year. That gives them more than 50% of the vote at that point. So, you know, yeah. So they come in and say, well, we don't like all these extensions, just get rid of these, but we have all of our own extensions, which are really awesome and extreme. So please, so we're just gonna add all of these in. I think that fear is overblown. How are we doing? Oh, we're doing great on time. Other people may know more about the logistics of open source decision making than I do, but I would say voting in general would be more about how the funding gets allocated, like which extensions and skins should get the most love, the most support, and not necessarily the overall direction of the software. And I'm sure we could learn from other open source organizations about how best to do this kind of thing. Presumably, they all have mechanisms to not get taken over. That said, money talks. So you know, if any company wants to put in a lot of money, that is a good way to get your voice heard and to have an impact. So what's next? That's up to you. I suppose this is a pitch for funding to all of you here and anyone watching at home. We do obviously. This is not an official request for money or involvement, but I really think this is something like this needs to be done. And it's up to the community whether it happens or not. But I think it'll be hard to sustain ourselves indefinitely if something like this doesn't occur. And well, I'm curious to hear everyone's thoughts. But that's my take on things. So yeah, that's it. Does anybody have any thoughts on this?
In, the backstage for you.
Oh, okay. Should I? All right, good.
Oh, it's just, is your book digitally available?
Yes, it's right. It's yeah, it's all available for free on workingwithmediawiki.com/book. Yeah, Rich.
Can you clarify, did you say this would be a nonprofit organization, or is this or is it nonprofit or not?
The question is if it's nonprofit. That's a legal question. It might not be an organization, a legally established organization per se, if the money is actually held by another group like MediaWiki stakeholders. In which case, I don't know if that would even apply, nonprofit versus profit, but there would be no. I mean, it would function as like a nonprofit, even if it weren't officially one. Yeah, Cindy.
Not speaking officially on behalf of the Stakeholders Group, but I am a board member, and we have had discussions very much along the same lines many times in the past. The Stakeholders Group is indeed a nonprofit, has been for 2 years now. And we do already have a fee schedule for members in place. We've discussed in the past having folks with, corporate sponsorship or larger donations being able to sponsor projects. We have not yet brought in a significant amount of money to be able to actually start, aside from a nice cushion that we've used for the last 2 years or so to be the fiscal sponsor for this and the Semantic MediaWiki conference. That being said, I agree with the model, you know, is based on, I don't know, if you call it economies of scale, or, you know, the ability of the group to come together, and we can do more together than we can apart. And yeah, there are a lot of wonderful extensions out there that no longer have active maintenance, or that could use a little bit of love, or could use features, you know, it'd be great to pay somebody to actually do. And yeah, I think it's a good thing. And I unofficially, on behalf of the MediaWiki stakeholders group, think that it would be good to participate in something like that.
That's great. Did the mic pick up on that? Okay, great. Thank you. Great. Yeah, James.
So I'm hearing like kind of like two different things here. Like on the one hand, we could keep this entire thing sustainable for only $16,000 a year. But on the other hand, we want an entire organization or consortium to manage this going forward. And so I think if you went to someone and said, I am starting an entire organization, give me $16,000, and they would say, for what? What can you do with that? So if this were like a project on Open Collective or some other situation where another nonprofit could hold the fiscal sponsorship, I think that would be a very feasible arrangement. But having gone through the work of starting a nonprofit, getting it recognized by the IRS, I would not get out of bed for less than $100,000.
Very interesting. Should I repeat that? Or I'll just, I mean, yeah, no, sure. No, I understand what you're saying. Yeah. James was talking about how it's a lot of work and accounting work and legal, all this stuff to set up a nonprofit. And if you're just talking about $16,000 a year, then it's not really worth the effort. And it's better to use. I mean, there's all sorts. There's Open Collective. There's all sorts of organizations like software in the public interest and all the kinds of places that could potentially hold the money for you. That probably does seem like the better way to go. Yeah.
That also raises other governance questions, but we can get to that later.
Okay.
If you're on the backstage, there's another question maybe you want to read out from Greg.
Oh, okay. This is from Greg. This is what I envisioned originally for the MediaWiki stakeholders group. I'm not an expert at foundations, but there are certainly many to draw precedence from. In the immediate term, people should join MWStake, and MWStake could direct funds toward high priorities. All right.
But it's important to note that Canasta, currently has its own, I guess, governance process. It's pretty informal, but it's not necessarily for a fact that Canasta should just be, regulated or maintained by the MediaWiki stakeholders group. At least it's not been established yet. So just wanted to throw that out there as like a, not immediately going to happen, but here's the situation.
Yeah, sure. And that ties into some of the different stuff I was saying. This, if it really is going to be the Canasta Foundation, it would have a specific, viewpoint, a specific set of priorities, and so forth. So just trying to graft that onto a different group might not work. Yeah. So yeah, okay, well, cool. Yeah, that's it. $16,000 a year. That's what I think is needed. And I look forward to discussing this further with anyone, organizations, companies, individuals. Thank you. Okay.
Okay, Megan, you there? Wait, hold on.
I was muted, sorry. Okay. Hi. Yeah, so I was totally gonna just leave my webcam off because you said it was easier, but I guess my slides aren't yet, so that's a little awkward.
No problem. You can give yourself a quick introduction if you want, and then maybe turn off your camera and then share your screen. I'll give you a thumbs up when I see it and I can hear you, and then you're off.
Yeah, sure. Okay. Yeah, I actually have a slide for that. So I'll just read off my slide before I turn my slides on. So my name is River. You probably know me by Megan because I use that name when I'm doing MediaWiki stuff. I specialize in writing software on top of MediaWiki. So think like incredibly confusing Lua and cargo data with Python scripts to back it up. But I promise that it's not actually confusing because I write nice code. I'm the author of the extension Custom Logs, and I've also contributed to a bunch of other extensions like Cargo, and enough that I've lost count. And I consider losing count of the extensions that I've contributed to be a significant achievement. I used to work for a fandom on the Wikipedia, but I'm not working there anymore. I have a blog at river.me. That's the entire URL, so you can go check that out. It has a bunch of MediaWiki stuff and some other tangential development stuff. And right now I'm actually not working in the MediaWiki community. I'm working as a dev writer.
Hey, Megan. Sorry, 1 second. Hey, pause for 1 second. We had some technical difficulties on our.
Okay, now she can go.
Okay, sorry.
You should start from the beginning.
Did you get any of that at all?
Why don't you just start from the beginning again and run through it, and we'll just cut the video for that. But yeah, sorry about that.
Oh, okay, all right. So you can hear me now, yeah?
We can, and then also to make sure you aren't sharing your screen yet, but you are planning on doing so after the introduction.
Oh, well, I mean, I could just share my screen right now. I have to, embarrassingly, I wrote the guide for how to use Hopin, and I don't remember how to share my screen. So I have to look at this guide.
You should just be able to hit that little computer with the red
button.
line through it. Yeah.
Oh, and then select window to screen. Oh my God, I have so many windows open. Okay, wait, if I click it, is it going to give me a preview?
No. So ideally what you'll probably do is drag it out to a new tab or a new browser window, and then just select window and then that new one, and then you can switch over to it.
But like if I have important bank details on screen 3 and I accidentally click screen 3, will it preview it to me before it shows it to you?
You should be able to see what you're going to share in a little window within that share box, but you might want to close those tabs just in case.
Oh yeah, I'll get a preview. I documented this for myself 3 years ago. Okay, but I think it's screen 2. I got it right on the first try. All right, allow. Fantastic. Oh wait, my picture is gone.
No, we see it. It looks good. It's coming through.
Oh, but you can still see me. But so for you, I'm like half on one side and half on the other.
That's right. So then maybe after the introduction, then just hide your video.
Am I pointing towards my slides or like awkwardly away from them?
Awkwardly away, but interestingly, in Hopin it's left, right. In YouTube it'll be top, bottom. So.
So I'm just gonna like point right at you, or my webcam's over there right at you. Okay. All right. So yeah. So here's my about me. And I guess at this point I don't even have to read it out loud. I just like wrote an entire resume about myself in MediaWiki. And I don't know. I think it's pretty boring. I've done a bunch of stuff. A couple of years while I was at EMWCon, I was talking with someone and she was like, you're not like really, and I like really don't mean any offense to anyone with this, because it was like really, we were joking about this. We were like, it just really doesn't feel like we're anyone until we've written an extension. And so I feel like so pleased that I'm able to like finally write down that I am in fact the author of an extension. So I definitely wanted to put down custom logs, even though like in relation to everything else, that's probably the least important thing that I've done. But I had to include that line. So that'll be the rest of this slide, and I guess I'll turn my camera off now. You know what? I think I was supposed to click this.
That's right. You're good now.
Right. So not actually like close the thing, but actually click this. All right, cool. So my talk this year, this is the first time I'm ever giving a non-technical talk at EMWCon. So those of you who have attended multiple EMWCons with me are going to be like totally shocked by this development. This is not a technical talk. It's about a design philosophy that I hold very near and dear to my heart. I don't like info boxes. By the end of the talk, you'll see that this opinion is slightly less dogmatic than I'm saying at the start, but I want you to remember this talk. And so I'm saying it in as clickbaity a way as I could possibly come up with. So I don't like info boxes, and I'll see if I can actually fill the entire 30-minute period that I have allocated to me with why I don't like info boxes. So I decided to start with a very famous quote. I don't like info boxes. They're coarse and rough and irritating, and they get everywhere. And a lot of moviegoers slightly misheard this quote as it was originally written when they went and saw a very famous movie. But this is how Anakin Skywalker actually delivered the line when he was talking to Padme, and Padme found his insights into UI UX design so insightful that she immediately fell in love with him. So some questions to address in this presentation. What did Anakin really mean by this line? And did I write this talk just so I could make that slide? And we will be addressing these questions in reverse order. So question number 1, did I make this talk just so I could make that slide? And the answer is yes, I did. By the way, I didn't link these slides in the conference talk, but you're more than welcome to follow along if you want to. So let me go ahead and link that in the stage chat. And there's a bunch of speaker notes that are more like asides. And if you want to follow along with the speaker notes, feel free to. I'm not covering every single speaker note. So you're sort of missing out if you're not reading the speaker notes as you follow along. So what did Anakin really mean? And there's actually essays and essays and essays on the internet analyzing this line and what Anakin really meant when he was talking to Padme about not liking sand, and whether he was rebelling against the Jedi Order, who aren't supposed to have their own personal feelings or dislikes about something, and is this a metaphor for slavery? And I don't know. I linked one in the description, and I'd appreciate if you wait until after the talk is over to read it. But I mean, go wild trying to figure out what George Lucas was actually trying to say. But we'll slightly put a more, in my opinion, interesting twist on the topic and say reasons why I don't like info boxes. So there's a few categories here. The first one is relational logic issues, which, okay, I said it was a non-technical talk, but yes, we are going to talk about cargo. Responsive web design problems. Yes, we're going to talk about CSS a little bit, although I won't show you any specific CSS selectors. So this is all very broad. It's more design issues that have to do with responsive web design. But I've spent a lot of time writing media queries in CSS, so this is borderline technical. Usability problems, and then information behavior problems. And the last one is something that you might not be familiar with, and I'm saying that because I was not familiar with this until fairly recently. And credit actually goes to my mom to introducing me to the field of information science, which is wildly interesting. And I read an entire book that was a literature review of this subject, and I highly recommend reading it to anyone who's like in the slightest bit interested in it. But first, let's talk about relational logic problems, because cargo is my favorite thing. So info boxes only work for fields that are one-to-one with its topic. So what that means is that if you look at the info box that I have here as an example, check out the country of birth field. There's no ambiguity that country of birth is a field belonging to the player. There's no ambiguity that residency is a field that belongs directly to the player, or the role of bot laner belongs to the player. But what about the team history? Does the fact that the first team was Fnatic belong to the player? And if I were here in person, I would actually ask you to raise your hands, but feel free to answer in chat if you have opinions about that. Does the start and end dates of Sanchez's tenure on Fnatic belong to the player? Does the Twitter link belong to the player? These answers are not quite so clear because, in a sense, yes, those are Sanchez's NIST things, but in a well-normalized database, no, they do not belong to the player. What they belong to is team history, which belongs to the player. So when I said one-to-one, sort of the opposite of that, it's not really an opposite because there's multiple types of relations that you can have. Another version of that is one-to-many. There are many lines of team history for each player, and Fnatic belongs to one of the lines of team history, and his team history belongs to himself. So when we try to display information that's one-to-many with respect to the subject in question, we have this very, very cramped view. And this also ties into responsive design, because the problem is really here that we have this large amount of information and we're constrained to 270 pixels. And first of all, it's hard to fit that much stuff into the small place. We're forcing ourselves to use a font size that's below accessibility standards. And we also are just being a little bit confusing here because it looks a lot like Fnatic belongs to Sanchez, which is not true. Fnatic belongs to that first row of team history, which in turn belongs to Sanchez's team history. Team history is very complex, so instead the one that I wrote out on this slide was social media. Imagine all of the information that we could put about the social media. Obviously, you can see how much extra development work this would take because we would be needing to use an API to deal with all of it. But name of platform, link to the platform, number of followers, which would be updated via an API that runs, say, once every 24 hours, date that the profile was created, last post made there. We could potentially even embed the entirety of the last post, link to the last post. So you have a link to the profile, you have a link to the last post. Perhaps we could even embed a scroll of the last 10 posts or something. But we can't even consider doing this in the space provided. Now you might question, well, is it really in scope for us to be embedding all of this information about the player's social media? But you want to be defining the scope. You don't want the UI to be forcing scope decisions on you. And because of info boxes, scope decisions get forced on you without even giving you the ability to make scope decisions. So you're really getting forced into a box, a literal box, with what you are and are not allowed to do with your platform, because users expect all of the information to be in the info box. And because users expect all of the information to be in the info box, you continue putting more stuff in the info box. And it's just this vicious cycle where you have this non-responsive, by non-responsive, I mean it's not responsive design section that contains everything. And then at the end, I have this little note. Well, the form is perfectly fine for names, for fields like names, because names are one-to-one with the subject. Or are they? Because with name, you want to show the transliteration into the Roman alphabet. And you also want to show the name of the alphabet from which you're transliterating it. Maybe that's not quite so one-to-one. So a continuation of the relational logics problem slide. So here's how and this is an actual real problem that I addressed, and I totally changed it, and everything's so much better now. So if you look at the team history before, and then you compare it to now, well, now, like, we couldn't show like the duration of the tenure, and now we have like an entire column that shows the duration of the tenure, which is like an entire new data point that's displayed. We've also added the region, so like it says Europe on the side. That was not displayed previously because we didn't have space for it. Everything's a much bigger font, so it's much more in keeping with accessibility rules. If you look before, we also didn't have a reference for each, like a citation for each piece of information. We're now citing everything. And then you'll also have these toggles of whether you want to switch the data around to combine rule swaps into fewer lines, and if you want to show exact dates or approximate dates. It's just a better thing to interact with. And so we spent years on this project. It was actually very difficult for me to find one that had not been converted so that I could screenshot it for this. But the space can breathe so much better now, and there's just so much more information here. And more importantly, it's clear that this information, no single piece of information in this table is subsidiary to the player. Sure, this information concerns the player, but this is the team history. Each line here is a line of team history, and it's not like Devils 1 belongs to the player. It's this line of tenure belongs to the player. Another problem is that it's not just a display problem, but it's also going to be very confusing for the people who are writing the code, because people writing code are going to assume that they write code that mirrors what the display looks like. And getting people to decouple their code from the display is a very challenging issue. In addition to running Leadpedia, I was also consulting on tons and tons of Gamepedia and fandom wikis that ran cargo. And the number of times that I saw something that was like past team 1, past team 2, past team join date 1, past team join date 2, past team leave date 1, past team leave date 2. Imagine doing relational logic when your database design looks like this. And the reason it looks like this, instead of having a tenures table, is that that's what they see. They want to make a table for what they see. And why should they not make a table for what they see? They haven't spent years reading or taking classes about proper relational database design. But if you're, on the other hand, physically building elements on the page, then your database design is naturally going to conform to the correct way to display the data. So it's definitely true that in neither situation should you necessarily have your database conform to the design of the pages, and you should always pick a schema that makes the most sense and then design things that make the most sense, and never do you have to couple the two. But if you are newer to database design and you feel most comfortable when you are coupling the two together, the better state of affairs is when your display is coupled to a sensible database design, because otherwise you're never going to be able to code anything. There was a similar example on Wikipedia, the English Wikipedia, that I didn't put in here, but zip codes and area codes in New York City are put in an info box. And this is another thing that is definitely a one-to-many thing, where there are many area codes, many zip codes in New York City. And this is something that I'm not an expert in. Like, I'm definitely an expert in League of Legends esports, so I can go on and on and on about like what kind of information needs to be there and what doesn't. But even more something where I'm not an expert, like, it just, to me, it doesn't make any sense for zip codes and area codes to be listed in the info box there, because there's so much additional information that one would want to know about a zip code and an area code, such as what is the bounding box in terms of latitude, longitude, coordinates for a zip code or area code? What's the population density? Historically, when were these things founded? And when you put it in an info box, all you get is a list. You get none of the other stuff. Now, are these points of data in scope for Wikipedia? Maybe not. But again, as I said before, with the social media stuff on Wikipedia, you're defining yourself out of scope by placing it into this small UI space, and maybe it would be in scope if you didn't limit yourself to an info box. So now we're going to talk about responsive layout problems version 1. So you've just constrained yourself to your entire width of the most important part of your page to being 270 pixels wide. Some info boxes are a little bit wider, some are a little bit narrower, but I measured the one on Wikipedia and it's 270 pixels wide. And they put pictures at the top. Oh, okay.
Yes.
So where's the rest of the information? That's all I have to say about this. My screen doesn't have space to say anything more interesting because it's all below the fold in the info box. Responsive layout problems version 2. On mobile, your info box is above the entire rest of your content. How far do you really want your users scrolling? On desktop, your info box is to the right of the rest of your content, at least in vector, and probably a bunch of other skins. For how long do you really want a contracted page width? Info boxes are not free space, guys. Don't waste your pixels with silly little fields like favorite ice cream flavor if you're making an info box about your office workers. And in this case, I can't really fit anything else onto the page, as you can see, because I have an info box. So now let's go into usability problems. This is a very widespread problem, I guess. Like, usability is one of like the biggest fields in design, and I'm not even going to begin to scratch the surface of it. I'm just going to put a couple observations that I've made over the years. So I'm going to start this slide with an anecdote that's not actually present on the slide, but the first person who actually listened to like V0 of this talk was my mom, and I was explaining to her how much I hate info boxes, and she was like, "What's an info box?" And to preface this, my mom is like a very savvy computer user. She knows how to use hotkeys to do things like Control-C, Control-V, and she definitely like understands file systems and how you can use Windows Explorer to manipulate your files, and then their locations will be changed when you open them in Word and stuff. And she's like the person who sets up her faculty's website for their course every year and stuff. And when her Bluetooth headset wasn't working, she like Googled the problem and troubleshooted it herself, and I like wasn't even helping. So she's like definitely a very competent computer user for her generation. But the thing is that her generation was trained to look at the middle of a page to find useful information. And so sidebars are very, very difficult. So, because she's just not used to looking for sidebars there. And so when I asked her, like, you know what an info box is, right? It's like that thing on the side of a Wikipedia page that contains like bullet points and facts and stuff. She had no idea what I was talking about. So I had to like point to her, that's an info box on a Wikipedia page. And she was like, I had literally never seen that before. So you can't actually, like, depending on your audience, you actually can't count on your users to notice an info box. So this is sample size 1 and totally anecdotal, but I am pretty certain that if you sample, especially like older computer users who didn't grow up with the idea of toolbars and the idea that the most important stuff is all around the edges, because that's such a huge generational paradigm shift that like the center of the screen is basically useless and everything useful is around the edges. People are just not going to notice the info box. And then for one that everyone can relate to, if you are doing Control F, it's hard to find a Control F on the right-hand side. That's something that I struggle with. So if people are relying on Control F to get to the information they want, they're straight up not going to find it. And the Control F issue is going to be compounded by the fact that when you organize text to be user-friendly, you rely on something called entry points, which is visual affordances to help the user stay concentrated on what they're doing and notice things. I've screenshotted part of the New York City info box, the New York City Wikipedia page info box over here, and just try to see if you can see its population rank in the United States at a glance. Maybe you saw it immediately. Maybe it took you a little bit longer to see. Next, see if you can find its urban density. Next, see if you can find its water area. Next, see if you can find its government body type. Next, see if you can find its time zone not in the summer. Next, see if you can find its area codes. Next, see if you can find its population estimate in July 2021. I'm sure at least a couple of those stumped you because there's like barely any organization to this, and the headlines don't pop out at you, and stuff isn't in alphabetical order, and it's not really what you were looking for. You're not deeply emotionally invested in it. There's no Control F in this image. If there were Control F, it would appear on the right-hand side. It's not in the middle of an article where these words are appearing next to each other to reinforce the fact that this is in fact what you're looking for. In some of the cases, there is additional nearby information to help you realize that yes, this is what you're looking for. But for example, the time zone section is all alone. The demonym section is, well, like that they're called New Yorkers. That's completely by itself. There's nothing to the left or right of it, or I guess above or below it, to suggest to you, oh, you're on the right track to find demonym. Wait, can you still hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So it's just like kind of a mess and not easy to find things. Oops. Oh gosh. So you're going to be relying on Control F, and Control F again is just not working well on the right-hand side. So you're kind of left with an information overload here, which makes you not want to use it and rely on Control F, and Control F is unfun. Anyway, I'll move on now. So information behavior problems. For this book, I have a book linked here, and I highly recommend reading it. You can probably read only the first half. It's a pretty dense book. I think it was about 500 pages long, but the last 100 pages are all references. It's a literature review of the field. So it pretty much goes over a lot of popular, or like not, it's not like popular science, but I mean within this narrow academic field, popular reviews and papers and definitions and stuff. And the last 3 chapters are like really just summaries of papers. So getting through just the first like 6 or so chapters is going to give you a really solid foundation on what's important to know about information science. Information science and information behavior. And if you're trying to make good UI UX for people, knowing these principles and knowing what people have already learned is really important. So the 2 particular terms that I wanted to include here are information overload and serendipity. And information or info boxes cause information overload. Like there's just way too many facts here. If you're only looking for one, you're going to get overwhelmed and go away. And they avoid serendipity. For example, if you're looking for urban density is not placed near facts similar to urban density. It doesn't tell you about urban density in different boroughs. It doesn't tell you about historical urban density over the years. It doesn't tell you about urban density of different ethnic groups. It doesn't tell you about the effects of urban density on kids' schooling. It doesn't tell you about the effects of urban density on the environment. It doesn't tell you about anything that might be interesting to you if you're interested in urban density, and it doesn't let you stumble upon or accidentally discover information instead of intentionally seeking for it. There's no related information close to each other. And so in the age of Wikipedia info boxes, people have access to so much information and they're not learning it because it's not organized in a way that's happy for people to joyously learn new things. So I think it's a real tragedy that people are trained to go directly to the info box. So are info boxes bad then? Not exactly. What is Anakin saying? Don't let your info boxes get everywhere, by which I mean have too much stuff in them. Regularly prune old info boxes that either are completely unimportant or have unimportant things in them. Do you really need that photo, that cover photo that you put in them? Is department name always in the first sentence of your copy? Has office number been discontinued now that you're all remote? Maybe favorite ice cream could be moved to the main body text or a trivia section at the end of the page. Yes, it's cute, but it's not actually important. Great, you can delete all of these things then. Concise info boxes where every single field is legitimately important and does not belong elsewhere are fine. Make sure that you revisit them regularly, and that's the important part, that this isn't a once-in-a-time thing because you saw this talk, but that you continue to do it regularly. This has to be a behavior change. And continue pruning out-of-date info. And please, please, please don't put any secretly one-to-many fields there. Make a separate table lower down on the page. And once you've pruned your info box, how much lower on the page it has to be isn't that big of a difference because you've pruned your info box, and so you have much more horizontal space back. What Anakin is saying continued. I also love this screenshot from, I think that's from the League of Legends page on Wikipedia. The idea of splitting up your info box content per section so that you can get some serendipity back. for example, if this was in the top level info box, you would just see some scores. But if it's in the section about critical reception, you see the info box about scores, and then you can also continue reading about the reception in qualitative text. Because qualitative text is the only way that you can really gain serendipity, because you're reading words written by a human or maybe ChatGPT that are pertinent to the information seeker's question. When Anakin is saying fiend, an info box doesn't mean an everything box. Just because something is one-to-one with your entity doesn't mean it belongs there. A programming solution to this is set variables there and access them lower on the page. I know I just said variables, but a discussion of whether or not you can use variables is out of scope for this talk. If something is one-to-many, it definitely does not. Don't think about what you want to tell your readers. Think about what do you want your readers to know. And finally, always complicate your own life to make your users happy. So I'll take any questions if anyone has any.
There's one I'm copying now, and then I'm waiting for the stream to catch up for the audience in person.
Okay, I kind of lost the tab.
You kind of lost, what's that?
Hop in tab.
Oh yeah, do you want me to put the questions in Element?
Can you put the hop in tab in Element?
Yes.
I think I just closed it.
I'm just going to feed you the any questions in Element, and then you can read them and then respond to them.
Okay, wait, you can hear me, right?
Yes.
There seems to be a design philosophy that guides the intent of your presentation. It sounds like you accept they can be used sometimes and not thrown away entirely. Is there a good use case design principle for them in your opinion? Okay, that's a great question. So I think that info boxes should be used when there's literally no other possible way to convey that information to the user in a clean way. So, for example, if you're making a page about a person, then it's likely that somewhere on the page you're going to need to include their department info, position, skill set, stuff like not quite resume because they're not a candidate, they're an employee. And I don't see why that has to go in an info box. That can be like the chart, and everyone knows the location of the chart. However, something like maybe joined company on, like company join date, that might be a little bit more info box appropriate, because I guess, so let's look back at the informational behavior problems. So if there's a piece of information that is both important and so it's unlikely to contribute to information overload, because people need to be able to see it. And it's also not really related to anything else on the page. In that case, I would say it's a good candidate for an info box. Because if it has high serendipity with other things on the page, then you can make another chart for it, such as a lot of geographical information about a country. But there are some things that are important and have low serendipity with anything else on the page, such as a person's tenure with a company. And your HR department may have decided that showing tenure is very important to increase morale. And so I could see putting some, but again, that's going to have like 0 to serendipity. So I could see putting something like that. What about collapsed by default sections in the info box? In general, the most important thing with a collapsed by default section is to have it be very clearly labeled. So if it's very clearly labeled, and like the user, like, so for example, a see more collapse section is not a good idea. You should never do that. Or like a for advanced users, never a good idea, because no one knows what to expect from that. But like, see this information, see information about the 2021 to 2022 decks in a Magic the Gathering info box. I don't know if that is meaningful. I don't play MTG, but maybe that would make sense in an MTG wiki. You could show hide that. But in that case, we're getting so specific that I would say take it out of the info box and make a left-hand aligned table for it. Because again, remember, you just remember this page and ask if you really want to be taking up that much space. Because even once they expand it, they're still going to have to collapse past it. Okay, it looks like I ran out of time. So anyway, thanks for listening to this. This was a talk that I had been planning on giving since 2020. So I'm really excited that I finally got to do it now. And I hope that you will use fewer and smaller info boxes in the future.
That's great. Thanks, Megan. Yeah, I'm not sure I'm 100% totally convinced, but I got a good laugh out of it and certainly learned something new. And I think I have a takeaway of pruning my info boxes like I should for normal wiki pages. And that might have been, the big point you're trying to make. So thanks again and enjoy a round of applause from Texas. And that concludes for today. Tomorrow will be all create camps. If anybody wants to join remotely, we can create a session where you can join one of the existing sessions. And for those of us in person tonight, I'm looking forward to seeing everybody at the Iron Cactus. So thanks, and thanks again, Megan.
Thanks.